Chapter 51, Viper Team, 2. Chu Zhou and the other three saw another martial artist team in no time. There were 5 people in that martial artist team. They had just hunted a group of iron-horned wild bulls. The corpses of 7 to 8 iron-horned wild bulls lay on the grass, bleeding all over the ground. "Who's there?" There was a cold shout suddenly. A cunning man with a black eye patch on his left eye and a mechanical arm in his right hand looked at Chu Zhou and the others. "Do you want to snatch the prey?" Another person smiled coldly and squatted down. He pointed his sniper rifle at Chu Zhou and the others. The other 3 also looked at Chu Zhou and the gang with killing intent, as if they would attack at any time. "Not good. They just killed the iron-horned wild bull and we appeared. I'm afraid they misunderstood that we're going to snatch their prey." The expressions of Chu Zhou and the others changed slightly as Li Qingxi spoke. This might be their first time hunting in the wilderness. But they had also learned some unwritten rules about martial artists hunting monsters in the wilderness from the Martial Artist Forum. It was best not to appear in the vicinity when others had just killed monsters. Otherwise, it was very easy to be mistaken for snatching prey and be mercilessly attacked by the other party. The reason why such an unspoken rule was formed. Actually, it was because the snatching of prey had happened too many times. Humans were complicated animals. When they lived in human cities, they were restrained by the laws and did not dare to act recklessly. However, the wilderness. It was a lawless place. Anything could happen. Especially when the benefits were big enough, humans might be even more dangerous than monsters. Therefore, the wilderness also formed many unwritten rules. If one did not pay attention to these unwritten rules, it was very easy to cause a misunderstanding and even death once they were violated. "Let's go." Chu Zhou led Ling Zhan and the other 2 and slowly retreated dozens of meters before leaving in another direction. When the 5 of them saw Chu Zhou and the others leave, they knew that it was a misunderstanding and did not choose to attack them. Of course, they watched warily while Chu Zhou and the gang disappeared from their sight. Those 4 people just now look so young. They seem to be high school students who have just graduated. Hehe. 4 novices actually dare to form a martial artist team and come to the ruined city to kill monsters. They're courting death. Sniper Sun Long sneered. "I don't think they'll survive the night." Liu Jun also said disdainfully. "No. I think I've seen the person with the saber on his back somewhere." The captain, Liu Wu, pinched his chin with his right hand and frowned. "Captain, Butcher Jin Jingguo sent you a photo when he contacted you yesterday. The person in the photo seems to be the young man who left just now." A team member suddenly reminded. "Chu Zhou, yes. That person just now was Chu Zhou." Liu Wu's single eye suddenly flashed. He, I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet Chu Zhou here. Everyone, we might be in for big business." Liu Wu suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Big business? Those rookies just now." Sniper Sun Long, Liu Jun and the others looked at Liu Wu in surprise. Their Viper team had always had extensive business areas. They occasionally worked as an assassin other than hunting monsters normally. They did not reject being a robber when they saw other martial artist teams hunt astonishingly valuable monsters. In short, their Viper team could do anything as long as there were enough benefits. However, a business of 10 to 20 million alliance dollars could only be considered normal to their Viper team. In terms of big business, it had to exceed 100 million alliance dollars. Liu Wu pressed his communications watch and contacted Jin Jingguo. "Butcher, you contacted me 3 days ago and said that I should inform you immediately if I encountered the person in the photo. Is that right?" Liu Wu said to Jin Jingguo. "Cobra, you saw Chu Zhou? Tell me where he is immediately. I'll give you 10 million as a reward." Jin Jingguo said quickly. "Ha ha ha, Butcher, aren't you underestimating my Cobra's appetite a little too much? Am I only looking for 10 million? 10 million isn't even enough for me to fill the gaps between my teeth. Who are you trying to send away?" Liu Wu smiled sinisterly. Jin Jingguo's voice paused for a moment. He pondered for a moment and said. "Then what do you want? Give me 300 million and I'll help you kill him. How about that?" Liu Wu asked for a sky-high price. 300 million? You have the cheek to charge me 300 million for killing a beginner awakening realm martial artist, Cobra? Are you crazy?" Jin Jingguo roared. 100 million, 100 million at most. Take it if you are willing. If you are not, I'll be able to find him sooner or later. 100 million it is. I'll do this business. When Liu Wu heard that Jin Jingguo was about to cut off their connection, he hurriedly agreed to Jin Jingguo's price. 100 million was not a small amount. Especially since the target he wanted to kill was only a mere beginner awakening realm martial artist. Hunting a beginner awakening realm martial artist in this ruined city was too easy for their Viper team. Butcher, wait for my good news and prepare to transfer the money. Liu Wu cut off the connection and said to the 4 team members. Brothers, the business is here. Butcher will give us 100 million if we deal with those 4 rookies just now. Ha ha ha, Captain, we can get 100 million just by killing the 4 novices? This business is very easy. Yes, it's too easy. It's been a long time since we've received such an easy business. The members of the Viper team chatted in a relaxed manner, not taking Chu Zhou and the others seriously at all. Alright, let's move immediately. We haven't finished dealing with the 4 rookies yet. Let's get rid of them and get the money as soon as possible. Liu Wu led the 4 team members and flew in the direction where Chu Zhou and the others had left as he spoke. On a small path, Chu Zhou and the other 3 carefully passed through the ruins. Chu Zhou, I remember the background of that martial artist team just now. The leader of that martial artist team was wearing an eye mask and a mechanical arm. He should be the infamous Cobra Liu Wu. That team just now was the Viper team. Li Qingxi suddenly said. Cobra Liu Wu. This person doesn't seem to have a good reputation. Shi Meng frowned and remembered this person. Not good? It's simply bad. I heard that Cobra Liu Wu and his poisonous snake team often snatch the prey of other martial artist teams and even secretly kill the martial artists in the wilderness many times. The reputation of the Viper team is as bad as the reputation of the Blood Shadow team. Fortunately, we didn't have a conflict with them just now. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble now. Li Qingxi looked a little afraid. Enul nu Allah not take it to Niart tu mukn. They were just passing by. There was no conflict of interest between the 2 sides. There was no need for the other party to attack. Moreover, their team could join forces to hunt high-level beast soldiers. It was not impossible for them to resist. Let's go. We've arrived at the west of the city. We'd better find a high ground and the whereabouts of the scorpion-tailed dogs through the telescope. Chu Zhou led Ling Zhan and the other 2 towards a tall building covered in huge vines as he spoke. Chapter 52, Snipe. In the wilderness of County 0504. On the rooftop of a 16-story building covered in huge vines. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi were each holding a telescope. They squatted at the edge of the roof and looked at the long streets below through the leaves of the vines. There are indeed many monsters in the ruined city. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Groups of monsters appeared in his vision. He saw at least hundreds of monsters in just a short while. No wonder they say that the ruined city is dangerous. There are so many monsters, and the lowest level is the beast soldier level. Even extraordinary realm experts won't be able to escape if they're surrounded by hundreds of monsters, Li Qingxi also said with a serious expression. Look over there. It's the scorpion-tailed dogs. Shi Meng suddenly shouted in a low voice and pointed at a street corner. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, and Li Qingxi perked up. They immediately picked up their binoculars and looked in the direction Shi Meng was pointing. They soon saw bull-sized scorpion-tailed dogs walk out of a street corner. These scorpion-tailed dogs generally still retained the characteristics of the dogs of the old era. However, a sharp scorpion tail grew behind them. More than 30 grey scorpion-tailed dogs guarded a pink-haired scorpion-tailed dogs as they slowly walked on the street. The pink scorpion-tailed dog was more than twice the size of the typical grey scorpion-tailed dogs. Many grey scorpion-tailed dogs looked at the pink scorpion-tailed dog with fear. The scorpion-tailed dogs found a piece of meat nearby and did not dare to eat it themselves. They placed it respectfully in front of the pink scorpion-tailed dog. The grey scorpion-tailed dogs only dared to eat meat together after the pink scorpion-tailed dog took a bite and was no longer interested. It's the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs. We're really lucky to have encountered the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs so quickly. Moreover, there are only about 30 normal scorpion-tailed dogs beside this queen. Chu Zhou and the other 3 were delighted. None of them expected to find the scorpion-tailed dog's queen so quickly. Moreover, the scorpion-tailed dog's queen in front of them only had 30 normal scorpion-tailed dogs by her side. One had to know that the scorpion-tailed dogs were very fertile. Therefore, the scorpion-tailed dogs were usually in a very large group. Even a group of 100 scorpion-tailed dogs could only be said to be relatively small among the many scorpion-tailed dogs. Most of the scorpion-tailed dogs groups numbered more than 500. There were also some with more than 1,000 of them. As the leader of the scorpion-tailed dogs, the queen usually had at least 100 normal scorpion-tailed dogs guarding her when she went out. This scorpion-tailed dog's queen only had 30-odd of them by her side. It could be said that it was very rare. However, it was undoubtedly a good thing for Chu Zhou and the others. In a while, Li Qingxi will sneak near the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs and snipe it. A hole-in-one would be the most ideal situation. But if it's not dead, Xi Meng and I will charge into the 30-odd scorpion-tailed dogs and forcefully open a path. At that time, Ling Zhan will follow behind us and rush in with us to kill the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs. Chu Zhou communicated softly and told them the strategy. Understood. Ling Zhan and the other two nodded slightly. All right. Let's move. Let's end this quickly. Chu Zhou and the other three quickly went downstairs. Then, Li Qingxi immediately turned into an afterimage and disappeared. She flew into a building beside her and approached the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs from inside. Chu Zhou and the other two lowered their bodies slightly and stuck to the wall. They slowly approached with the help of the tall plants. A moment later, Chu Zhou and the other two arrived about 300 meters away from the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs and stopped moving. The scorpion-tailed dogs had a sharp nose and were very vigilant. They would be in danger of being discovered if they continued forward. Chu Zhou and the other two held their breaths and accumulated strength in their bodies, like three ferocious beasts about to be released from their cages. Whoosh! Suddenly, a light flashed. A ball of light suddenly exploded on the head of the scorpion-tailed dogs. Queen! Howl! The scorpion-tailed dog's queen suddenly let out a shrill scream. Not only was there a bloody hole in its head, there were also a large number of burn marks from the high temperature. This was the sign of being hit by the plasma gun's energy bullet. The queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs let out a shrill scream. The 30-odd scorpion-tailed dogs around her also panicked. They squeezed closer to the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs to protect her. Li Qingxi, target hit. Charge! Chu Zhou's eyes lit up as he rushed out first. He used the phantom movement technique. With every step he took, he dragged out two phantoms. 300 meters passed in the blink of an eye. Extreme titanium golden body. With a thought, Chu Zhou's body flickered with a faint golden light. His skin turned into armor inch by inch, and like an armored warrior, he crashed into more than 30 scorpion-tailed dogs. The two scorpion-tailed dogs were smashed into meat paste. There was also a scorpion-tailed dog that was sent flying more than 10 meters. Its body had many fractures and it spat out blood non-stop. Ha ha ha, I'm here. Xi Meng laughed wildly and rushed over. He held the shield in one hand and used the nine-fold tremor punch consecutively with the other, knocking down or sending the scorpion-tailed dogs flying. Ling Zhan only followed behind Chu Zhou and Xi Meng. He held the alloy sword tightly with one hand and gathered strength in his entire body, preparing to give the heavily injured scorpion-tailed dog's queen a fatal blow. The panicked scorpion-tailed dogs could not stop them at all with Chu Zhou and Xi Meng leading the way. They quickly arrived near the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs, which was wailing. Kill! Ling Zhan, who had been accumulating strength for a long time, suddenly erupted at this moment. He leaped out from behind Chu Zhou and Xi Meng and stabbed at the throat of the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs at lightning speed. It pierced through the sky like a rainbow. With a pft, the throat of the scorpion-tailed dogs was pierced through by a sword. A one-hit kill. Bang! The scorpion-tailed dog's queen turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Well done! Chu Zhou gave Ling Zhan a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, it worked. Xi Meng laughed loudly and tore off the scorpion-tailed dog's queen's scorpion tail, pulling it out forcefully. When the surrounding 30-odd scorpion-tailed dogs saw that Chu Zhou and the other two had actually killed the scorpion-tailed dog's queen, they went crazy. They attacked Chu Zhou and the other two without caring about anything. However, Chu Zhou and the other two were very relaxed. These 30-odd scorpion-tailed dogs could not stop them at all if they wanted to leave. The Viper team was also at the top of another building, using binoculars to search for Chu Zhou and gang while they were dealing with the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs. Captain, we found them. Look, there they are. A member of the Viper team pointed at Chu Zhou and the others. Liu Wu immediately took out her binoculars and looked in the direction of Chu Zhou and the others. This is unexpected. These newbies are quite strong, They actually dared to attack the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs and succeeded. Liu Wu revealed a surprised expression. However, he quickly said to the sniper beside him, Sun Long, kill them. Captain, don't worry. We're about to get 100 million. Sun Long smiled confidently. He set up his sniper rifle and aimed at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou and Shi Meng, the two violent hunks, joined forces and forcefully opened a path among the many scorpion-tailed dogs again, preparing to retreat with Ling Zhan. The target had been killed. They did not want to stay here and fight the remaining scorpion-tailed dogs. This was a ruined city with a large number of monsters. It would be troublesome if the commotion was too big and attracted the nearby monsters. It was better to retreat first. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's scalp went numb. He instinctively circulated the extreme titanium golden body and placed his arm in front of his head. Bang! A sonic boom sounded. Chu Zhou's arm hurt slightly and he immediately felt a strong push. He slid back a step. Bang! Another sonic boom sounded. Shi Meng screamed and fell to the ground. A bloody hole was pierced through his thigh. Surging blood continuously flowed out of the bloody hole. Oh no, someone is sniping us. Ling Zhan, quickly enter the ruins building beside us. At this moment, Chu Zhou reacted. His expression changed. He grabbed the injured Shi Meng and carried him on his back, ignoring the pain on his arm. Then, he used the phantom movement technique. He crashed into the wall of the ruins building beside him as quickly as possible. He barged through the dilapidated wall and entered the ruins building with a rumble. Ling Zhan entered the building with him almost at the same time. The moment they entered the building, they looked back in the direction of the gunshot and vaguely saw 5 familiar figures. It's them, the Viper team. Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan were filled with hatred, and killing intent condensed in their eyes. How is this possible? That Chu Zhou actually blocked the bullet of a heavy sniper rifle with his hand. Sun Long could not believe his eyes when he saw that he was actually fine after blocking his bullet with his hand in the Viper team. This was a heavy sniper bullet. Moreover, he was using special armor-piercing bullets. Even extraordinary realm experts wouldn't dare to use their hands to block armor-piercing bullets shot from heavy sniper rifles, right? He quickly reacted and saw Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan escaping into the building beside him. He aimed again and prepared to continue to shoot. However, another gunshot sounded before he could fire. A metal bullet brushed past his ear and almost went through his brain. Another energy bullet shot into the wall beside him. A ball of energy light exploded with a bang. Damn it, it's a plasma gun. Sun Long's expression changed. He could only give up on continuing to shoot Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan. His figure retreated at full speed, avoiding the energy light wave. Captain, we failed. Sun Long said to Liu Wu with an embarrassed expression. I saw it. Liu Wu narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was like a poisonous snake and revealed an extremely dangerous smile. Hehe, it seems that this Chu Zhou is quite capable. However, he's destined to die since he has become our prey. Now, let us play a game of pursuit and escape with him. With that, he left the building with everyone from the Viper team. Chapter 53, Escape. In a ruined building of County 0504. Those bastards from the Viper team actually ambushed me. I'll remember this. Shi Meng lay on a dusty stone slab, convulsing and cursing. Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan were immediately relieved to see that Shi Meng was still so violent after being injured. Li Qingxi carefully checked Shi Meng's wound. Fortunately, it didn't hit the bones. It's not a big problem. She took out a tube of green potion from her backpack and pricked it near Shi Meng's wound, injecting the potion as she spoke. Hiss! My eldest Miss Qingxi, be gentler. The corners of Shi Meng's mouth twitched as he muttered. I'm an injured person now. Can't you be gentler? Gentler. Li Qingxi glanced at Shi Meng and said with a faint smile, how do you want me to be gentle? Shall I make a few more holes in you? She even took out the dagger and gestured at Shi Meng. She seemed to be looking for a good place to attack. Stop, stop, stop. I was wrong. You're already very gentle. Shi Meng looked at the sharp dagger that came very close to the tip of his nose from time to time and hurriedly begged for mercy. It seems that the elixir of dawn potion is not bad, but it's a little expensive. The effect was almost immediate after the injection. The wound immediately stopped bleeding. Shi Meng also looked much more comfortable. The tube of green potion just now was called the elixir of dawn. It was a gene potion developed by Life Company that could quickly repair injuries on the skin and muscles. The elixir of dawn was basically a must-have for every martial artist team. Injuries were inevitable when hunting monsters in the wilderness after all. He had to prepare some medicine that could quickly repair his injuries. However, the elixir of dawn was very expensive. One tube cost 3 million alliance dollars. Moreover, it could only repair the injuries on his skin and muscles. It was not of much use to the bone injuries and many other injuries. Fortunately, you didn't hurt your bones this time. Since you had the elixir of dawn, you'll probably recover in 3 to 4 days. Li Qingxi looked at Chu Zhou as she spoke. However, Boss Chu, he can't walk normally now. It's fine. I'll carry him on my back for the next day or two. Chu Zhou said calmly. Shi Meng was burly and his entire body was covered in steel-like muscles. His weight was estimated to be at least 230 catties. However, this was nothing to Chu Zhou. He had now cultivated the first level of the extreme titanium golden body, and his body had been greatly strengthened. He could still easily use the phantom movement technique even if he carried Shi Meng on his back. Hehe, I've troubled Boss Chu for a day or two, Shi Meng smiled casually, not feeling embarrassed. If Chu Zhou was injured, he would not mind carrying him on his back. Chu Zhou, the Viper team is here. Suddenly, Ling Zhan stood up and walked to a large crack in the wall. He looked at the 5 figures under another building in the distance through the crack. The bastards of the Viper team not only ambushed us, they also want to hunt us down. Shi Meng cursed. Chu Zhou's gaze was cold. He also walked to the crack and saw the 5 members of the Viper team rushing towards them. Shi Meng is injured now and it's inconvenient for him to move. It's not convenient for us to fight them. Let's retreat. In addition, Li Qingxi, place a few remote-controlled bombs here. Detonate them when they enter to buy us time to retreat. As Chu Zhou spoke, he immediately walked to Shi Meng's side and carried him on his back. Then, he immediately flew out of a passage in the building. Ling Zhan quickly followed. The weight-bearing wall here is covered in cracks. It will definitely collapse if we use 3 bombs. Li Qingxi glanced around the interior of the building. When she saw the cracked weight-bearing wall, her eyes lit up. She took out 3 circular remote bombs from her backpack and pressed them against the weight-bearing wall. Beep, beep, beep. The 3 bombs emitted a beeping electronic sound and automatically attached to the wall. After placing the remote-controlled bomb, Li Qingxi took another deep look in the direction of the Viper team. Then, she immediately turned into an afterimage and chased after Chu Zhou and the others. Not long after Li Qingxi left, 5 murderous figures rushed into the building. Captain, they seem to have escaped. Liu Jun glanced at the stone slab where Shi Meng had been lying and said to the Cobra, Liu Wu. Hehe, escape? Can they escape? Pang Shan, another member of the Viper team, sneered. Liu Wu's gaze was also quickly sweeping around. Suddenly, his pupils constricted when he saw the 3 bombs attached to the weight-bearing wall. There's a bomb. Retreat! He shouted sternly and immediately turned into an afterimage as he flew out of the building. When the other members of the Viper team heard Liu Wu's reminder, their expressions changed. Without hesitation, they used all their strength and flew out at full speed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the 3 bombs exploded almost at the same time. In an instant, the cracked weight-bearing wall shattered. There was also a strong explosion that swept towards Liu Wu and the others. Rumble. The building, which was already in danger, collapsed with a bang after the weight-bearing wall was shattered. The earth shook, and dust soared into the sky. The monsters within a few kilometers could clearly feel the huge commotion. 3 miles away, Chu Zhou, Shi Meng, and Ling Zhan looked back at the collapsed building and could not help but be slightly stunned. They did not expect Li Qingxi to blow up the building. Well done. Chu Zhou gave Li Qingxi a thumbs up and praised her sincerely. Eldest Miss Qingxi, you've avenged me this time. The Viper team has to pay the price even if they don't die since they suffered the impact of the bomb and had to face the collapse of the building. Awesome, it's really awesome. Shi Meng laughed heartily. Well done. Ling Zhan praised. Li Qingxi only smiled lightly in the face of the praise from Chu Zhou's 3 teammates, her face full of confidence. Liu Wu and the other members of the Viper team rushed out of the dust in a sorry state. Other than Liu Wu, the captain, almost all the other 3 were injured. That's right. Other than Liu Wu, there were only 3 people left from the Viper team. Captain, Ding Zhou is buried inside. Sniper Sun Long's eyes were red as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Captain, our Viper team has never suffered such a huge loss. Pang Shan hit his shield on the ground as if he was venting, creating a crack. Captain, we have to take revenge. Liu Jun also said hatefully. One of his arms was also scratched with a long blood mark by a large piece of wall that had fallen. Liu Wu took a deep breath. His single eye flickered with an unprecedented cold-killing intent. The mechanical arm in his right hand subconsciously clenched into a fist. Don't worry. We'll take revenge. Now, not only do I want them to die, but I also want them to die very tragically. His voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. The dense killing intent made people tremble. Not good. Captain, there's too much commotion here. The nearby monsters have been attracted, Sniper Sun Long suddenly exclaimed. Liu Wu and the others swept their gazes around and saw the surrounding monsters. Their expressions changed drastically. They had no time to take revenge on Chu Zhou and the others now. They had to think of a way to escape from the siege of the monsters. Otherwise, there would be no future. Chapter 54, Snake Dance Conference. The 4 members of the Viper team advanced carefully with very vigilant expressions in an old street that was almost occupied by plants. Suddenly, the corpse of a monster fell from the top of the building beside it. Not good, dodge. The 4 members of the Viper team immediately discovered the corpses of the monsters falling from the sky and skillfully dodged them. However, before the monster's corpse fell to the ground, it exploded with a loud bang, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. A lot of the splattered flesh stuck to the members of the Viper team. Damn it, this is the flesh of the blood wolf. Monsters like the blood wolf are the most vengeful. Once they discover that their companions have been killed by other creatures, they will immediately gang up on them and fight to the death. Cobra Liu Wu's face was ashen. Captain, there seems to be a blood wolf group nearby. Chu Zhou and the others must have killed a blood wolf and wanted to frame us. Sniper Sun Long gritted his teeth. Captain, the nose of the blood wolf is very sensitive. They can smell something from 5 kilometers away. Let's go quickly. Pang Shan reminded. Howl. At this moment, furious roars came from the surrounding streets. Many blood wolves seemed to know that their companions had been killed and were rushing over to avenge them. Damn it! Let's go! Liu Wu looked up at the roof hatefully and quickly left with the members of the Viper team. However, they were still surrounded and hunted by more than 100 blood wolves even if they escaped in time. Half a day later, Liu Wu and the others appeared on a broken bridge 5 kilometers away, but everyone was injured. Even Liu Wu, the captain, had many bite marks on his body. Sun Long, Pang Shan, and Liu Pian were so tired that they collapsed on the broken bridge. Even Liu Wu's eyes were filled with fatigue. For the past 3 days, they had been chasing after Chu Zhou and the others crazily. Original. They've thought that it would be easy for them to destroy a rookie team like Chu Zhou's. However, they realized that Chu Zhou and the others were simply difficult to deal with after taking action. Chu Zhou and the others were not blindly avoiding their pursuit. Instead, they would counterattack or ambush from time to time. A late-night sneak attack. After setting up the trap, he led them right into it. He suddenly lured a large group of monsters to where their Viper team was. After killing the monsters, he would frame them. They might even be attacked when they were relieving themselves. They were simply unscrupulous and would do anything. The Viper team was already exhausted from dealing with them without even a head-on battle. What made Liu Wu and the others the most afraid was that they could clearly feel that Chu Zhou and the others were growing rapidly and becoming more and more proficient in all kinds of methods. Damn it, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Liu Wu gritted his teeth and said fiercely. His single eye emitted a cold and vicious light. In the beginning, he was chasing after Chu Zhou and the others for Jin Jinggu's 100 million yuan reward. But now, he was determined to destroy Chu Zhou and the others even without remuneration. The performance of Chu Zhou and the others was too shocking. It was clearly just a rookie team, but its performance was even harder to deal with than most experienced teams. Moreover, they grew very quickly. He would not be able to sleep in peace if he did not eliminate such an enemy as soon as possible. In the basement of a ruined building, Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi looked at the nearly 100 fist-sized white snake eggs in front of them in shock. In the past few days, they had been fighting with their wits and courage with the Viper team. They had no choice but to change their resting spots often in order to avoid being found by the Viper team. However, they did not expect that the resting place they found at the last minute today would have more than 100 snake eggs inside. Look, there are black and white patterns on these snake eggs. This should be the egg of the golden umbrella silver ring snake. Li Qingshi pointed at the patterns on a snake egg and said seriously. Golden umbrella silver ring snake. Shi Meng was slightly shocked. This snake can basically become a high-level beast soldier after reaching adulthood. There's a 50% chance of advancing to the extraordinary realm. The golden umbrella silver ring snake is considered one of the hardest to deal with amongst beast soldier level monsters. Especially since this snake is highly poisonous. Even extraordinary realm experts will be in danger if they're bitten. Good stuff. Chu Zhou drooled when he saw the 100-odd snake eggs. The golden umbrella silver ring snake was one of the strongest beast soldier level monsters. Then, their snake eggs must be very nutritious. If he ate these snake eggs, his attribute points would definitely increase greatly. At that time, not only could he advance to an advanced awakening realm martial artist, he could also increase his other combat techniques or body tempering techniques. Pack up all these snake eggs and take them away. Make sure to hide the smell inside. By the way, isn't Liu Wu's nickname Cobra? When the time comes, we'll give him a gift and see if Cobra is stronger or the golden umbrella silver ring snake. As Chu Zhou spoke, he immediately began to put the snake eggs into his backpack and sprinkled medicinal powder to cover the smell of the snake eggs. Hehe, Boss Chu is smart. I also want to see if Cobra Liu Wu is stronger or the golden umbrella silver ring snake. Shi Meng chuckled and put the snake eggs into his backpack. The golden umbrella silver ring snake is usually a couple living together. I reckon they've gone out to look for food now. Let's move faster. Li Qingshi and Ling Zhan packed the snake eggs into their backpacks as she spoke. They put away all 100 snake eggs in no time. Let's go. After putting away all the snake eggs, Chu Zhou and the others left decisively. Not long after, 2 huge snakes more than 50 meters long crawled into the basement. The 2 giant snakes were covered in silver rings, and there was a huge golden umbrella-shaped snake fin on their necks. When the 2 huge golden umbrella silver ring snakes returned to the nest and saw that the snake eggs in the nest had all disappeared, they immediately went into rage. Hiss hiss hiss. A snarp and Norse MSS reverberated tunrugn out TNE entire basement, and TNE sound of crazily whipping the wall came from the basement. In the next moment, 2 huge creatures rushed out of the basement with an evil wind. Many of the surrounding monsters fell into panic. 2 days later, Liu Wu continued to search for traces of Chu Zhou and the others in the ruins with the members of the Viper team. Suddenly, a familiar scene appeared again. Another monster's corpse fell from the sky and suddenly exploded. Liu Wu and the others were already used to such attacks. Therefore, they all dodged in time. Of course, they were still tainted by some splattering blood. However, a small amount of 1 or 2 drops of blood would not affect them much even if they were hit. They would basically not smell as long as they wiped it clean and distanced themselves from the monsters. Hehe, it can't happen again. Do you really think we're fools to use the same scheme on us twice? Wipe the blood with sediment and chase. Liu Wu sneered and calmly used the sand on the ground to wipe 1 or 2 drops of water off his body. Then, he immediately jumped up to the 3rd floor, stepped onto the balcony of the 3rd floor and continued to jump up. Sun Long and the others also quickly wiped the blood on their bodies with sand before following Liu Wu. Soon, Liu Wu and the other 3 arrived at the balcony at the top of the building. Hi, welcome 4 friends to our snake dance conference. Next, it's time for you to party to your heart's content. There was no one on the roof. There was only a big smiley face drawn with the blood of a bright red monster and a row of words. Among them, the 2 eyes of the smiling face were made of 2 egg yolks. What do Chu Zhou and the others mean? Tricking us? Sun Long and the others looked at the smiling faces and words on the balcony and were very angry. However, Liu Wu stared at the 2 egg yolks on the smiley face and smelled the faint fishy smell that filled the air. He felt that something was wrong. Boom! Suddenly, the floor of the balcony was smashed through, and a huge black shadow crawled out and bit Sun Long's body. Moreover, it bit the body in half. Before Liu Wu and the others could react, another huge black shadow shot out from the dense vines at the edge of the building and swallowed Liu Jun, a member of the Viper team. Not good, these 2 are golden umbrella silver ring snakes. We've been tricked again. Liu Wu circulated his eyesight and saw the true faces of the 2 black shadows. When he saw the 2 egg yolks on the smiling face and the row of words, how could he not understand that they had been tricked by Chu Zhou and the others again? Chu Zhou! Liu Wu let out a ferocious roar from his throat before brazenly charging at a golden umbrella silver ring snake. Boom! His mechanical arm collided with a golden umbrella silver ring snake with a bang. Both sides retreated a distance, and there was no winner. However, the other member of the Viper team, Pang Shan, was not the other golden umbrella silver ring snake's match. He was ruthlessly slapped by the golden umbrella silver ring snake's tail and screamed as he flew off the roof and fell. In the distance, Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi were eating roasted meat comfortably on the roof while using their binoculars to watch the battle between the Viper team and the two golden umbrella silver ring snakes. Boss Chu, you're still the evil one. You actually thought of arranging such a snake dance conference. It's very rare to be able to eat roasted meat and watch such a performance in this ruined city. Xi Meng smiled. At this moment, his wound had basically healed. At the very least, it was no longer a problem to move freely. Sun Long, who sniped him, was directly bitten into two by a golden umbrella silver ring snake. He felt so relieved. The show arranged by Boss Chu is indeed exciting. Li Qingxi smiled and said in a low voice. However, Liu Wu is very strong and has basically reached the limit of an awakening realm martial artist. These two golden umbrella silver ring snakes might not be able to kill him. It's fine. I just want to see if Cobra Liu Wu is stronger or if the two golden umbrella silver ring snakes are stronger. I'll kill him if the two golden umbrella silver ring snakes can't do the deed. Chu Zhou said calmly, his eyes emitting a trace of confidence. He was now an advanced awakening realm martial artist. Chapter 55, Jin Jingguo arrives. This Cobra Liu Wu is indeed not simple. His strength has almost reached the limit of an awakening realm martial artist. It will still be difficult to kill him even if two golden umbrella silver ring snakes join forces. Chu Zhou and the other three watched the battle between Liu Wu and the two golden umbrella silver ring snakes through the binoculars. The battle could be said to be intense. On the balcony, Liu Wu fought against the two alone and collided crazily with two 50-meter-long golden umbrella silver-ringed snakes. Rumbling sounds kept coming. In the vision of Chu Zhou and the others, the balcony was constantly shattered by the battle between Liu Wu and the two golden umbrella silver-ring snakes. Even the entire building was shaking. In the end, the entire top floor where the balcony collapsed. Liu Wu and the two golden umbrella silver-ring snakes fell into the building that was filled with dust. While the violent collision was still happening in the dusty building, walls were pierced and shattered, and countless bricks shot out. Such a battle was unimaginable to ordinary people. It seems that two golden umbrella silver ring snakes won't be able to kill Liu. Let's send him off on account of our acquaintance. Chu Zhou chuckled and jumped down from the roof. Captain, you're really polite. Li Qingxi chuckled and jumped down from the roof. Xi Meng looked at Chu Zhou and Li Qingxi, who had jumped down from the roof, and was dumbfounded. The injury on his leg had just barely recovered. If he followed and jumped down now, could he withstand it? It wouldn't become a meat patty, right? Xi Meng was suddenly grabbed by Ling Zhan and jumped down before he could think too much. Ling Zhan, won't you be like Boss Chu and carry me on your back? I'm sorry, I won't. Ahem. In a remote alley, Liu Wu, who was covered in blood, leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. Liu Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, his gaze indescribably cold. He was the only one left in the Viper team. Pang Shan, a member of the Viper team who was sent flying off the balcony by a golden umbrella silver ring snake, was finally swallowed alive by the golden umbrella silver ring snake. The two golden umbrella silver ring snakes were simply crazy. They wanted to kill all the members of the Viper team at all costs. Liu Wu's strength was actually superior to the two golden umbrella silver ring snakes. However, the two golden umbrella silver ring snakes were too crazy. They did not care about their injuries at all. It was as if they wanted to drag him down with them even if they had to die together. In the end, he had to forcefully stimulate his potential and instantly severely injure the two golden umbrella silver ring snakes to escape. Chu Zhou, Liu Wu, will definitely not let you off. Thinking of Chu Zhou, who had caused all this, Liu Wu gritted his teeth so much that they were about to bleed. You won't let me off? Why don't you let me off? Chu Zhou suddenly appeared in front of Liu Wu. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at her playfully. Liu Wu's pupils constricted slightly. He did not expect Chu Zhou to appear in front of him at this time. Moreover, for some reason, he felt a hint of danger from Chu Zhou. Even though we've had many friendly exchanges these days. Strictly speaking, this is the second time we've officially met. Chu Zhou smiled brightly, giving off a friendly and intimate feeling. Can I ask you a question? Why did your Viper team attack us? Liu Wu was slightly stunned before he sneered. It's fine to tell you. Jin Jingguo used 100 million to buy your life. Of course we won't miss such good business. Unfortunately, we underestimated you. You're worth at least 500 million. He had no intention of keeping Jin Jingguo's secret. In fact, he already hated Jin Jingguo. You. Why did you say that Chu Zhou is just a mere beginner awakening realm martial artist? How could a beginner awakening realm martial artist do this? It almost destroyed their Viper team. Jin Jingguo. A deep killing intent flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes when he heard this. However, he smiled gently and said, "Thank you for telling me the answer. This is a gift for you." As he spoke, he took out a bomb from his pocket and threw it to Liu Wu. A gift? When Liu Wu heard Chu Zhou mention a gift, he instinctively wanted to reach out to take it. However, when he saw that the gift was a bomb, his scalp went numb. Chu Zhou. Your ancestors. Liu Wu cursed and retreated crazily. This brat was too sinister. It was even more sinister than him, the cobra. Boom. The bomb exploded with a bang, blowing through the wall beside it. Liu Wu was not hit because he retreated quickly. I'm so kind as to give you a gift, but you don't want it. You make me very angry. When I'm angry, I want to kill someone. Chu Zhou was infuriated that the other party did not want the gift he gave. He wondered if this special remote-controlled bomb was very expensive. Didn't he know that he, Chu Zhou, was very poor? To give such an expensive gift even though he was so poor. It could be said that he was very sincere. The other party actually didn't want it. It was a waste. Chu Zhou definitely could not tolerate such a person who wasted his money for nothing. Swoosh! He instantly used the phantom movement technique and caught up to Liu Wu like a ghost. At the same time, his skin turned into armor inch by inch, and silver armor appeared on his body. It emitted a ferocious and incomparably sharp aura. Boom! Chu Zhou and Liu Wu exchanged punches. Liu Wu's expression instantly changed drastically. The mechanical arm in his hand actually shattered. An extremely fierce and sharp origin power spread to his body. It made him, who was already seriously injured, unable to withstand it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a cry. There were even internal organ fragments in the blood. You're an advanced awakening realm martial artist. Liu Wu's eyes widened as she looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. He had obtained information about Chu Zhou from Jin Jingguo and knew that Chu Zhou had just advanced to an awakening realm martial artist less than a month ago. He had just advanced to the beginner awakening realm martial artist less than a month ago, but he had already become an advanced awakening realm martial artist. Suddenly, Liu Wu felt that he did not recognize this world. This was too unbelievable. You're right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Chu Zhou pulled out the dragon tooth battle saber on his back and slashed at lightning speed. The heavily injured Liu Wu could not block it at all and his head was cut off. Boss, you're awesome. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi and the others rushed over. They could not help but exclaim when they saw that Chu Zhou had already beheaded Liu Wu. No matter what, Liu Wu was an expert who had reached the limit of the awakening realm. His combat strength was still very strong even if he was seriously injured. Now that Chu Zhou had the ability to kill Liu Wu, it could only mean one thing: Chu Zhou was also very strong. Ling Zhan and the other two felt a little dazed at the thought that Chu Zhou was still an awakening realm martial artist who had just advanced not long ago and could even kill an expert like Liu Wu now. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou ignored Ling Zhan and the other two, as well as the dead Liu Wu. He raised his head and looked at the top of a tall building opposite. A tall figure had appeared there at some point in time. Jin Jingguo. After Chu Zhou learned from Zhou Yunchen that Jin Jingguo wanted to kill him, he had also investigated Jin Jingguo and seen his photo. Therefore, he recognized the figure at a glance. It was Jin Jingguo from the Jin family. Chapter 56, New Moon. Hey, are you going to do it yourself? Chu Zhou muttered to himself and sneered at Jin Jingguo's figure, accumulating strength in his entire body. He was also an advanced awakening realm martial artist now and had even cultivated to the first level of the extreme titanium golden body and an intent level curved hand blade. He was definitely considered a powerhouse among the advanced awakening realm martial artists. Therefore, he was no longer afraid of Jin Jingguo. Ling Zhan and the other two also noticed Chu Zhou's abnormality. They followed Chu Zhou's gaze and quickly saw Jin Jingyu. A new enemy. Ling Zhan and the other two instantly became vigilant. On a tall building, Jin Jingyu looked down at Chu Zhou and Liu Wu's corpse with a dark expression. That idiot Liu Wu was actually killed. He muttered to himself, but he became more vigilant against Chu Zhou. I'm just a step away from advancing to the extraordinary realm. If everything goes smoothly in the next few days, I can break through. Therefore, there's no need to take the risk now. Killing him will be as easy as killing an ant after I advance to the extraordinary realm. Jin Jingyu muttered to himself and instantly disappeared. He didn't attack. Instead, he chose to leave. Chu Zhou could not help but look puzzled when he saw Jin Jingyu leave. He knew that it was definitely not that Jin Jingyu did not want to kill him. The reason why he left now was very likely because he was not confident enough. He would only attack him when he was more confident. Could it be that he will become stronger during this period of time? Could it be that he's about to advance to the extraordinary realm? At the thought of this, Chu Zhou instantly felt a huge sense of urgency. After he became an advanced awakening realm martial artist, his strength increased greatly. He even killed a peak-level awakening realm martial artist like Liu Wu. However, if he faced an extraordinary realm expert, he was definitely not his match. The extraordinary realm had undergone a qualitative change compared to the awakening realm. It was far stronger than the awakening realm. No, I have to advance to the extraordinary realm as soon as possible. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and decided to stay in the wilderness with Ling Zhan to kill monsters. He needed to eat a large amount of monster meat to increase his attribute points. In a villa covered in moss, Jin Jingyu cleaned up a bathtub and went nearby to hunt monsters. He poured the monster blood into the bathtub and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Why didn't you attack just now? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in Jin Jingyu's ear. An electronic button on Jin Jingyu's combat uniform automatically activated, shooting out a beam of light that gathered into a figure wearing a silver cloak. On the silver cloak was a huge crescent moon pattern. Jin Jingyu's expression changed when he saw the figure in the silver cloak. He knelt on one knee in the bathtub. Sir, that young man has already advanced to an advanced awakening realm martial artist and even killed Cobra Liu Wu. I'm not absolutely confident. Therefore, I want to kill him after I advance to the extraordinary realm. Jin Jingyu said respectfully, a trace of fear flashing across the depths of his eyes. The figure in the silver cloak looked at Jin Jingyu coldly and did not speak for a long time. Jin Jingyu's face began to break out in cold sweat. You said that you would let your nephew, Jin Zhenyi's, kill him in the elite trial. I believed you. In the end, your nephew died himself. This was the first failure. You asked Liu Wu's Viper team to deal with him. In the end, the Viper team was completely destroyed. This was the second failure. During the first failure, that young man has advanced to the awakening realm martial artist. During the second failure, that young man could even kill a peak-level awakening realm martial artist. You trash seem to have become his whetstone, making him stronger and stronger. Jin Jingyu, listen carefully. You only have one last chance. This time, I want you to do it yourself. Moreover, I want to hear the news of that young man's death within a week. If you can't do it, then die. With that, the figure in the silver cloak disappeared. Damn it! Jin Jingyu suddenly punched the bathtub, which exploded, letting the surging beast blood flow to the ground. The last voice of the figure just now kept echoing in his mind. A hint of fear gradually appeared on his face. He knew that if he could not do it, he would really die. New Moon. He raised his arm and circulated his origin power. Gradually, the words New Moon appeared on his arm. More than a year and a half ago, a mysterious person found him, who was only an ordinary beginner awakening realm martial artist, and tempted him to join the New Moon organization with all kinds of benefits. Indeed, he had obtained many benefits after joining the New Moon organization. Not only had he obtained the beast blood breathing technique that had been sealed by the Alliance for many years. There were also many higher-level genetic potions, combat techniques, and so on that were not available in the martial artist mall. With the help of the beast blood breathing technique and the various resources provided by the New Moon organization, his cultivation speed increased explosively and he quickly advanced to the peak of the advanced awakening realm martial artist. He was only a step away from advancing to the extraordinary realm. However, more than a month ago, he suddenly received a mission from the New Moon organization: kill Chu Zhou from the 5th High School. There was no explanation, no information, only quests and requirements. Jin Jingguo instinctively realized that something was wrong. Even though he had only joined the New Moon organization for a year and a half and had not come into contact with many people, he had already realized how powerful and terrifying the New Moon organization was. The forbidden techniques banned by the Alliance, the mysterious combat techniques, genetic medicines, and so on that the martial artist Mall did not have. All of this meant that the New Moon organization was definitely unimaginably terrifying and powerful. Then, why did such a powerful organization have to kill an extremely normal high school student? Jin Jingguo immediately investigated Chu Zhou after receiving the quests. In the end, he realized that Chu Zhou was really a very ordinary high school student. His family background was also very simple. His father was a cripple and worked at a construction site. His monthly salary was 3,000 yuan. Chu Zhou's younger sister, Chu Yu, was also an ordinary junior high school student. Jin Jingguo could not tell what was special about Chu Zhou at all. However, the mission from the organization could not be rejected. He did not do it himself to be on the cautious side. Instead, he wanted to use his nephew, Jin Zhenyi's, to get rid of Chu Zhou. Therefore, he paid a huge price to buy precious genetic medicine and forcefully upgraded Jin Zhenyi's, this piece of trash, to an advanced apprentice. Then, he bought a C-rank breathing technique and a few C-rank combat techniques for Jin Zhenyi's and guided him in his cultivation. He then asked Jin Jingmao to arrange for Jin Zhenyi's to replace Chu Zhou in his guaranteed spot, which aroused Chu Zhou's dissatisfaction. He would take the opportunity to let Chu Zhou participate in the elite trial and let Jin Zhenyi's kill Chu Zhou in the elite trial. Everything that happened was not a coincidence. It was all arranged. The reason why it was so complicated was to let Chu Zhou die matter-of-factly, and not attract too much attention. It was best not to let anyone discover that Chu Zhou's death had anything to do with him, Jin Jingguo. But that piece of trash, Jin Zhenyi's, had failed. His superior was also constantly putting pressure on him. Therefore, he could only do it himself. Chu Zhou, you have to die no matter the reason why the organization wants to kill you. Jin Jingguo took a deep breath and said with a ferocious expression. If Chu Zhou did not die, then he, Jin Jingguo, would be the one dying. Chapter 57, A Sudden Mission. County 0504. A cold saber beam streaked across the golden umbrella silver ring snake's neck like lightning. The huge snake head immediately left its body. The snake body, which was more than 50 meters long, fell to the ground with a bang, smashing a crack in the abandoned cement road. And not far from this golden umbrella silver ring snake's corpse was another golden umbrella silver ring snake's corpse. Chu Zhou stood between the corpses of the two golden umbrella silver ring snakes and gently waved the dragon tooth battle saber to shake off the blood on it. These two golden umbrella silver ring snakes had already been severely injured by Liu Wu during the battle. Chu Zhou naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to kill monsters. When the golden umbrella silver ring snake reached adulthood, there was a 50% chance that it could transform into an elite-level monster, comparable to the human extraordinary realm. Therefore, it was even more valuable than the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs. The tendon of a golden umbrella silver ring snake was worth about 30 million alliance dollars. He could also obtain 3,000 contribution points by killing a high-level beast soldier-level golden umbrella silver ring snake. In other words, just these two golden umbrella silver ring snakes alone could earn Chu Zhou and the others 60 million alliance dollars and 6,000 contribution points. Boss Chu, you're still the best. If it weren't for you, let alone hunting the golden umbrella silver ring snake, it would be great if we could avoid being eaten by them. Shi Meng walked over and gave Chu Zhou a thumbs up. Captain, we killed 4 scorpion-tailed dogs queens this time. The profit is roughly 40 million alliance dollars and 4,000 contribution points. We also killed many other monsters during this period. We can earn 25 million alliance dollars and 2,500 contribution points. In addition, these two golden umbrella silver ring snakes. Our total profit this time is about 125 million alliance dollars and 12,500 contribution points. Li Qingshi told him about the overall benefits of this operation. Gasp! That's more than 100 million. Damn it! Martial artists really earn money. Shi Meng's mouth was about to split open from laughing. Suddenly, he patted his head and said to Li Qingshi. Unfortunately, even if we do find some bank cards from the Viper Squad's belongings, we won't be able to withdraw or transfer money from them. Otherwise, we would really be rich this time. However, Other than the bank card, we also obtained a lot of good things from the belongings of the Viper Squad, right? Li Qingxi smiled and nodded. The Viper Squad did leave us a lot of good stuff. Their prey alone is worth 60 million. However, we can't obtain contribution points for this part of the prey. Otherwise, once the Alliance finds out that we used other people's prey to deceive the Alliance's contribution points, the consequences will be extremely serious. The 3 martial arts schools and the global government will pursue us relentlessly. Chu Zhou and the others nodded slightly. The Alliance actually prohibited martial artists from killing each other. Every martial artist was the wealth of humanity after all. Every martial artist who died was a loss to the Alliance. However, the Alliance also knew very well that it was unrealistic and impossible to completely prohibit martial artists from fighting. Therefore, the Alliance basically turned a blind eye to the martial artists fighting in the wilderness as long as they were not caught with concrete evidence. The Alliance would also not interfere when the trophies obtained from the battles of these martial artists in the wilderness were sold to various human organizations or shopping malls. However, if someone took these trophies to the official organization designated by the Alliance to obtain contribution points, then things would get serious. Contribution points not only affected the operation of the rules of the martial artist mall, but also all aspects of humanity. Deceiving for contribution points was a bad thing that affected the foundation of human society. Therefore, once they discovered that someone had cheated their contribution points, the 3 martial arts schools and the global government would hunt them down until they died. In addition to the prey, we also obtained 5 high-level genetic nutrient solutions, 9 elixir of dawn, and a few weapons from the belongings of the Viper team. The total value is no less than 80 million Alliance dollars. All in all, we have to thank the Viper Squad. We got more than 140 million Alliance dollars from them. It's even more than what we got from killing monsters ourselves in terms of monetary value alone. Li Qingxi said briskly. Hiss. This Viper Squad is so rich. Thank you, Viper Squad. Thank you, Lu Wu. I wish you all a happy life down below. Shi Meng grinned and put his palms together, pretending to pray. We earned 265 million in just one operation. No wonder everyone wants to become a martial artist. Ling Zhan also sighed. Of course, he also understood that ordinary awakened martial artist teams, especially rookie teams, could not earn so much money. A normal martial artist team would only earn about 30 to 40 million in one wilderness operation. Each person might not even be able to get 10 million on average. The Sharp Blade Squad had gained so much this time because of Chu Zhou, the pervert. Of course, they also had to thank the Viper team for their dedication. Not bad, the gains from this operation are not bad. Chu Zhou smiled. He could buy a large number of high-level genetic nutrient solutions to increase his attribute points with so many benefits. Instead, he relied on eating monster meat to increase his attribute points. High-level genetic nutrient solutions were more efficient. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly, Chu Zhou and the others' communication watches rang at the same time. Chu Zhou looked at his communications watch and his expression froze. There was a message on it. Emergency notification from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Hello, Mr. Chu Zhou. Please head to the large martial artist supply base in the south of Guangdong City immediately. There's a secret quest that requires your participation. Secret quest? Chu Zhou was slightly shocked. As one of the 3 great martial arts schools of humanity, the Battleaxe Martial Arts School rarely gave missions to the members of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. However, once quests were issued, they were usually missions related to the safety of humans. What must have happened for the Battleaxe Martial Arts School to issue a secret quest? Chu Zhou thought about it in confusion and soon found out that Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi had also received the notification of the secret quests. Participation in such quests was mandatory. This was mentioned in the contract with the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Looks like we have to return to the supply base immediately. Chu Zhou and the others quickly pulled out the snake tendons of the 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes and packed them up. Then, they flew towards the supply base at full speed. Jin Jingguo, who was soaking in beast blood in a bathtub in an old building, also received a secret quest notification from Nature Martial Arts School. Damn it, I'm nearly there. Jin Jingguo received a secret quest notification from Nature Martial Arts School just as he felt that he was about to break through to the extraordinary realm. This made him a little angry. However, he also knew that such quests could not be rejected. Unless he completely gave up his status as a martial artist of the Nature Martial Arts School. The identity of a martial artist from the Nature Martial Arts School was very important to him. He could not give it up. Therefore, he got up and put on his combat uniform. He immediately turned into a shadow and flew out of the old building. In fact, Chu Zhou and Gang and Jin Jinggui were not the only ones who received the notification of the secret quests. All the martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools who were hunting monsters near the large-scale supply base in the south of Guangdong City received the notification. Therefore, many martial artists stopped what they were doing and rushed to the supply base at full speed. Chapter 58, My strength is all the result of hard work. Supply base. We're finally back. Chu Zhou and the other 3 looked at the supply base in front of them and felt as if a lifetime had passed. They had really experienced too much this time. Originally, they only wanted to head to County 0504 to kill the queen of the scorpion-tailed dogs. Who would have thought that they would suddenly be hunted down by the Viper team? The Viper team could be said to be one of the strongest teams among the awakened martial artist teams. If it were any other rookie team, they would probably be completely wiped out. The main reason why they could survive the pursuit of the Viper team and successfully counterattack was that Chu Zhou's strength had increased too quickly. However, even so, they had experienced many dangers during the pursuit. They could not help but feel emotional now that they had returned safely. Outside the supply base, many martial artist teams were rushing back from the wilderness. Looks like we're not the only ones who received the secret quest notification. Chu Zhou said to Ling Zhan and the others before stepping into the supply base. Chu Zhou, you're finally back. They saw a familiar figure walking towards them quickly before they could return to their rooms in the supply base. He was the chief instructor of Zhang City's Battleaxe Martial Arts School Kui Haikao. Kui Haikao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Chu Zhou and the others were safe and sound. He was really afraid that Chu Zhou, the genius he had painstakingly discovered, would die on his first hunt in the wilderness. That would be a shame. Chief Instructor, why are you here? Chu Zhou looked surprised. Even Supervisor Chen is here. Kui Haikao smiled. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. They naturally understood that the Supervisor Chen Kui Haikao was referring to was Chen Bazhu, one of the 3 supervisors of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School headquarters in Guangdong City. However, why would a big shot like Chen Bazhu appear here? Could it be related to the secret quest? At this moment, Chu Zhou and the other 3 had basically guessed the reason for Chen Bazhu's appearance at the supply base. This caused their expressions to become solemn. Even a big shot like Chen Bazhu had appeared. It was obvious that this secret quest was not simple. Let's go, I'll bring you to see Supervisor Chen. As Kui Haikao spoke, he brought Chu Zhou and the other 3 to see Supervisor Chen. Soon, Chu Zhou and the other 3 met Supervisor Chen Bazhu in an office. Chen Bazhu was younger than Kui Haikao and looked to be in his 40s. He had a strong physique and seemed to be able to hold up the sky. He sat upright in his seat, his eyes sharp, giving people a sense of oppression. The moment Chu Zhou and the others saw Chen Bazhu, they immediately felt a suffocating invisible pressure. This was not deliberately done by Chen Bazhu. It could only be said that he was too powerful, and Chu Zhou and the others were relatively weak. It was like an ordinary human seeing a terrifying behemoth that was taller than a mountain. Even if that behemoth had no ill intentions towards that human would instinctively be afraid. Chu Zhou, we meet again. Chen Bazhu smiled at Chu Zhou. In an instant, the invisible pressure that enveloped Chu Zhou and the others dissipated like the wind. Thank you for your sponsorship previously, Supervisor Chen. Chu Zhou thanked him. Chen Bazhu had personally sponsored him 100 million. He should thank him, now that he has seen him in person. Chen Bazhu waved his hand and said with a smile, I told you not to take it to heart. I heard from old Kui that he originally wanted to arrange for you to join an experienced extraordinary realm team, but you rejected his arrangements and formed a new team yourself. How was it? What did you get this time? Only then did Ling Zhan and the other 2 know that such a thing had happened to Chu Zhou. This made them even more convinced of having Chu Zhou as their captain. The harvest is not bad. This time, we killed 4 scorpion-tailed dogs. Queens, 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes, and some other monsters. They are worth about 125 million altogether. Chu Zhou didn't hide anything. He smiled and opened his backpack, showing the tails of the 4 scorpion-tailed dogs. Ling Zhan also silently opened his backpack and displayed the snake tendons of the 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes. T.I. high secondary MPNCYQ Hnolknolk filled with THP NRPV THPV had. obtained from the Viper team, so they did not open their backpacks. Chen Bazhu and Kui Haikao were stunned when they saw the 4 scorpion tails and 2 snake tendons. They naturally knew that the scorpion-tailed dog's queen was a high-level beast soldier. The adult golden umbrella silver ring snake was far stronger than ordinary high-level beast soldiers. It was precisely because they understood this that they were shocked. They knew very well that Chu Zhou's team was composed of newcomers who had just become beginner Awakening Realm martial artists. Such a rookie team had actually killed 4 scorpion-tailed dogs queens and 2 golden umbrella silver ring snakes? It was unbelievable no matter how they thought about it. How did you guys do it? Kui Haikao swallowed his saliva and stared at Chu Zhou and the others. It's very simple. Boss Chu is too abnormal. Even high-level beast soldiers are no match for him. With him around, we can easily kill these monsters. Shi Meng said casually. Even high-level beast soldiers were not Chu Zhou's match? Kui Haikao looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. Chu Zhou had just advanced to the Awakening Realm martial artist realm not long ago. Why was it that high-level beast soldiers were no match for him? Chen Bazhu's eyes lit up as he released his perception. Soon, he sensed the origin power fluctuations of the advanced Awakening Realm martial artist on Chu Zhou's body. You actually advanced to an advanced Awakening Realm martial artist. Chen Bazhu looked at Chu Zhou with a moved expression. The advancement process is quite difficult. Fortunately, I worked hard and survived. Chu Zhou nodded slightly. He had put in a lot of effort to become stronger. Not only did it cost a lot of money, he had to eat monster meat every meal and even bought 3 high-level genetic nutrient solutions. When he ran out of money, he had to risk his life to come to the wilderness to kill monsters and earn money so that he could buy high-level monster meat and genetic nutrient solutions in the future. Therefore, his current strength was the result of his efforts. Chen Bazhu, Kui Haikao, Ling Zhan and the other 2. There was a moment of silence. Chen Bazhu, Kui Haikao and Ling Zhan seriously suspected that Chu Zhou had some misunderstanding about quite difficult and hard work. You advanced to an advanced Awakening Realm martial artist less than a month after advancing to a beginner Awakening Realm martial artist, and you are complaining about it being quite difficult and hard work? At this moment, they all felt their hands itching and had the urge to beat someone up. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, you really didn't disappoint me. Chen Bazhu suddenly laughed and looked at Chu Zhou happily. It looks like our Battleaxe martial arts school in the Guangdong area is going to give birth to another big shot. Who knows, maybe I'll need your help to take care of me in the future. Supervisor, you must be joking. I'm just an Awakening Realm martial artist now. I've just started out. Chu Zhou smiled gently with a very calm expression. He did not get carried away just because of Chen Bazhu's praise. Chen Bazhu was even more satisfied when he saw Chu Zhou's reaction. How many young people in the entire Guangdong area could remain calm under his praise? He was certain that Chu Zhou would very likely become a big shot in the future and decided to increase his investment in Chu Zhou. He was prepared to report Chu Zhou's situation to the global headquarters of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School and apply for the headquarters of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School to give Chu Zhou more support. At this moment, Kui Haikao's mind was in a daze and he could not recover for a long time. However, he knew that he had made a great contribution by unearthing Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, I'll get the staff to help you deal with your prey later and convert them into money and contribution points. Now, I want to talk about this secret quest. At this point, Chen Bazhu's expression suddenly became very serious. There was even a trace of biting cold killing intent spreading from his body. Supervisor, what exactly is the secret quest this time? Chu Zhou asked curiously. Ling Zhan and the other 2 also looked at Chen Bazhu. Originally, I shouldn't have told you guys about this secret quest so quickly. However, you can be considered to be related to this secret quest. It's fine to talk about it as long as you don't reveal it to others. Chen Bazhu said with a serious expression. Speaking of which, this secret quest is related to the unforeseen events that happened in Zhang City's elite trial. The people of the Shadow Alliance released many monsters modified from human bodies when you were undergoing the elite trial. These genetically modified human monsters have attracted the attention of the 3 martial arts schools and the higher UPS of the various countries. After discussion, the higher UPS of the various countries and the 3 martial arts schools believe that the Shadow Alliance is currently conducting some very dangerous experiments. It will cause a huge disaster to the entire human race once they lose control. Therefore, the 3 martial arts schools and the higher UPS of the various countries have decided to destroy all the human experimental bases of the Shadow Alliance. Of course, the Shadow Alliance's tentacles have spread to every corner of the world. It's not easy to deal with. This is a long-term job. This time, we're going to destroy all the Shadow Alliance research bases discovered in the Guangdong area in one fell swoop. There's a large human experimental base of the Shadow Alliance near our supply base. Our goal is to completely destroy this research base. We won't let any of them off. Chu Zhou and the other three were stunned. They had never expected that the situations that had happened in the elite trial would have such a huge impact. Chapter 59, Shadow Research Base. Martial artists, from now on until 6 in the morning, the supply base will enter a state of martial law and cut off communication signals. Martial artists are strictly forbidden to enter or leave without permission. Anyone who enters or exits the supply base by force will be directly killed. At midnight, the entire supply base suddenly sounded a broadcast, announcing that it had entered a state of martial law. The army stationed at the supply base also took action and sealed off the supply base. As for the martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and many martial artists in military uniforms, they were gathered under the lighthouse. Looks like the 3 martial arts schools and the military are going to carry out another secret quest. I wonder what the secret quest is this time. Many martial artists outside of the 3 martial arts schools and the military guessed that they were going to carry out a secret quest when they saw that the supply base was suddenly under martial law. It had happened in the past, even though such incidents were rare. Every time the 3 martial arts schools and the military jointly carried out some special secret quests, they would usually make the supply base under martial law and lock down the base. Everyone also understood the intentions of the 3 martial arts schools and the military. This was to prevent the news from leaking and also to prevent martial artists outside the 3 martial arts schools and the military from secretly following them. Chen Bazhu, is this the genius your Battleaxe martial arts school discovered recently? A plump woman in her 30s walked towards Chen Bazhu, Chu Zhou, and the others who were under the lighthouse with a 17-year-old girl. Behind the plump woman and the young girl, a fat middle-aged man with a square face and big ears walked over with a gentle smile. When Chen Bazhu saw the plump woman and the fat middle-aged man walk over, he immediately smiled and said to Chu Zhou, "Chu Zhou, let me introduce you. This is Fu Yan, the manager of the Spirit Martial Arts School. He's Hosehai, the manager of the Nature Martial Arts School." Chen Bazhu pointed at the plump woman and the fat middle-aged man. "Supervisor Fu, Supervisor Ho, hello. I'm Chu Zhou." Chu Zhou greeted the plump woman and the fat middle-aged man politely. Fu Yan and Hosehai could not help but narrow their eyes when they saw Chen Bazhu introduce them to Chu Zhou. They could tell that Chen Bazhu thought highly of Chu Zhou. Otherwise, he would never have personally introduced the two of them to Chu Zhou. This was equivalent to helping Chu Zhou build connections. "Chu Zhou? Old Chen thinks highly of you. I'm looking forward to your performance tonight." Fu Yan stared deeply at Chu Zhou and said to the girl beside her, "Xiao Dai, this is a genius that old Chen thinks highly of. You can communicate with him more." "You? Hello, my name is Situ Dai." The girl beside Fu Yan immediately greeted Chu Zhou timidly. This girl seemed to rarely interact with others. She seemed very afraid of strangers when she greeted Chu Zhou. Her words were not smooth, and she did not dare to look into Chu Zhou's eyes. When Fu Yan saw this scene, she could not help but reveal a helpless expression. Her disciple was good at everything, her talent was also monstrous, she was just too timid. "Hello. We can get to know each other more in the future." Chu Zhou looked at the girl who greeted him timidly and could not help but smile gently. This girl was clearly not an ordinary person to be able to follow Fu Yan, the supervisor of the Spirit Martial Arts School. When the girl saw Chu Zhou's gentle smile, the nervousness in her heart eased a lot. She whispered to Chu Zhou, I've never killed anyone. Can I follow you when the quest starts? I'm a little afraid." Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He did not expect the girl to make such a request. "Of course." He nodded slightly. That's great." The young girl's face immediately revealed a bright and beautiful smile. She was like a holy little white flower that instantly bloomed, giving off a clean and clear feeling. When Fu Yan saw this scene, she was even more speechless. She had brought the girl to participate in this secret quest so that the girl could train. In the end, the girl found a backer so quickly. Looks like I have to arrange more quests for her to train in the future. Otherwise, when will she be able to grow up? Fu Yan secretly made up her mind and decided to arrange more experiences for the girl in the future. "Old Chen, Fu Yan, it's about time to take action, Hosehai suddenly said. Is General Shui here? Chen Bazhu asked. 3 supervisors, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A dignified middle-aged soldier in military uniform suddenly descended from the sky. I was chasing after a blue-scaled water ape just now and wasted a lot of time. As General Shui spoke, his body emitted a dense killing aura that made one shudder. Chu Zhou and the other young people seemed to have fallen into a pool of blood when General Shui appeared. Their noses and mouths were filled with the smell of blood. The timid Situ Dai couldn't help but tremble like a frightened rabbit. This General Shui had just experienced a massacre, and the killing intent on his body was too strong. On the other hand, the military martial artists' eyes revealed wildness and admiration when they saw General Shui. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Chen Bazhu, Fu Yan, Hosehai, and General Shui suddenly soared into the air and floated above the hundreds of martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and the military. Let's go. The 3 supervisors and General Shui flew out of the supply base after giving the order. Hundreds of martial artists immediately flew after him. Chen Bazhu and the other 3 did not explain what the secret quests were or where they were going to carry out the mission at all. They only gestured for the martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and the military to follow behind them. Flight. This is an ability that only control realm powerhouses have. Chu Zhou and the others flew behind Chen Bazhu and the other 3 figures with a hint of yearning in their eyes. Above the awakening realm was the extraordinary realm, and above the extraordinary realm was the control realm. After a martial artist reached the control realm, they could escape the gravity and fly freely. Flying freely was the dream of countless humans. Chu Zhou and the others naturally wanted to fly freely. However, the control realm was still very far away from them. Chu Zhou, I saw Jinjing Guyu. Look, he's over there. Li Qingxi suddenly pointed at a flying figure and reminded Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked in the direction Li Qingxi was pointing and immediately saw Jinjing Guyu. Coincidentally, Jinjing Guyu also looked at Chu Zhou. Their gazes collided. In fact, Jinjing Guyu was not calm at all. He saw Chu Zhou standing together with a big shot like Chen Bazhu. He even seemed to be highly valued by Chen Bazhu. This made his heart feel very heavy. He felt immense pressure. Damn it, how does he know a big shot like Chen Bazhu? Jinjing Guyu was in a bad mood. Chu Zhou had received the recognition of a big shot like Chen Bazhu. Would he suffer Chen Bazhu's revenge if he killed Chu Zhou? This put a lot of pressure on him. However, he had to kill Chu Zhou no matter what for the sake of his life. Let's see if we can kill him in the chaos this time. If not, I might have to use that move. Jinjing Guyu thought to himself. He retracted his gaze and suddenly sped up. Chu Zhou also retracted his gaze. He also wanted to kill Jinjing Guyu immediately. However, it was clearly not possible under the watchful gazes of everyone. Hundreds of martial artists followed Chen Bazhu and the other 3 and quickly transmigrated hundreds of kilometers into the wilderness. Even the monsters in the wilderness did not dare to approach with the deterrence of Chen Bazhu's 4 experts. Thus, their journey was very smooth. Soon, they came to a small hill by the lake. Stop! Hundreds of martial artists stopped with that command. The lake was sparkling and the small mountain was quiet. There was nothing special about this place. However, since Chen Bazhu and the others had found this place, there must be a huge problem here. I'll do it. In the sky, General Shui took out a dark red military saber. He suddenly moved and waved his military saber at the same time. The dark red military saber slashed at Xiao San like a bolt of lightning. In fact, the air showed signs of distortion, producing violent ripples wherever the saber shadow passed. This ripple spread down along the saber shadow. The lake water below actually sizzled. The lake water in this area split apart, revealing the mud at the bottom of the lake. Immediately, the water from other places rushed over. Bang! The lightning-like saber shadow struck the small mountain. The entire small mountain was forcefully split open in the middle in that instant. One could see a research base with many advanced technological equipment hidden inside the small mountain through that crack. Chapter 60, 3 Evolution Routes, 1. A huge research base hidden inside the mountain appeared in front of Chu Zhou and the others. The research base in front of him seemed to have hollowed out the entire interior of the mountain. There were many white metal plates that flickered with blue light, as well as many advanced instruments on the walls of the base. The research base was in a mess at this moment. Manned researchers in white robes were in a mess. Kill. Leave no one alive. Chen Bazhu coldly gave the order to attack. Kill. Hundreds of martial artists immediately rushed into the research base through the open entrance. Be careful! Chu Zhou said to Ling Zhan, Li Qingxi, Shi Meng, and Situ Dai, who was beside him, before leading them in. Boo-hoo! At this moment, a shrill alarm sounded from the research base inside the small mountain. A large number of figures rushed out of the depths of the base with guns and fired at Chu Zhou and the others. For a moment, countless tongues of fire spat out. Bullets rained down like a metal storm. However, they all stopped in midair and shot back before the countless bullets could hit Chu Zhou and the others. For a moment, miserable screams sounded. Many figures who rushed out of the research base were killed by the bullets they shot. Humph! How dare you use a gun in front of a spiritualist? Courting death! Fu Yan's cold laughter sounded from the sky. When hundreds of martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and the military faced the bullet storm just now, other than the extraordinary realm martial artists, the other awakened martial artists were a little terrified. Even though awakening martial artists had awakened the power of their genes, it was still difficult for them to resist a large number of dense bullets at the same time after all. They were immediately relieved when they saw the scene just now. They knew that there was an extremely powerful spirit reader on their side. Spiritualists were good at controlling things. They were not afraid of large-scale bullet attacks with this powerful spiritualist around. The morale of the martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and the military instantly soared. The power of a spiritualist can actually be so powerful. Chu Zhou was secretly amazed. After becoming a martial artist, his understanding of martial artists had also deepened. Those who unlocked the first stage of the genetic lock were awakened martial artists. The life field energy of an awakened martial artist would increase greatly and could be converted into origin power. Their physical fitness, strength, agility, thinking reflexes, combat instincts, danger perception, and other aspects would also widen the gap between them and apprentices and develop in an inhuman direction. When the life force of an awakening realm martial artist had strengthened to a certain extent and their understanding of the essence of life had improved, they would have a chance to unlock the second stage of the genetic lock. He would be an extraordinary realm martial artist after successfully unlocking the second stage of the genetic lock. Compared to awakening martial artists, extraordinary realm martial artists would undergo a qualitative change. The origin power of an extraordinary realm martial artist could not only be released from the body, they could also be strengthened in a certain direction. Generally speaking, after a martial artist advanced to the extraordinary realm, they would develop 3 evolution paths, namely the super body system, elemental system, and spiritual system. As the name suggested, the super body system was an evolutionary path that focused on the evolution of the physical body. The elemental system promoted their evolution path by mastering various natural energies such as wind, rain, lightning, fire, and so on. The spiritual system focused on strengthening the spiritual power and promoting the spiritual transformation. Spiritual system martial artists were also known as spiritual masters. There were the most martial artists in the super body system. Secondly, there were elemental system martial artists, which totaled about half of the super body system martial artists. The spiritual system martial artists paid more attention to mental talent. There were relatively fewer of them, and they were not even in the range of 1/10,000 of the martial artists in the super body system. However, there was no superiority between the 3 evolution paths. It did not mean that the fewer people there were on that evolutionary path, the more powerful it would be. In fact, the dragon, Sol the sun god, and Changa Saha were the 3 strongest people on earth. They happened to be super body system martial artist, elemental system martial artist, and spiritual master correspondingly. However, among the 3 of them, the strongest was not Changa Saha, who was a spiritual master, but Dragon, the super body system martial artist. Of course, spiritual masters had a huge advantage under certain circumstances. Now for example, all the bullets stopped and were reflected back. Looks like I have to master the treasure pagoda meditation technique as soon as possible. After personally witnessing the power of the spiritual master, Chu Zhou also made up his mind to cultivate the treasure pagoda meditation technique as soon as possible. With the attribute board in hand, he would feel sorry for himself if he did not become an all-rounded warrior. Kill! Chu Zhou and the others rushed into the research base and encountered a group of hostile martial artists charging out. Chu Zhou killed 3 enemy martial artists in a row in the blink of an eye. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi did not show any mercy and killed a white-robed martial artist. On the other hand, Situ Dai, who was following behind Chu Zhou, was pale and trembling. When she saw a white-robed martial artist rushing towards her, she was so frightened that she closed her eyes. Don't come over! Don't come over! She grabbed at the white-robed martial artist with both hands. Daggers flew out of her body and pierced through the white-robed martial artist's body at lightning speed. Then, daggers pierced through the white-robed martial artist at least dozens of times. Chu Zhou and the other three were speechless when they saw the tragic white-robed martial artist. All right, he's dead. Chu Zhou patted Situ Dai's pretty face. Chu Zhou, I'm scared. Situ Dai screamed and hid behind Chu Zhou. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and stuck her head out to look at the white-robed martial artist she had just attacked. You're afraid? Why do I feel that he's even more afraid? Shi Meng walked to the corpse of the white-robed martial artist who had been stabbed into a hedgehog and said with a strange expression, this brother, probably died aggrievedly. Situ Dai's face turned even paler when she saw the corpse. She seemed to have accidentally killed someone. She was really careless. All right, let's continue. Killing the enemy is secondary. We have to pay attention to see if there are any other gains. Such a large research base must have a lot of important resources. We can grow quickly if we can get enough cultivation resources from here. Chu Zhou's eyes began to sweep across the huge research base to see if he could find some cultivation resources as he spoke. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi's eyes lit up. They all had their reasons to become stronger. They would definitely not miss the opportunity to obtain cultivation resources for free. Oh! There is a high-level genetic nutrient solution in that alloy box. Suddenly, Chu Zhou saw an open alloy box. There were at least 50 high-level genetic nutrient solutions that he was very familiar with in the alloy box. One high-grade nutrient solution was worth 10 million. In other words, the high-grade nutrient solution in the alloy box was worth 500 million. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He used the phantom movement technique and rushed towards the alloy box at full speed with no hesitation. However, Chu Zhou was not the only one who rushed towards the alloy box. There were two other figures. One of them was Jinjing Guyu. Chapter 61, Shock, a huge mutant creature appears. 1. Shadow Research Base. Chu Zhou, Jinjing Guyu, and a black-clothed martial artist from the Shadow Research Base rushed towards the alloy box containing a total of 50 high-level genetic nutrient solutions. This belongs to our Shadow Alliance. The black-clothed martial artist said coldly. With a flip of his hand, he took out two pulse energy pistols that flickered with blue light and fired at Chu Zhou and Jinjing Guyu. Bang, 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 bang. He fired more than 10 shots in a row. Blue energy bullets tore through the void and shot at Chu Zhou and Jinjing Guyu. Chu Zhou's expression was very calm. He used the extreme titanium golden body the moment he saw the black-clothed martial artist take out his spear. His body immediately revealed a faint metal color, and his skin turned into armor inch by inch. Silver armor covered his hands and right leg, and the phantoms of silver armor appeared on the other parts of his body. At the same time, he used the phantom movement technique. He pulled out two lifelike figures with every step he took. Energy bullets pierced through the figures pulled out by Chu Zhou. Two energy bullets landed on Chu Zhou. However, they were all blocked by the silver armor on Chu Zhou. Other than the huge explosive force that slowed him down a little, it basically did not hurt him. Jinjing Guyu was also unable to dodge all the energy bullets. He had also been shot. However, a layer of blood armor suddenly appeared on his body and blocked the energy bullet. The black-clothed martial artist's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Chu Zhou and Jinjing Guyu to be able to block the energy bullets with their physical bodies. However, he had no more chances. A sharp lightning-like saber beam drew a sharp arc and instantly beheaded him. Almost at the same time, an alloy spear pierced through his heart like a poisonous dragon coming out of a cave. In the next moment, the dragon tooth battle saber collided with the alloy spear again. The two figures quickly exchanged a move and quickly separated, standing on both sides of the alloy box. Chu Zhou stared coldly at Jinjing Guyu's figure, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. Similarly, Jinjing Guyu's cold eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Chu Zhou. Neither of them said anything. There was no need to say anything. At this moment, they no longer cared about the rules or the occasion. They only had one thought in their minds: kill. This thought was so strong that it even made them forget the existence of the box of high-level genetic nutrient solutions in front of them. They made their move. Their figures turned into afterimages at the same time. The dragon tooth battle saber covered in grey origin power slashed out in the sharpest arc. It was like an incomparably fast grey lightning that tore through the sky. Under the influence of origin power, the blood-colored alloy spear rushed towards Chu Zhou like a blood dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce lightning and the blood dragon collided rapidly. The dragon tooth battle saber and the alloy spear collided hundreds of times in an instant. The explosive origin power fluctuation shattered the metal floor and the surrounding machines. When the other martial artists saw this, they did not dare to approach. When this timid-looking girl saw the Blood Shadow team rushing up, she was so frightened that she almost cried and closed her eyes, shouting not to come over. Among them, Situ Dai's performance stunned Ling Zhan and the others. When this timid-looking girl saw the Blood Shadow team rushing up, she was so frightened that she almost cried and closed her eyes, shouting not to come over. In the end, every member of the Blood Shadow team who rushed towards her was pierced hundreds of times by dense daggers into a beehive. They died a tragic death. 4 members of the Blood Shadow team died tragically at Situ Dai's hands before Ling Zhan and the other 2 could do much in the blink of an eye. I killed someone again. I'm so afraid. Situ Dai hid behind Ling Zhan and the other 2. Her face was pale and she trembled. Ling Zhan and the other 2. At this moment, they were cursing and swearing in their hearts. On the other side. Boom. The alloy spear ruthlessly pierced through a piece of metal like silver armor on Chu Zhou's body in an incomparably intense collision. However, it was stuck in the silver armor. At the same time, the incomparably sharp dragon tooth battle saber tore through the blood armor on Jin Jinggu's body and cut off his entire left arm with a puff. Spring-like blood spewed out of Jin Jinggu's severed arm. How is this possible? Your body actually blocked my spear. Jin Jinggu did not seem to notice that his left arm had been cut off. He stared fixedly at the spear that was stuck by the silver armor and was in a daze. Don't you know that there's still a body tempering technique in this world? Jin Jinggu, die. Chu Zhou smiled coldly and waved his saber again. He used the intent level curved hand blade technique on the dragon tooth battle saber. In an instant, an extremely sharp saber beam slashed at Jin Jinggu's neck. However, an incomparably bloody and ferocious aura suddenly erupted from Jin Jinggu's body at this moment. A large amount of blood mist surged out of his body like a tide, covering his figure. Roar. A roar that should not have come from a human sounded from the blood mist. Boom. The floor was pierced through. A figure wrapped in blood mist fell from the huge hole into the second underground level of the research base. However, the dragon tooth battle saber had already cut through the blood mist, leaving a huge wound on the figure before it fell through the hole. Chapter 62, Shock, a huge mutant creature appears. 2. What was that just now? When the dragon tooth battle saber split the blood mist just now, what he saw was not Jin Jingvu's body, but a row of dorsal fins and many blood-colored scales. This was not the characteristics of a normal human. At this moment, Chu Zhou thought of the fallen martial artists and the scar-faced man he had killed during Operation Storm. The scar-faced man's arms had also mutated. Not only were they thicker than an ordinary human's arm, they also had a layer of black carapace. Could Jin Jinggu be related to fallen martial artists and has also undergone some kind of experiment on his body? When Chu Zhou thought of this, a cold smile appeared on his face. He wanted to destroy not Jin Jinggu but the entire Jin family now. Under normal circumstances, it would not be easy for him to deal with the Jin family even if he destroyed Jin Jinggu. The Jin family would always protect the laws of the human race as long as they hid in Zhang City. However, if Jin Jinggu was related to the fallen martial artists, then, he could destroy the entire Jin family. Ling Zhan, catch! Chu Zhou quickly picked up the alloy box containing 50 high-level genetic nutrient solutions and closed it. Then, he threw it to Ling Zhan. In the next moment, he rushed into the second level of the research base through the huge hole that Jin Jinggu had fallen through. He would not let Jin Jinggu off so easily. Hiss, that young man seems to be called Chu Zhou. The famous butcher Jin Jinggu, in the Awakening Realm martial artist circle was defeated by that young man just like that. That young man seemed to be standing beside Supervisor Chen of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School not long ago. It seems that he's the latest genius unearthed by the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Many martial artists had witnessed the entire battle between Chu Zhou and Jin Jinggu with their own eyes and were shocked by the combat strength Chu Zhou displayed. Jin Jinggu was a figure standing at the top of the pyramid in the Awakening Realm martial artist circle. However, he was defeated by a young man like Chu Zhou just like that. They could not help but tremble. As for the battle between the Sharp Blade Squad and the Blood Shadow team, these martial artists did not say anything. It was very normal for two martial artist teams to fight each other for benefits in the wilderness. Both sides took the initiative to attack. There was no way to say who was right or wrong. Of course, the so-called interests here were not snatching other people's prey or hunting others for remuneration. The interests here referred to interests that did not belong to anyone. For example, the box of high-level genetic nutrient solution just now. The box of high-level nutrient fluids belonged to the Shadow base. The Sharp Blade Squad and the Blood Shadow team could take it. Under such circumstances, the Alliance chose to turn a blind eye towards the fight between the Sharp Blade Squad and the Blood Shadow in order to obtain high-level nutrient fluids. However, if in fact the Sharp Blade Squad or the Blood Shadow team took the initiative to retreat and give up fighting for the high-level nutrient solution, then, there would be a problem if the Sharp Blade Squad continued to chase after the Blood Shadow team. There was actually an unspoken rule here when encountering such interests that did not belong to anyone in the wilderness. There were actually two choices. Give up. Retreat yourself. Under such circumstances, the Alliance would protect the martial artists who retreated. Participate in the competition. Bear the consequences. If he participated in the competition because of his greed even though he knew that it was dangerous, then, sorry, the Alliance usually wouldn't interfere too much. Therefore, the Alliance most likely chose to turn a blind eye to Chu Zhou and Jin Jinggu's situation. When Chu Zhou entered the second level of the research base, he was stunned. The second level of the research base was at least 10 times larger than the first level. On this level, there were all huge special glass containers filled with some liquid. The smallest of these glassware was 3 meters tall, and the largest was even 7 to 8 meters tall. However, what shocked Chu Zhou the most was the figure of a ferocious monster in each of the glass containers. These ferocious monsters were not monsters, nor were they humanoid monsters that Chu Zhou had seen in the elite trial. It looked like a combination of humans and monsters. Many ferocious monsters had the bodies of monsters, human faces, human arms, human legs, and so on. At this moment, Chu Zhou was not the only one who entered the research base. There were also dozens of martial artists from the 3 powerful martial arts schools and the military. Among them, were more than 10 whose life field energy fluctuations completely surpassed that of awakening realm martial artists. Among these dozen figures, some had tall bodies and muscles that were like steel. They were 2 to 5 meters tall. Some had fireballs floating around them, and some had eyes that were as deep as vortexes. Clearly, these dozen people were very likely extraordinary realm experts. However, everyone's expressions changed when they saw the ferocious monsters in the glassware. Damn it! What exactly does the Shadow Alliance want to do? They actually developed such monsters. A martial artist surrounded by 9 high-temperature fireballs said with a livid expression. I thought that the people of the Shadow Alliance were just going to the extreme to break through and that most of them should still be biased towards humans. But from the looks of it, they're completely crazy to actually create such a monster. Another towering martial artist said with a murderous expression. It seems that the 3 martial arts schools and the higher UPS of the various countries are determined to destroy many research bases of the Shadow Alliance this time. They did the right thing. Chapter 63, Shock, a huge mutant creature appears. 3. It's just that I don't know how far the Shadow Alliance's research on these monsters has gone. If it's already very in-depth, then we humans might be in big trouble. Another martial artist with deep vortexes in his eyes said solemnly. The Shadow Alliance actually created such a monster that combines humans and monsters. This has already seriously crossed the bottom line of the human alliance. Chu Zhou stared deeply at the ferocious monsters in the glassware, his heart inexplicably heavy. He had a faint premonition that the birth of these monsters would have a very serious impact on the entire human race. The existence of the monsters was already very difficult for humans to deal with. However, who would have thought that the Shadow Alliance formed by some fallen martial artists among the humans would actually research and create such a monster? At this moment, he inexplicably thought of a sentence he had heard in his previous life: humanity's greatest enemy is humanity themselves. Humans were too complicated. It was not strange for them to create a species that was extremely harmful to humans for their personal benefit. Crack, crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the huge glassware. The ferocious monsters sleeping in the glassware suddenly opened their violent eyes. Boom! A hand covered in green scales suddenly pierced through the glassware and grabbed a martial artist. The martial artist was turned into minced meat with a pft. Then, a ferocious monster with the body of a lion-type monster and human face and two strange human hands covered in green scales shattered the huge glassware and jumped out. Right on the heels of that, ferocious monsters with the characteristics of humans and monsters at the same time shattered the walls and broke out. Howl. Roar. Gulp. Waves of terrifying and ferocious roars sounded, almost filling the entire second level of the research base. They rushed towards Chu Zhou and the others. Kill. Dozens of figures suspected to be Extraordinary Realm led Chu Zhou and the other Awakening Realm martial artists to engage in a tragic battle with these awakened monsters and ferocious monsters. These ferocious monsters were unexpectedly powerful. More than 10 awakening martial artists were torn apart in a short period of time. Even the dozen or so figures suspected to be Extraordinary Realm were injured. Die! Chu Zhou shouted and cut a monster in half with his saber. However, he was also sent flying dozens of meters by a ferocious and huge hand. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the first level of the extreme titanium golden body. Even if this slap could not kill him, it could still severely injure him. Not good, these ferocious monsters are too strong. Some of them have even reached the Extraordinary Realm. It's very dangerous for me to continue staying here. Chu Zhou looked at the ferocious monsters warily and thought about what to do. At this moment, the entire research base shook violently, as if it had been hit by a meteorite falling from the sky. A huge hole dozens of meters wide suddenly opened in the entire research base. 4 figures with incomparably powerful auras descended from the huge cave. They were Chen Bazhu, Hosehai, Fu Yan, and General Shuet. Chen Bazhu and the other 3 looked at the ferocious monsters that had the characteristics of both humans and monsters at the same time with gloomy expressions. It seems that the Shadow Alliance did not go to the extreme. They have betrayed the entire humanity. They deserve to die. Chen Bazhu's gaze was as cold as a blade, and his body emitted an extremely strong killing intent. His figure suddenly moved, and the entire space suddenly shook. Boom, boom, boom. He threw countless punches in an instant. Every punch was incomparably rageful. The unparalleled power of his punches vented and shot out air cannons. All the ferocious monsters were instantly blasted into pieces by the air cannons. Even the entire research base was blasted through. Such strength dazzled Chu Zhou and the others. It was really too powerful. However, just as Chen Bazhu blasted all the ferocious monsters on the second level of the research base into pieces, the entire research base suddenly shook violently. Roar! An incomparably heavy and low roar sounded from the depths of the earth, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened at this moment. At the same time, huge hands several meters thick and dozens of meters long suddenly broke out of the walls of the research base and grabbed everyone in the research base. These huge hands were not differentiated between friend and foe. Be it the martial artists of the 3 martial arts schools and the military, or the martial artists and researchers of the research base itself, they were all its targets. Whoever was grabbed by the huge hand would immediately turn into meat paste. Even all kinds of alloy weapons were shattered. On the second level where Chu Zhou and the others were, an extraordinary realm expert was accidentally grabbed by a huge hand that suddenly stretched out. He was also forcefully minced into a bloody mess with a scream. It was a tragic sight. Everyone, retreat from the base immediately. The expressions of Chen Bazhu and the others changed drastically. They activated their origin power and roared, informing the martial artists of the 3 martial arts schools and the military to immediately retreat from the base. At the same time, they quickly activated their origin power and wrapped around Chu Zhou and a dozen other martial artists before flying out of the research base through the huge hole above. Soon, the martial artists from the 3 martial arts schools and the military also withdrew from the research base. However, only about 100 of the hundreds of martial artists who entered survived in the end. There were heavy casualties. Chu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ling Zhan and the others were fine. When Chen Bazhu and the other 4 experts saw that there were only about 100 martial artists left, their expressions were so dark that they could drip water. Damn it, what exactly is the monster hidden in the deepest part of the base? They looked solemnly at the constantly shaking and collapsing shadow base. They actually felt a sense of danger from that unknown monster just now. This meant that this unknown monster had at least reached their level. Rumble. Under everyone's gaze, the huge research base and the small mountain that had been split open began to collapse and sink bit by bit. A large amount of dust soared into the sky. Terrifying pale hands dozens of meters long stretched out of the collapsed base and the flying dust. The pale hands even grabbed people who were screaming in fear. The figures were like worms struggling in the palm of a giant before being crushed into blood mud. This scene was simply a horror movie. Chu Zhou and the other martial artists felt their scalps tingle. Finally, the entire research base completely collapsed into ruins, and the terrifying monster hidden in the dark revealed its true body. However, the impact of this monster's true body on everyone was too great. It was a huge monster nearly 100 meters tall. It stood on the ruins, casting a huge shadow rays. What was even more terrifying was that this monster's body was that of a snake-type monster, but both sides of its body were covered in huge human arms. On its head was also a huge woman's face with disheveled hair. Sukna monster Tnat Tnainad never seen Bator dealt a nuke blow to everyone's hearts. Chapter 64, That Person. What? What kind of monster is this? Everyone looked at the huge figure that was like a mountain range and felt a chill run down their spines. This huge monster formed from human characteristics and the body of a monster was far more impactful than ordinary monsters. It was like a terrifying creature from a nightmare. It made people feel fear, tremble, and despair. The Shadow Alliance actually created such a terrifying creature. Is this a complete betrayal of humans and standing opposite us? Shi Meng's scalp went numb as he cursed. Such a terrifying monster has been created. I hope it's just a special case. Otherwise, we humans will be in big trouble. Li Qingshi said solemnly. My strength is still not enough. Chu Zhou looked at the huge figure that made people feel despair. His only thought was to become stronger and stronger. The current him was too weak in front of such a monster. He was like dust and was insignificant. At this moment, his desire for strength was so strong. He would never allow himself to continue being so powerless. Shriek. Suddenly, the huge mutated creature let out a shrill and ear-piercing scream. Layers of ripples appeared in the air. A terrifying sonic storm swept for miles. Waves surged in the lake. Countless fallen leaves flew, and trees were forcefully shattered. A sandstorm visible to the naked eye swept past many martial artists. Many martial artists immediately spat out blood. Let's get out of here. Chu Zhou's expression changed. He hurriedly led Ling Zhan and the others to retreat a few kilometers away before taking out his binoculars to take a look. The other martial artists did almost the same thing as Chu Zhou and the others. That huge mutated creature was too powerful. The following battle was not something they could participate in at all. It was even dangerous to watch from afar. At this moment, only Chen Bazhu, Hosehai, Fu Yan, and General Shui were facing the huge mutated creatures head-on. Chen Bazhu and the other three looked at the mutated creatures solemnly. Suddenly, their pupils constricted. Under their gazes, an arrogant young man in black actually pushed aside the mutated creature's dense forest-like black hair and walked out. He sat cross-legged on the mutated creature's head. The black-robed young man looked at Chen Bazhu and the others teasingly and said. The Battleaxe Martial Arts School's supervisor, Chen Bazhu, the Nature Martial Arts School's supervisor, Hosehai, the Spirit Martial Arts School's supervisor, Fu Yan, and General Shui from the military. You guys are really rude. You destroyed this base that I worked so hard to build. Oh yeah, you seem to have not only attacked the base I'm in charge of, but also the other bases in our Shadow Alliance's area. Tisk tisk, your actions are really decisive. However, your actions make me very angry. It's actually you Qin Long. Chen Bazhu stared fixedly at the young man in black and said his name. Ha ha ha, Supervisor Chen's eyes are not bad. You recognized me so quickly. Qin Long smiled coldly. Hosehai, Fu Yan, and General Shui's expressions turned solemn. Of course, they knew Qin Long. Qin Long, nicknamed Poison Dragon, was one of the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance. He was a powerful figure in the Shadow Alliance. Qin Long was a super dangerous person who could be ranked in the top 100 on the wanted list of the Human Alliance. Even some king-tier experts among the fallen martial artists were not ranked as high as Qin Long. It's actually one of the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance, Qin Long. This is a very dangerous person. Chu Zhou and the others also saw Qin Long through the binoculars. Someone recognized Qin Long's identity and shocked many people. Chu Zhou thought of the Silver Fox Subai he had seen before. Silver Fox Subai was one of the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance like the Poison Dragon, Qin Long. These 2 people were equally famous. If Poison Dragon Qin Long was so terrifying, then Silver Fox Subai was probably the same. At this moment, Chu Zhou could not help but secretly rejoice that Subai had no ill intentions towards him at that point in time. Otherwise, he would have died countless times. Qin Long, what exactly does your Shadow Alliance want to do? You actually created such a monster. Don't you know that once this monster goes out of control, it might be even more terrifying than the current monsters and endanger the entire human race? Could it be that your Shadow Alliance really wants to stand against humans? Chen Bazhu scolded angrily. An astonishing aura rose from his entire body, as if a primordial wild beast was gradually waking up. The air around him showed signs of distortion. Hehe, stand against humans? Can your 3 martial arts schools and the military of the various countries represent the entire human race? Qin Long sneered and said coldly, Chen Bazhu, you probably know some inside information since you can be supervisors. On the surface, the human alliance seems to be becoming stronger and stronger. It seems to be able to suppress the monsters and even counterattack. But is that really the case? I admit that the 3 strongest experts, Dragon, Soul the Sun God, and Changa Saha, are indeed incomparably powerful. Especially Dragon. He's so powerful that it makes people despair. However, even they can't suppress everything. Back then, if not for that person. I'm afraid everything will be different now. When Chen Bazhu and the other 3 heard Qin Long's words, their expressions changed slightly. Indeed, if not for the shocking change that swept through the world back then, the situation of the human alliance would not be like this if not for that person bathing the world in blood and killing all the ambitious people in fear. Humph, since you know how terrifying that person is. Aren't you afraid that he'll attack your Shadow Alliance's headquarters again and make your chief kneel on the ground and bark like a dog? Chen Bazhu sneered. Qin Long's expression froze, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He stared at Chen Bazhu faintly and said coldly, Humph, putting aside the possibility that that person is still alive, so what if he's still alive? Times are improving, and our Shadow Alliance has also been improving. This era is no longer his era. Chen Bazhu, Hosehai, Fu Yan, and General Shuet, I'll give you a chance now, join our Shadow Alliance. I'm not afraid to reveal some information to you. A new era is coming, and our Shadow Alliance will definitely be one of the rulers of the new era. It's not too late for you to join us now. Qin Long's words made Chen Bazhu and the other 3's hearts sink. However, they responded to Qin Long's invitation with attacks. Qin Long, you're not qualified to recruit me, Chen Bazhu. Chen Bazhu roared angrily, and his hair stood on end. His body instantly expanded to 3 meters tall. His steel-like muscles trembled violently, causing the surrounding void to show signs of instability. Boom! A layer of blue flame suddenly appeared on his body. An incomparably heavy and domineering aura spread from his body, causing the ground within a few kilometers to tremble. Swoosh! Chen Bazhu suddenly turned into a blue meteor that tore through the night sky. He had the aura of 1,000 troops as he directly collided with the large mutated creature that looked like a towering mountain. Qin Long's expression turned cold when he saw Chen Bazhu charging over. He immediately asked his mutated creatures to kill him. Shriek! The towering mutated creatures that were like mountains let out a sharp cry. White arms dozens of meters long blasted towards Chen Bazhu. The speed of each arm broke through the sound barrier, bringing with it layers of white sound waves. From afar, it looked like a 1,000-handed god fiend undergoing world destruction. The scene was very spectacular. Chen Bazhu, who was only 3 meters tall, was too insignificant compared to the mutated creatures that looked like towering mountains. However, Chen Bazhu's aura was not inferior to a huge mutated creature at all. Boom! With an earth-shattering tremor, Chen Bazhu and the mutated creatures retreated at the same time. The ground within a radius of 500 meters under the mutated creature exploded with a bang, turning into a huge sinkhole. Hosehai's figure had appeared above the mutated creature's head. A light of ice and snow suddenly bloomed from his body and instantly enveloped the sky within a mile. In the next moment, hundreds or thousands of white ice spears that gave off an incomparably cold and dead aura were instantly formed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Amidst layers of terrifying screams, countless huge ice spears shot out like tens of thousands of sharp arrows. They connected and enveloped the mutated creatures. Every ice spear let out a terrifying scream that broke the sound barrier, leaving no doubt that the terrifying kinetic energy contained in it was enough to pierce through mountains. There was no way for the mutated creatures to dodge such a terrifying attack. In less than half a blink of an eye, thousands of huge ice spears stabbed at its body. The skin on its body, which was as tough as diamond and could not even be pierced through by machine guns, instantly turned into a sieve. Blood holes were directly pierced through it. It could not help but retreat repeatedly under affliction and furious roars. General Shui also attacked the mutated creatures. His entire body seemed to have fused with the dark red military saber, turning into a dark red lightning that streaked across the surface of the mutated creatures again and again. It left a bone-deep blood mark and caused a large rain of blood each time. Fu Yan's attack was the most special. She stared at the mutated creatures from afar. Every once in a while, her eyes would emit a milky white strong light. Every time her eyes emitted a strong light, the mutated creatures screamed in pain, as if they were under an invisible attack. However, the mutated creature was indeed terrifyingly powerful. It could still counterattack continuously even under the joint attack of Chen Bazhu and the other three experts. The pale hands that were dozens of meters long, the waterfall-like black hair, the mouth full of fangs, and the terrifying self-healing ability were all part of its powerful weapons. The commotion in this battle was shocking. Every attack from any one of them could shatter a skyscraper. They fought as they moved, completely shattering the earth within a radius of several kilometers and turning it into ruins. Many monsters living in this area were swept into the aftershock of the battle and turned into corpses. Chu Zhou and the other martial artists had already retreated repeatedly. Is this the battle of experts above the extraordinary realm? It's simply a moving natural disaster. Chu Zhou and the others were inexplicably shocked. Only by experiencing a battle of this level could he truly feel how terrifying it. Chapter 65, Crazy Improvement. The 42nd level of the basic breathing technique. Boom! A fierce battle that lasted for 6 hours ended. The mutated creatures that looked like towering mountains finally collapsed under the joint attack of Chen Bazhu and the other experts. The huge corpse suppressed the forest. However, Chen Bazhu and the other three did not look happy at all when they saw the huge mutated creature fall. On the one hand, Qin Long escaped. On the other hand, the birth of this huge mutated creature made them vaguely feel a terrifying undercurrent. Once this undercurrent erupted, it might overturn the current situation of humanity. The three of you, we have to report the situation here to the higher UPS as soon as possible and bring back the corpse of this mutated creature. Chen Bazhu said. That's how it should be. Hosihai, Fu Yan, and General Shui nodded. The discovery here today was too serious. He had to report it to his superiors as soon as possible. The quests are over. Return to the base. Soon, Chu Zhou and the others received instructions to end the quest. Is the quest finally over? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that the quest had ended. This quest was really too dangerous. There were more than 300 people when they arrived, but only about 100 survived. 2/3 of them died. Moreover, if not for Chen Bazhu and the other experts dealing with the terrifying mutated creatures, the casualties would be even more serious. Immediately find traces of Jinjing Guyu. I want to see him either dead or alive. As soon as the quest ended, Chu Zhou asked Ling Zhan and the others to search for traces of Jinjing Guyu. They first rushed into the ruins of the research base and searched. Then, he searched the shattered battlefield again. However, they could not find Jinjing Guyu's corpse. Boss Chu, could it be that Jinjing Guyu is already dead and his corpse was destroyed by the monsters in the base or the huge mutated creature? Shi Meng said. That's possible. But I'll treat it as if he's still alive as long as I don't see his corpse. Chu Zhou said calmly. Actually, he no longer took Jinjing Guyu seriously. They had huge gains this time. Other than the box of high-level genetic nutrient solutions he had thrown to Ling Zhan in the base, Ling Zhan and the others had also found a box of intermediate-level genetic nutrient solutions. In addition, they had also obtained dozens of core materials of high-level beast soldiers who had been killed by the aftershock of the battle on the battlefield. These gains, coupled with the gains from the 0504th county, were enough to raise Chu Zhou's strength to an extremely shocking level after allocating them to cultivation resources that increased his attribute points. Chu Zhou was even confident that he could raise his strength to the extraordinary realm. At that time, Jinjing Guyu would be courting death if he came looking for him again. Chu Zhou and the others quickly returned to the supply base. The martial artists in the supply base who did not participate in the secret quest immediately caused a huge commotion when they found out about the mission carried out by Chu Zhou and the others. They were in an uproar especially when they saw Chen Bazhu and the other 4 experts flying back with the corpses of the mutated creatures. You must come to the Spirit Martial Arts School in Guangdong Base City to look for me in the future. Situ Dai bade farewell to Chu Zhou and the other 3 reluctantly before being brought away by Fu Yan. She kept looking back at Chu Zhou and the others while leaving. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi also waved goodbye to Situ Dai with slightly melancholy expressions. Even though he had only interacted with Situ Dai, this timid girl, for less than a day. However, in just a short period of time, this girl left a good impression on them. Some people could become bosom friends in less than a day. Some people were still as unfamiliar as before even though they met every day, every month, and every year. This was the subtlety of the relationship between people. Chu Zhou and the others only retracted their gazes after Situ Dai's figure completely disappeared. After the gains this time are converted into cultivation resources, it would be enough for us to cultivate for a long time. Therefore, I plan to continue staying in the supply base and cultivate for a while. What about you? Chu Zhou smiled at Ling Zhan and the other two. I'm alone and only have one sword. As long as I can practice the sword, it doesn't matter where I am. I'll stay here too. Ling Zhan said expressionlessly. Chu Zhou glanced sideways and stared deeply at Ling Zhan. He felt a bone-deep loneliness from Ling Zhan. This was the first time he had heard Ling Zhan talk about his background. Alone? Could it be that Ling Zhan was an orphan? Chu Zhou thought to himself. I'll stay here too. We can go out to hunt monsters at any time. I'll also use the monsters to sharpen my assassination skills. Li Qingxi also smiled. All of you are staying here. Of course I have to stay too. Don't even think about secretly working hard and shaking me off. Shi Meng said mischievously. All right, we'll continue to stay in the supply base and improve ourselves. Chu Zhou was a little touched. Actually, he knew that if not for the fact that he wanted to stay here, Ling Zhan and the other two might have chosen to return to Zhang City to rest. Humans were not machines after all. Most people would choose to return to the city to rest for a period of time after hunting monsters. Then, Li Qingxi brought all the monster materials she had obtained to the staff of the base to deal with them. Chu Zhou brought a box of high-level genetic nutrient solutions and a box of intermediate-level genetic nutrient solutions into his room in the base to cultivate in seclusion. In 5 days, 50 high-level and 50 intermediate-level genetic nutrient solutions were injected into his body. At this moment, he stared at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Awakening Realm Martial Artist, Life Field Energy 32. Attribute Points, 2375. Basic Breathing Technique, A rank level 17, Colored Vortex Form, upgradable. Phantom, B rank level 2 Proficient, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, C rank 1st level, Triangular Armor Formation, upgradable. World Destruction, SS rank Beginner, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, A rank starting out Curved Hand Blade, D rank level 5 Intent Realm, upgradable. Sharp Blade Kick, D rank level 4 Perfection Realm, upgradable. Chu Zhou smiled when he saw a total of 2,375 attribute points. This was the first time he had so many attribute points. It seems that the efficiency of the genetic nutrient solution is indeed faster than eating monster meat. Eating monster meat is limited by my body's digestive ability. I can eat at most 3 meals a day. But the limitation of the genetic nutrient solution is much smaller. I can inject 10 high-level genetic nutrient solutions and 10 intermediate-level genetic nutrient solutions a day. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and looked at the World Destruction, SS Rank Introduction, Upgradable, column. In the past 5 days, other than constantly injecting high-level genetic nutrient solutions, he had been constantly cultivating and comprehending the World Destruction Saber technique. The scene of Chen Bazhu and the others fighting the huge mutated creature touched him greatly. In particular, the scene of General Shui using his military saber to fight the mutated creatures was the most enlightening to him. In the past 5 days, he kept recalling the scene when General Shui attacked. At the same time, he comprehended the World Destruction Saber technique. He had finally mastered the World Destruction Saber technique. To Chu Zhou, be it breathing, combat techniques, movement techniques, body tempering techniques, meditation techniques. The rest would be easy as long as he got started. He would just leave everything to his talent. The breathing technique is the core of everything. I'll upgrade the breathing technique first. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He asked his attribute board to raise the breathing technique to the limit. Swoosh! The attribute board immediately turned into a high-frequency blinking phantom. Countless information words appeared and updated at high speed in the phantom information board. At this moment, Chu Zhou instinctively entered a cultivation state and cultivated the breathing technique under the effect of his attribute board. The circulation route of the basic breathing technique in his body became more and more complicated, as if it was constantly fissioning. Countless rays of light gathered around Chu Zhou's body. Energy light spots of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other elements appeared in the void and gathered in his body. However, this time, these light and energy light spots did not gather into a colorful vortex above his head. Suddenly, twisted black lines appeared on the surface of his body, like miniature abysses that devoured everything. All the light and energy light spots were devoured by twisted black lines. A tide-like sound sounded in the void. Rolling cosmic energy surged out of the void and was devoured by abyss-like black lines. The light in the room he was in darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the entire room turned grey. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt countless cosmic energy surging into his body, tempering his body, organs, cells, genes, and so on. At this moment, he could clearly feel his life field energy increasing and increasing. This transformation only slowly stopped after 3 hours. The room also regained its light. Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath, creating a gust. He felt that he had become more than 10 times stronger. It was as if it had endless vitality. An explosive power filled his entire body. At this moment, he felt that his punch could directly blow up a skyscraper. He looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Awakening Realm Martial Artist, Life Field Energy. 402, plus 370. Attribute Points, 125. Basic Breathing Technique, S-Tier 42nd Level, Abyss Form, Unupgradable. The basic breathing technique has been upgraded to the 40th level. It's comparable to the S-Tier breathing technique. Most importantly, the life field energy has increased by 370. Your total has reached 402. The lower limit of a beginner extraordinary tier is 100. Intermediate tier extraordinary tier is 200, and advanced tier extraordinary tier is 300. In that case, my current life field energy has already surpassed many high-level extraordinary tier people. Even though I have yet to unlock the second level of the genetic lock and advance to the extraordinary realm. But beginner and intermediate extraordinary realm martial artists probably wouldn't stand a chance against my punch. Chu Zhou was overjoyed. He did not expect his improvement to be so great this time. A figure wrapped in blood light suddenly rushed out of a cave dozens of kilometers away from the ruins of the Shadow Research Base. Ha ha ha, extraordinary realm! I finally advanced to the extraordinary realm. Chu Zhou, you probably didn't expect that not only did I not die, I even advanced to the extraordinary realm. This time, I want to challenge you to a life and death battle. Then, I'll torture you to death. Jin Jingguyu's expression was savage as he retorted. He turned into a blood-colored afterimage and rushed towards the supply base at full speed. Chapter 66, Challenge? Extraordinary Realm? Instant Kill. Building 18 of the supply base. Chu Zhou, I want to fight you to death. Jin Jingguyu stood at the entrance of Building 18 and stopped Chu Zhou and the others. He stared coldly at Chu Zhou and challenged him. Isn't this butcher Jin Jingguyu? I heard that Chu Zhou and him fought over a box of high-level genetic nutrient solutions in the Shadow Base. In the end, he lost an arm to Chu Zhou and the other members of the Blood Shadow team were also killed by the members of the Sharp Blade Squad. Jin Jingguyu actually initiated a life and death battle with Chu Zhou. Looks like he's avenging the members of the Blood Shadow team. Chu Zhou was no longer a nameless novice like when he first arrived at the resupply base. Not long ago, many people saw a big shot like Chen Bazhu bring Chu Zhou along. Now, almost all the martial artists in the entire base knew that Chu Zhou was a genius valued by a big shot like Chen Bazhu. In addition, the news that Chu Zhou had cut off Jin Jingguyu's arm in the Shadow Base also spread. Jin Jingguyu was quite famous among the Awakening Realm martial artists in the supply base, and was called the Butcher. Chu Zhou severed Jin Jingguyu's arm and could be considered to have stepped on him to become famous. Therefore, many martial artists from the supply base were attracted when they saw that Jin Jingguyu wanted to fight to the death with Chu Zhou. Jin Jingguyu, losing an arm doesn't feel good, right? Shi Meng looked at Jin Jingguyu's severed arm and sneered. You've lost to our boss. You actually dare to appear in front of our boss instead of hiding like a rat. Captain, this person doesn't look like a rash person. There might be a conspiracy. Li Qingshi tugged at Chu Zhou's sleeve and reminded him softly. Chu Zhou, don't agree to it. Kui Haikao, who was still in the supply base, hurriedly rushed over when he heard that Jin Jingguyu wanted to fight Chu Zhou to the death. He was afraid that Chu Zhou would agree to Jin Jingguyu's challenge on impulse. He had also heard that Chu Zhou had severed Jin Jingguyu's arm. Jin Jingguo should not be Chu Zhou's match, but he was still worried. In his heart, Chu Zhou's future was limitless. There was no need to take the risk. Jin Jingguo, what exactly do you want? Kui Hiko suppressed the anger in his heart and stared at Jin Jingguo murderously. He would have taken down Jin Jingguo immediately if not for the fact that he did not have a suitable reason. Jin Jingguo tried his best to restrain the fluctuations of the life field energy in his body so that Kui Hiko would not see through his plan on showing off his extraordinary realm as he faced Kui Hiko's angry rebuke. Instructor Kui, almost all the members of my Blood Shadow team have been killed by Chu Zhou and the Sharp Blade Squad. Even though this is all because of interests and no one is right or wrong, it's normal for me to avenge my teammates, right? Could it be that Instructor Kui, you won't allow me to avenge my teammates? Moreover, I remember that the alliance has a rule. If there's an irresolvable conflict between two martial artists, as long as both sides agree, they can fight to the death. Jin Jingguo said expressionlessly. This. Kui Hiko was speechless. The alliance did have such a rule. When two martial artists had an irreconcilable conflict, they could indeed fight to the death as long as both sides agreed. This was because the martial artists now basically belonged to a certain faction. This was to avoid the conflict between the martial artists expanding from the conflict between the two martial artists to the conflict between the two factions. Of course, the prerequisite was that both sides had to agree. Otherwise, one party could not force the other. Even though I don't like Butcher Jin Jingguo, it's indeed not wrong for him to avenge his teammates now. The surrounding martial artists discussed animatedly. Many people did not like Jin Jingguo, but they had no objections to his current actions. Most of the members of the martial artist team had a better relationship because they had to kill monsters together for a long time, suffer together, and enjoy life together. If the team members were killed by other martial artists, the remaining team members were usually very angry and would even think of ways to take revenge. Therefore, many of the surrounding martial artists agreed with Jin Jingguo's actions. Kui Hiko could not speak because of this. He could not stop Jin Jingguo from avenging his teammates, right? He could only use his eyes to signal Chu Zhou not to agree. However, Chu Zhou suddenly stood up and smiled. Jin Jingguo, you really won't give up on me. Okay. I agree to your challenge. At this moment, at this place. Let's fight to the death. Chu Zhou looked at Jin Jingguo calmly without any ripples on his face. Jin Jingguo did not expect Chu Zhou to really agree. He was overjoyed. This was really too good an opportunity. No one could blame him if he killed Chu Zhou this way. This was because Chu Zhou had agreed to it himself. Moreover, there were so many martial artists as witnesses. Okay. At this moment, at this place. Let's fight to the death. He immediately assumed a posture and pointed his alloy spear at Chu Zhou. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely strong origin power fluctuation erupted from his body, and a ball of blood-colored flame suddenly emerged from his body. Sizzle! The surrounding earth was instantly charred by the blood-colored fire emitted from his body. Surging flames spread on the ground. What? This is the power of an extraordinary realm expert. Jin Jingguo has actually advanced to the extraordinary realm. The surrounding martial artists looked at the blood-colored fire that suddenly appeared on Jin Jingguo's body with surprise. They were not shocked that Jin Jingguo was an extraordinary realm martial artist. There were many extraordinary realm experts in the supply base. They were just surprised that Jin Jingguo had suddenly advanced to the extraordinary realm. It's over. Chu Zhou is in trouble. He just agreed to fight to the death with Jin Jingguo. He probably didn't expect Jin Jingguo to have already advanced to the extraordinary realm. Many martial artists looked at Chu Zhou with a hint of sympathy. No. I have to save Chu Zhou later even if it means violating the alliance's rules. Kui Hiko did not expect Jin Jingguo to advance to the extraordinary realm. He took a deep breath and prepared to attack at any time. Ling Zhan, Shi Ming, and Li Qingshi's expressions also changed drastically. They did not expect Jin Jingguo to already be an extraordinary tier either. This made them worry for Chu Zhou's safety. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, you didn't expect me to have already advanced to the extraordinary realm, right? However, it's too late even if you wake up now. Die! Jin Jingguo let out a sharp cry and stomped on the ground with both feet. A 5-meter-long pit immediately exploded on the ground, and surging flames burned inside. His entire body turned into a scarlet fire meteor and charged at Chu Zhou. The alloy spear in his hand was wrapped in blood-colored fire and looked like a ferocious fire dragon. The fire dragon-like alloy spear instantly stabbed Chu Zhou's throat under everyone's nervous gazes. Ling Zhan and the other two broke out in cold sweat. Kui Haiko's body trembled, and surging origin power erupted from his body. His entire body tensed up, and he was already prepared to repair his body at lightning speed. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou suddenly moved. His speed was far faster than Jin Jingguo's. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Jin Jingguo while dodging the alloy spear. His right hand with his 5 fingers opened and grabbed Jin Jingguo's face at lightning speed. Then, he pressed down ruthlessly. Boom! Jin Jingguo's face was pressed down by Chu Zhou. He fell backward and smashed into the ground. A large area of the ground exploded, countless blood-stained gravel shot out, and a large amount of dust surged. Jin Jingguo completely collapsed. His entire body was bleeding. His breathing was weak. One move. It was just one move. Jin Jingguo was instantly killed by Chu Zhou. At this moment, the scene was very quiet. Dead silence enveloped the air. Chapter 67, The End of the Jin Family. Outside Building 18 of the supply base. Many martial artists looked at Jin Jingguo, who was bleeding and breathing weakly on the shattered ground, and fell into a dead silence. It was too surprising. A moment ago, Jin Jingguo suddenly erupted with extraordinary realm power. They all thought that Chu Zhou was dead for sure. Chu Zhou was only an awakening realm martial artist after all. The difference between an awakening realm martial artist and an extraordinary tier was too great. However, who would have thought that Chu Zhou would defeat Jin Jingguo in just an instant? Moreover, it was completely crushing. An awakening realm martial artist instantly killed an extraordinary tier? This was too unbelievable. Everyone found it difficult to accept such a fact. Among the onlookers, Kui Haiko and the other extraordinary realm experts could not help but release their mental strength to carefully sense Chu Zhou's life force. In an instant, they sensed Chu Zhou's extremely majestic life force. Oh, his life force is too strong. I'm afraid most extraordinary tier people do not have as strong a life force as he has. An extraordinary realm expert muttered to himself in a daze. His life force is indeed unreasonably strong. However, the life force of an extraordinary tier has a special genetic fluctuation, and he doesn't have. He's indeed an awakening realm martial artist. It's just that, such an awakening realm martial artist is too abnormal. I understand why Jin Jingguo was crushed now. Jin Jingguo has just advanced to an extraordinary tier, and his life field energy is probably only a little more than 100. And Chu Zhou's life field energy has reached at least 400. The difference in life field energy is so great. It would be strange if he wasn't crushed. The other extraordinary tier exclaimed. This. How did Chu Zhou do it? He's only an awakening realm martial artist. How can the life field energy be so powerful? This doesn't make sense. Kui Haiko was completely stunned. He had wanted to save Chu Zhou at a critical moment. He did not expect such a huge reversal. Chu Zhou's unreasonably majestic life force stunned him. However, he immediately fell into ecstasy. He was 100% certain that Chu Zhou indeed had the potential to become the human martial god. As long as Chu Zhou did not die halfway, their Battle-Axe martial arts school might have another human martial god in the future. He, Kui Haiko, had unearthed a human martial god? At the thought of this, Kui Haiko was so excited that he could not control himself. Boss, actually instant killed an extraordinary realm martial artist? Miss Kingshi, am I seeing things? Shi Meng rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he had been planted with an illusion. Captain, it's indeed too abnormal. Li Qingxi took a deep breath and muttered to herself. Those who can fight above their level are called geniuses. Someone like the captain who can fight above his level, can only be said to be a monster. Ling Zhan said in a low voice, his eyes burning. Everyone present was shocked by Chu Zhou's performance, but Chu Zhou himself was very calm. To him, this was a battle that he had long known the outcome of. There was nothing to be excited about. He looked indifferently at Jin Jingguo, who was barely breathing, as if he was waiting for something. At this moment, the heavily injured and dying Jin Jingguo's body suddenly twitched violently. His mouth subconsciously opened and let out an incomprehensible beast roar. It was as if a sealed beast in his body had suddenly broken out. Wisps of scarlet blood mist filled with the smell of blood emerged from every pore on his body. Red scales began to grow on his skin. The most obvious was the spine on his back. A row of black sword-shaped dorsal fins grew out. His hands and feet had also turned into sharp beast claws. His head had become an ugly beast head. Roar! Blood! Give me blood! Jin Jingyu let out a muffled beast roar from his throat as if he had turned into an orc. Humph! A transformation, finally. Chu Zhou smiled coldly and carefully observed Jin Jingyu's changes. This? What's going on? How did Jin Jingyu become like this? Many onlookers were shocked when they saw this. Beast blood breathing technique. Damn it, Jin Jingyu actually dared to cultivate a forbidden technique that the Alliance explicitly prohibited. No, the beast blood breathing technique has been destroyed by the Alliance for many years. Who taught him this breathing technique? No wonder Jin Jingyu's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds in the past year. So he cultivated this forbidden technique. Kui Haikyo and the other extraordinary realm martial artists quickly deduced that Jin Jingyu cultivated the beast blood breathing technique from the changes in his body. The beast blood breathing technique was once widely circulated among humans. However, most of the people who cultivated the beast blood breathing technique would eventually become monsters that would only lose their rationality and kill ruthlessly, creating an incomparably huge disaster. Therefore, the Human Alliance announced that the beast blood breathing technique was a forbidden technique and captured all the martial artists who cultivated it and imprisoned them in a mysterious prison. The entire capture process lasted for a full 10 years. They had used countless manpower and resources. They have also sacrificed a large number of martial artists to finally complete the purge. From then on, the beast blood breathing technique disappeared from human society. However, the name of this breathing technique could be found on the list of forbidden techniques announced by the Alliance. Now that this extremely harmful breathing technique had reappeared in the world, Kui Haikyo and the other extraordinary realm martial artists had a bad feeling. So he cultivated the beast blood breathing technique. No wonder he became like this. Hehe, the beast blood breathing technique is a forbidden technique strictly forbidden by the Alliance, but Jin Jingyu was discovered to have cultivated this forbidden technique. Then the Jin family is finished. When Chu Zhou heard the discussion of Kui Haikyo and the other extraordinary realm martial artists, he immediately understood the reason why Jin Jingyu had changed. Bang! He suddenly stepped on Jin Jingyu's head and it exploded. For a moment, blood splattered. He was not interested in whatever secrets Jin Jingyu had. He only wanted Jin Jingyu to die and also wanted to destroy the Jin family. Now, his goal could be achieved. There was no more value in keeping Jin Jingyu alive. Everyone, be my witness. Jin Jingyu died at my hands. It's not that I'm bloodthirsty, he was the one who insisted on fighting me to the death. Chu Zhou slowly shook his right foot to get rid of the bloodstains on it as he smiled at the surrounding martial artists. Everyone felt an inexplicable chill when they saw how nonchalant Chu Zhou was after killing someone. However, everyone knew that Chu Zhou could not be blamed for this. They all expressed that they could testify for him. Chu Zhou, don't worry. This matter was caused by Jin Jingyu. It's not your fault. Moreover, Jin Jingyu actually dared to secretly cultivate the beast blood breathing technique. Even if you don't kill him, he will be sentenced to death by the Alliance. Even Jin family can't escape punishment. Kui Haikyo said coldly. Moreover, he was not just merely commenting. He opened his communications watch and contacted someone about the situation here. Soon, a team of soldiers appeared in front of Jin Jingyu's corpse and took it away. Chu Zhou took the opportunity to tell Kui Haikyo that an assassination attempt was once made on him by Jin Jingmao of the Jin family. This made Kui Haikyo even angrier. He made another call. Zhang City Elite Area Redbud Garden. The Redbud Garden was similar to the Dragon Bay Gardens where Chu Zhou's family was. This was a martial arts community established by the Nature Martial Arts School in cooperation with the government. It was specially provided for martial artists from the Nature Martial Arts School to live in. Jin Jingyu's Jin family lived in the Redbud Garden. On this day, a team of murderous martial artists in military uniforms barged into the Redbud Garden and walked towards the Jin family's villa. The former academic director of the 5th High School, Jin Jingmao, was leisurely sipping tea in the small garden in front of the Jin family's villa. He did not seem to be affected much even though he was fired by the 5th High School. He was in good spirits and his face was flushed. Hehe, I'm sure third brother has already killed that little bastard Chu Zhou. That little bastard actually dared to go against our Jin family. He deserved to die. Jin Jingmao smiled coldly and took a sip of tea. He trusted his third brother, Jin Jingyu. All these years, there was basically nothing his third brother, Jin Jingguo, could not do. He believed that this time would not be an exception. Suddenly, he saw a team of murderous martial artists in military uniforms walking over. What are you doing? This is the martial artist community where the family of the martial artist from the Nature Martial Arts School lives. Do you know that you will be directly killed if you barge in here? Jin Jingmao scolded sternly, but he was a little flustered. He could tell that these military martial artists seemed to have extraordinary identities. They were not ordinary soldiers. They seemed to be martial artists from a special organization. Jin Jingmao, right? Arrest him. The leading military martial artist said. In the next moment, two fierce martial artists took down Jin Jingmao without another word. What grounds are you arresting me on? Jin Jingmao was completely terrified. He wanted to ask the reason. But no one paid attention to him. Soon, Jin Jingmao's elder brother, Jin Zhongzheng, and more than 10 other members of the Jin family were captured. Everyone in the Redbud district was alarmed and came to the Jin family's villa to take a look. Hiss! These are the law enforcers of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Someone recognized the identity of the military martial artist and immediately gasped. Martial artists had special privileges. Ordinary government agencies had no right to capture martial artists and their families. The exception was the Law Enforcement Bureau. The Law Enforcement Bureau was jointly established by the 3 martial arts schools and the governments. It had the right to directly enforce the law against criminal martial artists. What crime did the Jin family commit? Even the law enforcers of the Law Enforcement Bureau are here. Many onlookers thought in confusion. At this moment, the martial artist in the lead took out a verdict and announced. Jin Jingguo of the Jin family ignored the ban and cultivated the beast blood breathing technique prohibited by the alliance. He was sentenced to death. However, the death sentence was abolished because the criminal is already dead. All of his assets will be confiscated. Everyone in the Jin family is suspected of not reporting the information and covering up for the criminal. All the assets of the Jin family will be confiscated. When Jin Jingmao of the Jin family was the academic director of the 5th high school, he used his position to harm the genius of mankind, Chu Zhou. After that, he even hired an assassin to assassinate Chu Zhou. He is sentenced to death and will be executed immediately. Everyone in the Jin family turned pale. Especially Jin Jingmao, whose face was filled with fear and despair. Evidence. Do you have evidence? Jin Jingmao suddenly struggled and roared. The martial artist in the lead looked at Jin Jingmao in disgust and sneered. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Your negotiation with the assassin was all captured by the Heaven's Eye. You don't need to know what the Heaven's Eye is. Execute. He waved his hand coldly and said to a law enforcer beside him. Jin Jingmao was in complete despair. He knew that he was completely finished. A black-clothed law enforcer walked in front of Jin Jingmao and coldly raised his gun to aim at Jin Jingmao's head and fired. Bang! Jin Jingmao's glabella was pierced by a metal bullet and he slowly fell down. He regretted it the moment darkness devoured him. He shouldn't have attacked Chu Zhou. These law enforcers took Jin Jingmao's corpse and all the Jin family members away in no time. Chapter 68, Advancement to the Extraordinary Realm. Accidentally awakening the bloodline. Chu Zhou quickly received the news that Jin Jingmao had been shot dead and that everyone in the Jin family had been captured and taken away in the supply base. Looks like the Jin family is finished. Chu Zhou smiled calmly and quickly forgot about the Jin family. He, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi began to split the money in room 304 of Building 18. After all our gains in County 0504 were converted into money, totaling about 265 million. In the Shadow Base, we obtained 50 high-level genetic nutrient solutions and 50 intermediate-level genetic nutrient solutions. Each high-level genetic nutrient solution is worth 10 million and each intermediate-level genetic nutrient solution is worth 5 million. Therefore, the total value is 750 million. The total profit from the two gains is 1.015 billion. The captain took the main credit in both operations. According to the usual practice, if the captain takes 70%, it will be 710.5 million. The 3 of us will split the rest equally. Each of us will get about 115 million. Everyone, do you have any objections? If not, we'll split it according to this ratio. Li Qingxi handed the statistical list to Chu Zhou and the others. When Shi Meng heard that he could get 11.5 million this time, he almost jumped up in excitement. His family was also a martial arts family. However, it was only a small family in Zhang City. Even though he was not short of money, the family had a lot of people to support and a lot of expenses. The amount distributed to him every month was only about 1 million. That was only increased after he advanced to a martial artist. Now that he had earned 11.5 million in one operation, he immediately looked down on the family's monthly allowance. Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan glanced at the list and had no objections. I've used all the high-level genetic nutrient solution and intermediate-level genetic business fluid obtained from the shadow base on myself. 30% of this loss is yours. Deduct it from my profits. My profit is 710.5 million, and the genetic nutrient solutions I consumed are worth 750 million. In that case, I should compensate you guys with 39 to 5 million. Chu Zhou transferred the 39 to 5 million yuan from his martial artist account into the team's public account. He was secretly glad that the alliance had rewarded all the Awakening Realm experts who survived this secret operation to destroy the shadow base with 100 million. Otherwise, he might have overspent this time. Originally, he had 7 to 9 million in his martial artist account. In addition to the 100 million rewarded by the alliance, and deducting 39 to 5 million, he still had 68.4 million alliance dollars left. I earn a lot, but I also spend a lot. Chu Zhou sighed inwardly. His trip to the wilderness this time had a total profit of 810.5 million, but he had also consumed 750 million. However, his strength would not have increased so quickly without the 2 boxes of genetic nutrient solutions. It was all worth it. Soon, Ling Zhan, Li Qingxi, and Shi Meng also completed the transfer. Ha ha ha, my share from the team is 11.5 million, and the alliance has rewarded me with another 100 million. My assets have exceeded 200 million. Shi Meng burst out laughing. Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi also smiled. They were very satisfied with the gains from this trip to the wilderness. Sigh. You've all made a fortune. Only I, the captain, have less than 100 million in my account. Chu Zhou said pitifully. Ling Zhan and the other 2 raised their middle fingers at Chu Zhou in unison, showing their disdain. They all knew very well that Chu Zhou's strength had increased to an astonishing level with the help of the 2 boxes of genetic nutrient solution. He could even instantly kill a new extraordinary realm martial artist like Jin Jingguo. If possible, they were willing to do so. Unfortunately, they could not do it. Even though the genetic nutrient solution was helpful to their cultivation. However, there was an order in the process of advancing. It could not be directly converted into strength. They were more envious of Chu Zhou's ability to increase his strength in a short period of time compared to receiving money. Chu Zhou could not help but laugh when he saw Ling Zhan and the gang's middle fingers. He did not stimulate them anymore. He opened the martial artist mall in his communications watch and looked at his information. He realized that other than the change in his martial artist account, his contribution points had also changed. Before coming to the wilderness, his contribution points were 0. Now, his contribution points were 18,750. It belonged to the 1-star level. Among them, 8,750 contribution points were obtained from killing monsters in County 0504. The remaining 10,000 contribution points were rewarded by the Alliance for participating in a secret operation. In short, I've gained a lot from this trip to the wilderness. It's time to return. Moreover, it's time to advance to the extraordinary realm. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He prepared to ask Kui Haikao about advancing to the extraordinary realm after returning to Zhang City. Half a day later, Chu Zhou and the other 3 walked out of the high-speed rail station in Zhang City and got into Li Qingxi's mammoth SUV that was parked in the parking lot of the high-speed rail station. Li Qingxi drove Chu Zhou to the entrance of the Dragon Bay community. I'm back. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and walked into the district towards his villa. Big brother. His younger sister, Chu Yu, rushed over before he reached home. Then, she jumped up and pounced on him. You're already in junior high school. Why are you still acting like a child? Chu Zhou hugged his younger sister, Chu Yu, and rubbed her little head with his palm. He skillfully styled her hair into a chicken nest. Big brother, it's great that you're fine. This time, it was rare that Chu Yu did not fly into a rage because her hairstyle had been styled into a chicken nest. Her small face pressed against Chu Zhou's chest and she muttered before falling asleep. Xiao has been worried about your safety and often has insomnia during the time you were in the wilderness. She's probably sleepy now. His father, Chu Donglei, walked over and explained to Chu Zhou when he saw Xiao sleeping. Chu Zhou looked down at his sleeping sister and gently rubbed her little head again. A warm current flowed through his heart. This feeling of being cared for and caring for was not bad. He carried his sister, Xiao, into his house and did not put her down, letting her sleep like this. At night, Chu Zhou video called Kui Haikao. Instructor Kui, I want to ask you how to unleash the second level of the genetic lock. Chu Zhou directly told him his goal. Ha ha ha, I knew you would ask me this. Kui Haikao laughed. Chu Zhou, if you want to open the genetic lock, you have to understand the essence of the genetic lock first. The genetic lock is a certain restriction in the life factors in our bodies. As long as we untie these restrictions step by step, more sleeping life factors can be activated and release more potential. As expected of an instructor, Kui Haikao had a deep understanding of the genetic lock. He explained the secret of the genetic lock to Chu Zhou in detail and guided him on how to open the second level. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. A moment later, Chu Zhou closed the video. He already knew how to open the second level of the genetic lock. He came to the martial arts hall, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. In the next moment, he circulated the basic breathing technique. Twisted black lines immediately appeared on the surface of his body. A large amount of cosmic energy appeared and quickly surged into his body. He followed Kui Haikao's guidance and let all the origin power in his body wrap around the countless cells in his body and seep into them bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, there seemed to be a cracking sound in the depths of his mind, as if invisible shackles had shattered. Boom! Chu Zhou felt as if all the cells in his body had come alive in an instant. A large amount of potential spewed out of his cells like a volcano. The life force and origin power in his body were both increasing. At the same time, he vaguely felt that he seemed to have awakened some talent. Moreover, under the influence of this talent, his muscles, bones, meridians, cells, and so on were quickly strengthening. Suddenly, another mysterious power that was hidden extremely deeply awakened in his body. Bang! A tearing pain suddenly came from Chu Zhou's back. A pair of dazzling silver wings suddenly stretched out from behind him. Countless mysterious runes circulated on the silver wing. The moment this pair of silver wings appeared, the night sky of the entire Dragon Bay community suddenly dimmed a lot, as if a large portion of the starlight that had descended here had been devoured by an invisible existence. However, this change happened and disappeared so quickly that one would not be able to discover it if one did not pay attention. Many martial artists in the Dragon Bay district looked at the sky in surprise. They had a faint feeling that the sky seemed to have changed just now. However, they did not discover anything after observing carefully. The silver wing that stretched out from behind Chu Zhou only existed for less than a second before disintegrating into countless light spots. In the forest near the Dragon Bay community, two cloaked figures looked at the night sky above the Dragon Bay community with shocked expressions. You saw the change just now, right? I saw it. Is this a sign of awakening the bloodline of the god race? It's a little similar, but the time is too short. Moreover, when the true god's race bloodline awakens, the starlight in the entire sky of Zhang City will probably be devoured. No matter what, this matter is important. Hurry up and report it. The figures of the two cloaks twisted and disappeared into the forest. As soon as they disappeared, another figure appeared. This figure stood there for a long time and stared in Chu Zhou's direction. What exactly happened to me just now? It's understandable for a talent to be awakened for the first time. It will automatically give birth to 3 evolution paths after advancing to the extraordinary realm after all. But what about the second time? What was the mysterious power of the second awakening? Why did it suddenly fall asleep again after just awakening? In the martial arts hall, Chu Zhou opened his eyes and looked at his attribute board immediately. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists, Life Field. Energy 600. Attribute Points, 125. Extraordinary Power, 10%, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Awaken 1%, unupgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-rank 42nd level, Abyss Form, unupgradable. Phantom, B-rank level 2 Proficient, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-rank level 1, Triangular Armor. Formation, unupgradable. World Destruction, SS-rank Novice, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, A rank starting out. Curved Hand Blade, D rank level 5 Intent Realm, upgradable. Sharp Blade Kick, D-rank level 4 perfection realm, upgradable. Chu Zhou only glanced at his current realm and life field energy before his gaze landed on the newly added extraordinary power and new moon bloodline. He could understand extraordinary power. This should be an evolution path that he had evolved on his own after advancing to the extraordinary realm. Moreover, it was a super body type evolution path. But what the hell was the new moon bloodline? Chapter 69, Li Qingshi's Invitation. Dragon Bay Gardens. What exactly is the origin of this new moon bloodline? Chu Zhou looked at the information on the attribute board with a strange expression. He could not understand why he had awakened such a mysterious bloodline. No, this new moon bloodline had yet to be completely awakened. It fell silent again after bursting with some strength. Currently, he has only awakened 1%. Awakening 1% to others, this was basically equivalent to not awakening. They might not be able to find a way to completely awaken this bloodline in their lives. However, 1% was enough for Chu Zhou. As long as he had enough attribute points, he could completely awaken this new moon bloodline. However, why did I awaken the new moon bloodline in my body? Could there be a very powerful big shot ancestor who passed down the bloodline? Chu Zhou muttered, still unable to understand. He planned to ask his father tomorrow if there was such an ancestor. Wasn't this the plot of many novels and movies? A certain ancestor of the protagonist's family had a mysterious bloodline. He was invincible and domineering. Then, the descendants of this family did not inherit this bloodline. This bloodline only awakened in the protagonist many generations later when he was born. Thinking of this, Chu Zhou inevitably had some expectations. But isn't my bloodline awakening too shabby? What do you mean by 1% awakening? It's too awkward. It doesn't have the aura of a protagonist at all. Chu Zhou said speechlessly. He looked at the column Extraordinary Power, 10%. This column indicated that his evolution path was the super body system, and it was a strength type. Chu Zhou was still satisfied with his evolution path as a super body system. Elemental systems and spiritual systems might look even rarer, and their power was even more mysterious and shocking. However, Chu Zhou still felt that the physical body was the foundation of strength. As long as his body was strong enough, he could withstand stronger power and walk further. Moreover, he had his attribute board. It was not impossible to cultivate both the elemental system and the spiritual system later on. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem to cultivate the spiritual system. As long as he mastered the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique, he could immediately upgrade this meditation technique through his attribute board and become a spiritual system martial artist. As for cultivating the elemental system at the same time, he might need some luck. The problem would be resolved as long as he had a little elemental system power. Cultivation in the extraordinary realm not only increases the life field energy, it also develops the evolutionary path of awakening. Only when the life field advances side by side with the evolution path can it continuously advance. Chu Zhou looked at the extraordinary power, 10%, and recalled the cultivation information about the extraordinary realm that Kui Haikeo had told him not long ago. He had more than 100 life field energy and his evolution path was 1% to 30%. He was a beginner extraordinary realm martial artist. He had more than 200 life field energy and an evolution path of 31 to 60%. He was an intermediate extraordinary realm martial artist. He had more than 300 life field energy and an evolution path of 61 to 100%. He was a high-level extraordinary realm martial artist. Currently, Chu Zhou's life force was already as high as 600. It was even higher than the life force of ordinary high-level extraordinary realm martial artists. This meant that as long as he continuously developed the evolution path of extraordinary power, he could continuously advance. Looks like I still have to buy high-level genetic potions. Chu Zhou opened the martial artist mall on his communications watch and bought 5 high-level genetic potions. He immediately lost another 50 million alliance dollars in his martial artist account, leaving only 18.4 million alliance dollars. Having only 18.4 million alliance dollars was too poor for an extraordinary realm martial artist. The next day. Father, did we have some super powerful ancestors previously? Early in the morning, Chu Zhou immediately asked when he saw his father, Chu Donglei. Chu Donglei looked at Chu Zhou with a solemn expression. He even reached out and touched Chu Zhou's forehead, as if he was testing his temperature to see if his son's head was damaged. Chu Zhou was immediately embarrassed. However, he could not help but ask, Father, has there really never been an expert as our ancestors? By the way, that expert should also have the new moon bloodline. New Moon Bloodline. His father, Chu Donglei, was slightly stunned. He looked at Chu Zhou in confusion, as if asking what this was. Chu Zhou was disappointed. It seemed that was never an expert in their family line. Perhaps it was just an accident that he could awaken the New Moon Bloodline. He did not continue asking his father. He turned around and walked to the second floor to cultivate. At about 10 a.m., the 5 high-level genetic nutrient solutions he had ordered arrived. Chu Zhou injected 5 more high-level genetic nutrient solutions into his body. After injecting 5 high-level genetic nutrient solutions, Chu Zhou's attribute points increased to 261.5 points. Seeing that the World Destruction Saber Technique, Extreme Titanium Golden Body, Phantom Movement Technique, and so on his attribute board showed that it could be upgraded, he decisively chose to upgrade them. A moment later, his body suddenly released a fierce, domineering, and sharp aura. His skin turned into armor inch by inch, and pieces of mechanical silver armor covered his arms. There were also silver armor phantoms on its head and torso. At this moment, his extreme titanium golden body had already been successfully upgraded to the second level, quadrilateral armor formation. My extreme titanium golden body has been upgraded to the second level. Even if I stand still now, ordinary beginner extraordinary realm martial artists and intermediate extraordinary realm martial artists probably won't be able to break through my defense without using special combat techniques and weapons. Chu Zhou smiled confidently and suddenly took a step forward. He pulled out 3 lifelike figures like ghosts in an instant. His phantom movement technique had also been upgraded to the third level. This was also the highest realm of this B-rank movement technique, allowing Chu Zhou's movement speed to increase by 3 times. Of course, there was no such thing as the highest realm to Chu Zhou. He could continue to increase it as long as he had enough attribute points. After testing the extreme titanium golden body and phantom movement technique, Chu Zhou suddenly stopped. Then, his entire body seemed to have turned into a blade. A majestic and surging saber intent suddenly surged out of his body. This saber intent was too shocking. It was like a surging wave or a torrent that poured down from the 9 heavens. It was vast and surging, like a tsunami that tore the sky apart and drowned everything. At this moment, the entire second floor and even the entire villa shook slightly. Chu Yu and Chu Donglei, who were eating breakfast on the first floor. "Big brother, are you cultivating some terrifying combat technique?" Chu Yu said in shock. "World destruction." A rare solemn expression appeared in Chu Donglei's eyes. On the second floor, it was as if an ocean was roaring and tearing apart the world deep in Chu Zhou's eyes. Wisps of extreme destruction thoughts appeared in his heart. It made him have the urge to draw his saber and destroy everything. Is this the horror of the world destruction saber technique? Mental states are indeed easily affected by saber intent. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the rage urge in his heart. He felt that as long as this saber slashed out, the entire villa would probably instantly turn into powder. At that time, it would be inevitable to hurt his father and sister. He finally calmed down and did not slash out. He looked at his attribute board. At this moment, the information on the attribute board had undergone a huge change. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists, Life Field. Energy 600. Attribute Points, 36. Extraordinary Power, 10%, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Awaken 1%, unupgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-rank 42nd level, Abyss Form, unupgradable. World Destruction, SS-rank level 1, Breaking the Sea, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-rank level 2, Quadrilateral Armor. Formation, unupgradable. Phantom, B-rank 3rd level, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, A rank starting out. The World Destruction Saber Technique, Extreme Titanium Golden Body, and Phantom Movement Technique had all broken through to their original realms. However, the 2 D-rank combat techniques, Curved Hand Blade and Sharp Blade Kick, had disappeared. To be precise, it did not disappear. Instead, it was fused into the World Destruction Saber Technique by his stats Esper ability. This also caused the World Destruction Saber Technique to consume fewer attribute points than he had imagined when it was upgraded. It allowed Chu Zhou to have extra attribute points and increase the Extreme Titanium Golden Body and Phantom Movement Technique. I've cultivated the first level of the World Destruction Saber Technique. The Extreme Titanium Golden Body has advanced to the second level, and I've also cultivated the Phantom Movement Technique to the third level. Coupled with my current life force, With my current strength, I'm probably not invincible even among extraordinary realm martial artists. Chu Zhou was very excited that his strength had increased by another large amount. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, his communications watch rang. Chu Zhou tapped his communication watch and a three-dimensional bust of Li Qingxi appeared above it. At this moment, Li Qingxi was dressed very casually in an extremely loose and thin cotton shirt. A pair of tall peaks rose from the ground. It was too interesting. Chu Zhou clicked his tongue and exclaimed in his heart. Rich lady, why are you contacting me so early? Could it be that you are inviting me out for morning tea? Chu Zhou smiled. Li Qingxi rolled her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her chest, making the pair of peaks stand out even more hearing Chu Zhou call her a rich lady. I don't have any morning tea, but do you want a birthday cake? Li Qingxi said. Your birthday? Chu Zhou immediately understood and smiled. Since it's your birthday, I'll definitely go celebrate it for you. When? As the captain, he naturally had to celebrate his teammate's birthday. 3 days later, 118 South Sea Avenue, Guangdong Bay City, Li Qingxi sent Chu Zhou an address and reminded him, Captain, remember to come on time. If you don't, you're finished. Guangdong Bay City? I thought it was in Zhang City. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Chu Zhou did not expect Li Qingxi's birthday to be held in Guangdong Bay City. He was a little surprised. That's good. That's it. I'll inform Ling Zhan and Xi Meng. After saying that, Li Qingxi cut off the connection. What should I give as Li Qingxi's birthday present? Chu Zhou thought in distress. He only had 18.4 million alliance dollars on him now. He could not afford those precious gifts that were important to awakening realm martial artists. In the end, he decided to seriously choose an ordinary gift in the mall. He was really poor now. Beep, beep, beep. His communications watch rang again. Chu Zhou clicked on his communications watch again. A three-dimensional bust of a familiar but slightly surprising person appeared in front of him. It was Lu Jianqian. Chapter 70, Dongfang Mingzhu. Chu Zhou. Lu Jianqian smiled and greeted Chu Zhou. How have you been? It's all right. Chu Zhou smiled and told him about his experiences during this period of time. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect you to actually join the Battleaxe Martial Arts School and form a team with Ling Zhan, Xi Meng and Li Qingxi. I really envy you guys. You all became martial artists so quickly, and I still have to go to university bitterly. Lu Qunqin's eyes were filled with envy. What about you? Have you arrived at South China Martial Arts University? Chu Zhou walked to the sofa at the edge of the hall and sat down, adjusting to a more comfortable position. I've been at South China Martial Arts University for a while. Hehe, I was lucky to be taken in as a disciple by a very strong mentor. By the way, I've also made many friends here. I'll introduce you when I have the chance. Lu Jianqian also told him about her experience during this period of time. Chu Zhou could feel from Lu Qunqin's words that she seemed to be doing well and was happy for her. 3 days later is Li Qingxi's birthday. Her home is in Guangdong Bay City. I'm going to celebrate her birthday. Chu Zhou said. Lu Qunqin's eyes lit up when she heard that Chu Zhou was going to the Guangdong Bay City. You're coming to Guangdong Bay City? That's great. Remember to look for me when you arrive. Lu Jianqian looked at Chu Zhou eagerly. Chu Zhou thought that since he was about to reach Guangdong Bay City, he would meet 1 or 2 people, so he nodded. All right, I'll look for you then. Hehe, it's a deal. You're not allowed to stand me up. The two of them chatted for a while before ending the call. Beep, beep, beep. However, just as he ended the call with Lu Jianqian, his communications watch rang again. Who is it this time? After 3 consecutive calls, Chu Zhou could not help but be slightly stunned. He could only answer the phone again. This time, a 3-dimensional bust of Chen Bazhu appeared. Chu Zhou, I heard from old Kui that you are trying to break through to the extraordinary realm. Did you succeed? When Chen Bazhu saw Chu Zhou, he immediately asked impatiently. He was no longer as calm as usual. I did. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded. You did. Chen Bazhu was slightly stunned before he laughed out loud. Good, very good, excellent. A 17-year-old extraordinary realm expert has not appeared in many years. I'll immediately report your situation to the global headquarters. By the way, Chu Zhou, if you have time, it's best if you come to my place. There are some things I want to tell you face to face. With that, he took the initiative to end the call. You want me to go to Guangdong base city again? It seems that I have no choice but to go to Guangdong base city. Chu Zhou smiled bitterly. He did not expect the 3 calls to be related to Guangdong base city. Then he would make a trip to Guangdong base city. He decided that he did not have to wait 3 days. He will set off today. However, he had to prepare some gifts for this trip to Guangdong base city to visit Chen Bazhu and celebrate Li Qingshi's birthday. He immediately opened the mall and chose a box of expensive tea leaves called the Phoenix Blood Red Robe and a bottle of branded perfume called Exquisite. After looking through the selection seriously, Chu Zhou actually did not know much about tea leaves and perfume. He bought them because they were expensive. A box of Phoenix Blood Red Robes was worth 2 million, and a bottle of Exquisite was worth 1 million yuan. This was an extremely expensive luxury item for ordinary people. Of course, this form of expensive was only for ordinary people. To martial artists, especially extraordinary realm martial artists, it could only be considered average. However, Chu Zhou was a poor person. He only had 18.4 million as his entire net worth now. Spending 3 million yuan to buy a gift was already cutting his flesh. Order and pay. The purchasing process was quickly completed. In just 15 minutes, the staff of the mall sent the wrapped Phoenix Blood Red Robe and Exquisite to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou told his father and sister that he had something to do in Guangdong base city and went out. He took the public bus and changed to the high-speed rail. More than an hour later, Chu Zhou arrived at Guangdong base city from Zhang City. Guangdong base city was even more prosperous compared to Zhang City. There were skyscrapers everywhere and all kinds of expensive luxury cars flying in the air. However, what gave Chu Zhou the deepest impression was that Guangdong base city was different from Zhang City. There was a huge dome-shaped energy barrier in the sky of Guangdong base city. In addition, there were many more powerhouses in Guangdong base city than in Zhang City. After standing outside the station for a while, dozens of awakening realm martial artists and 2 to 3 extraordinary realm experts passed by him. This is one of the 6 base cities of the Dragon Kingdom, Guangdong base city. In terms of the number of experts, it's indeed far inferior to satellite cities like Zhang City. Chu Zhou sighed. He was 100% sure that not only were there many experts in Guangdong base city, but there were also many human martial gods. This was a city with countless experts. Chu Zhou continued to take the public bus and quickly arrived at the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, the headquarters of the Guangdong area. This regional headquarters was much more domineering than the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in Zhang City. It was like an incomparably huge spaceship and was located in the center of the most prosperous Dawn Street in Guangdong base city. Supervisor, I'm here. Chu Zhou arrived at the entrance of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School and immediately contacted Chen Bazhu. You're here so soon. Chen Bazhu did not expect Chu Zhou to come so easily. He looked a little surprised. Wait a moment. I'll get someone to pick you up immediately. Soon, a young woman in a work uniform quickly walked out of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Hello, Chu Zhou, right? Please follow me. The young woman looked at Chu Zhou curiously, unable to understand why a big shot like Chen Bazhu would receive a young man who looked like a high school student. She secretly guessed Chu Zhou's background. Was he from a king realm family or the son of some top financial group? It had to be known that usually, when many family heads in the Guangdong base city asked to see him, Chen Bazhu would basically reject them and could not be bothered to receive them. She would definitely not believe it if Chu Zhou did not have an astonishing background. The young woman brought Chu Zhou in through the main entrance of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. However, she did not bring Chu Zhou into the spaceship-like domineering building. Instead, he walked around the back and brought Chu Zhou through a few lawns and flower belts to 4 luxurious detached villas. These 4 big villas are where our president and the 3 supervisors live. Supervisor Chen lives in the big villa on the right. The young woman explained to Chu Zhou and led him into the rightmost mansion. Chu Zhou saw Chen Bazhu sitting on the sofa and an older sister sitting opposite him as soon as he entered the villa. Supervisor Chen, I've brought her here. The young woman said respectfully and left the villa. Chu Zhou, come here. Chen Bazhu let Chu Zhou walk to his side. Then, he pointed at the older sister opposite him and said to Chu Zhou. Let me introduce you. Her name is Dongfang Mingzhu. She's one of the most outstanding people among the younger generation in Guangdong base city. She'll probably advance to a control realm martial artist soon. It's not impossible for her to become a world-famous King Realm expert in the future given her potential. Uncle Chen, you're too kind. I'm confident in advancing to control realm, but I'm still far from becoming a King Realm expert. Dongfang Mingzhu said humbly. She was very shocked to see Chen Bazhu treat Chu Zhou like his own nephew. One had to know that Chen Bazhu was far less friendly to her. Or rather, she had never seen Chen Bazhu treat someone so kindly. She was secretly guessing who Chu Zhou was to deserve such treatment from. Chen Bazhu. Hello, my name is Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou greeted his older sister politely. The older sister in front of him looked to be about 25 to 26 years old. She was tall and had a noble and elegant aura. Her beautiful eyes were filled with an indescribable charm. Hello. Dongfang Mingzhu smiled and shook hands with Chu Zhou. It seems that you're younger than me. Just call me Big Sister Mingzhu in the future. I don't dare to say anything else. I still have some power in Guangdong Base City. Feel free to ask if you need help in the future. Of course, I don't think you need my help with Uncle Chen around. Her attitude was very gentle. After saying that, she exchanged contact information with Chu Zhou. Ha ha ha, Mingzhu, you've picked up a bargain to be able to get to know Chu Zhou this time. Chen Bazhu smiled brightly and said. Chu Zhou is not an ordinary person. If nothing goes wrong, he will definitely be the new human martial god of our Battleaxe martial arts school in the future. What? The young man in front of him would become the human martial god in the future? Dongfang Mingzhu was shocked when she heard Chen Bazhu's evaluation of Chu Zhou. The human martial god was a figure who stood at the peak of the human pyramid. There were many humans in the world who were reputed to be prodigies, but how many of them could become the human martial god in the end? Dongfang Mingzhu knew that Chen Bazhu was not someone who spoke without thinking. Since Chen Bazhu had said so, it meant that the young man in front of him definitely had such potential. At the thought of this, a scorching light flashed across the depths of Dongfang Mingzhu's eyes. It was indeed as Chen Bazhu had said. Being able to get to know a young man like Chu Zhou who had the potential to become a human martial god was a good thing for her and even the Dongfang family behind her. It might be of great help in the future. Thinking of this, Dongfang Mingzhu made up her mind to be on good terms with Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, you're not from Guangdong Base City, right? Dongfang Mingzhu said almost confidently. If Chu Zhou was from Guangdong Base City, it was impossible for her not to have heard of such a monster. I'm from Zhong City. Chu Zhou said. He was actually from Zhong City. Dongfang Mingzhu was shocked. She did not expect a satellite city like Zhong City to give birth to a monster like Chu Zhou. She thought that Chu Zhou might have come from another base city. However, it was better for Chu Zhou to be from Zhong City. This made it easier for her to interact and befriend him. A charming smile appeared on Dongfang Mingzhu's face. Chu Zhou, this is probably your first time in Guangdong Base City. I'm very familiar with Guangdong Base City. Why don't I show you around? Ahem. Mingzhu, I have something to discuss with Chu Zhou today. You can ask him out another day. Chen Bazhu interrupted before Chu Zhou could speak. All right. Then Uncle Chen, Chu Zhou, I won't continue disturbing you today. Dongfang Mingzhu knew how to advance and retreat. She immediately stood up to bid farewell and walked out leisurely when she heard Chen Bazhu's words. She even deliberately winked at Chu Zhou when she left. Chu Zhou watched Dongfang Mingzhu leave and could not help but sigh. This woman was the most charming among all the women he had met in this world. Or rather, the most flirtatious. Chapter 71, Chen Bazhu's Warning. How is it? Dongfang Mingzhu is not bad, right? Do you have any thoughts about her? If you do, I can help you pull some strings. Chen Bazhu immediately teased him when he saw Chu Zhou looking at Dongfang Mingzhu's back view as if he was reluctant to part with her. Chu Zhou almost lost his footing. He did not expect the usually serious Chen Bazhu to suddenly become so indecent. Supervisor, you must be joking. Chu Zhou was caught between laughter and tears. Ha ha ha, what joke? I'm serious. Dongfang Mingzhu is the best choice in Guangdong Base City, you're more than enough to match her with your talent and strength. It just depends on whether you want it or not. If you want, I can matchmake you too. Chen Bazhu laughed. Let's talk about this in the future. For now, I just want to cultivate well and become stronger. Chu Zhou said helplessly. You're right to have such thoughts. Chen Bazhu looked at Chu Zhou with a hint of admiration. Not bad. The most important thing for you now is to become stronger as soon as possible. I asked you to come and see me personally this time because I have some confidential information to tell you and prepare you. Chu Zhou's expression immediately became serious as he listened attentively. It was already afternoon when Chu Zhou left Chen Bazhu's house in the Battleaxe martial arts school. He looked up at the dazzling sunlight and was in a daze. Chen Bazhu had told him a lot of confidential information, but in summary, there were roughly 3 warnings. Firstly, there might be a huge change in the future. Secondly, the human alliance was about to make a big move. Thirdly, become stronger as soon as possible. These 3 warnings combined with Chen Bazhu's serious and worried expression made Chu Zhou have a bad feeling. It was clearly still a sunny day, but he seemed to see endless dark clouds about to cover the sky. Without a doubt, Chen Bazhu would definitely be able to understand secrets that many other martial artists could not as one of the 3 supervisors of the Battleaxe martial arts school in Guangdong base city. His words carried a lot of weight. Since he had said so, it meant that what he said might become true. There might be a huge change in the future. Is this huge change related to the mutated creatures that appeared in the shadow base? Chu Zhou muttered to himself and could not help but think of the mutated creatures that had both human and monster characteristics that appeared in the shadow base that day. Especially the terrifying giant mutated creature. He instinctively felt that the so-called drastic change that Chen Bazhu mentioned was very likely related to those mutated creatures. Forget it. With my current strength, I can't change anything even if there are any huge changes in the future. I'd better think of a way to increase my strength as soon as possible. At the very least, I have to guarantee that I have the ability to protect myself even if a huge change happens. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He composed himself and called a taxi to South China Martial Arts University. Soon, he arrived at South China Martial Arts University. South China Martial Arts University was one of the 6 martial arts university in Guangdong base city. The architecture was very imposing. The students who entered and left were all energetic, and their eyes emitted traces of confidence and arrogance. Indeed, entering the martial arts university meant that they would far exceed 99% of ordinary people after graduation even if they do not become martial artists in the end. Classmate Lu Jianqian, I'm here. I'm at the entrance of your university. Chu Zhou clicked on his communications watch and contacted Lu Jianqian. Chu Zhou, you arrived today. Lu Jianqian was pleasantly surprised. She did not expect Chu Zhou to arrive in the afternoon just as she contacted him in the morning. Wait a moment. I'll go out and pick you up now. About 5 minutes later, Lu Jianqian walked out of the school gate. Chu Zhou. Lu Jianqian was delighted to see Chu Zhou. She took 3 steps as 2 and quickly walked in front of him. Tisk tisk, I haven't seen you for a while and you've become prettier. Chu Zhou sized up Lu Jianqian and sighed with a smile. Lu Qianqian's image was very different from when she was in high school. Her beautiful hair was tied into 2 braids and hung down in front of her chest. She was wearing a light green dress. Coupled with her slightly sweet smile, she gave off a very refreshing feeling. I haven't seen you in a while, but your mouth has become sweeter. Lu Jianqian patted Chu Zhou lightly with her palm and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Isn't that Lu Jianqian? Is that man her boyfriend? No way, Lu Jianqian already has a boyfriend. Who is this man? He's a beast. He actually attacks so quickly. The surrounding male students seemed to know Lu Jianqian. When they saw Lu Jianqian and Chu Zhou acting intimately, they immediately started discussing. Especially some students who had designs on Lu Jianqian, their hearts were broken. When Chu Zhou heard the voices of the surrounding male students, he could not help but look at Lu Jianqian with a strange expression. You're doing well at the South China Martial Arts University. You're so famous so quickly and have so many admirers. When Lu Jianqian heard many students say that Chu Zhou was her boyfriend, she could not help but blush. She held Chu Zhou's hand and quickly walked into the university. After leaving the school gate, she said awkwardly to Chu Zhou. The reason why they know me is probably because of my teacher. I can be considered to have benefited from my teacher. Chu Zhou smiled and said, it seems that your teacher is very extraordinary. She's indeed extraordinary. Lu Jianqian smiled and nodded. Teacher seems to be from a top family in Guangdong base city. She's also very outstanding. The leaders of the school think very highly of her future. Congratulations then. Chu Zhou smiled. He was also happy for Lu Jianqian to be taken in as a disciple by such a teacher. By the way, I joined our university's Xianya Martial Arts Society. I was communicating with the members of the Martial Arts Society just now. After receiving your call, I came out to pick you up before I could explain the situation to them. I'll explain to them now. I'll introduce a few friends to you. Lu Jianqian brought Chu Zhou to a building. Chu Zhou was actually not interested in the so-called Xianya Martial Arts Society and the friends Lu Jianqian mentioned. However, the guest should do as the host pleased. If Lu Jianqian wanted to introduce them, so be it. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with making a few more friends. He calmly followed behind Lu Jianqian. Soon, Lu Jianqian brought Chu Zhou to a huge teaching room. Jianqian, why did you leave in a hurry without saying goodbye just now? Did something happen? That's right. Jianqian, why are you in such a hurry? Two girls walked over. One of them was wearing a vertical striped halter top that revealed her shoulder. Coupled with a black short skirt, she looked refreshed and fashionable. The other had long black hair, blue pendant earrings on both ears, and a sleeveless lace dress. She looked quite mature. I went to the school gate to pick up my high school classmates just now. Lu Jianqian smiled and greeted the two girls. Then, she introduced them to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, these are the friends I've known recently, Yang Xian and Qi Yan. I'm very happy to meet you. My name is Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou nodded calmly at Yang Xian and Qi Yan. Only then did Yang Xian and Qi Yan notice Chu Zhou behind Lu Jianqian. Chapter 72, Mountains are famous because of the saints living in them, waters become miraculous because of the dragons residing in them. High school classmate? I'm afraid you're not an ordinary high school classmate. Otherwise, Jianqian, you wouldn't have rushed out without even greeting me after receiving the call. Qi Yan looked at Lu Jianqian with a faint smile. Qi Yan, do you want to die? Lu Jianqian blushed and secretly glanced at Chu Zhou again. She could not help but feel a little disappointed when she saw that Chu Zhou did not react. Ever since Yang Xian saw Chu Zhou, she had raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Chu Zhou, right? Jianqian said that you're her high school classmate, so you should also be from Zhang City. Yang Xian looked at Chu Zhou playfully and said calmly. I'm not discriminating against you. It's just that it's difficult to produce talents in a small place like Zhang City. I can tell that Jianqian has a good impression of you. However, you might not know how popular Jianqian is now. The number of boys from our school wanting to woo Jianqian now can form a queue around our school. There's no lack of young masters from large families and financial groups. If you have designs on our Jianqian, you have to work hard. Yang Xian said calmly. Even though she said that she did not discriminate against Chu Zhou, she more or less meant that she was looking down on him. You might have misunderstood. Jianqian and I are just classmates. Chu Zhou's reaction was very calm. He really had no designs on Lu Jianqian now. Moreover, mountains are famous because of the saints living in them, waters become miraculous because of the dragons residing in them. Even though Zhang City is only a satellite city, there might be big shots who can dominate the world from there. Yang Xian, I'll be angry if you say that again. Lu Jianqian glared at Yang Xian. She did not expect Yang Xian to say such words. At the same time, she felt disappointed again. Yang Xian and Qi Yan could not help but look at each other when they saw Chu Zhou and Lu Qianqian's reactions. They could tell that it was not that Chu Zhou had designs on Lu Jianqian, but that Lu Jianqian had unilateral designs on Chu Zhou. They had thought too highly of themselves just now. Moreover, this kid was really arrogant. Mountains are famous because of the saints living in them, waters become miraculous because of the dragons residing in them. These words were very bold. Wasn't he too arrogant? Did he think he was a saint or a dragon? Yang Xian stopped nitpicking after understanding the situation between Chu Zhou and Lu Jianqian. Yang Xian and Qi Yan were also curious about Chu Zhou. Who exactly was Chu Zhou that Lu Jianqian missed him so much? One had to know that Lu Jianqian was that teacher's disciple. She had a bright future and ordinary people probably wouldn't be able to enter her eyes. There must be something extraordinary about someone that she missed so much. Yang Xian and Qi Yan were about to ask Chu Zhou about the details. However, at this moment, two boys walked over. Among them, a tall and handsome boy's expression darkened slightly when he saw Chu Zhou standing beside Lu Jianqian. Jianqian, Yang Xian, Qi Yan, who is he? Gao Beizheng asked with a smile. Gao Beizheng, I'm not very familiar with you, right? Please call me Lu Jianqian. Lu Jianqian said unhappily. Gao Beizheng's expression stiffened slightly, but he still smiled and said, Jianqian, aren't you treating me like an outsider? Lu Jianqian snorted and did not say anything else. She knew that Gao Beizheng had designs on her. However, she did not like Gao Beizheng. It was just that this person was like a sticky candy that kept wandering in front of her, annoying her. Gao Beizheng was also very unhappy when he saw Lu Qianqian's impatient expression. Why would he lower his pride to pursue her if not for the fact that Lu Jianqian had a good teacher? He, Gao Beizheng, was a disciple of a large family in Guangdong base city after all. He was not bad either. Could he be lacking in the women department? Gao Beizheng. His name is Chu Zhou. He's Qianqian's high school classmate. In the end, it was Qi Yan who spoke. Gao Beizheng's expression changed slightly when he heard that Chu Zhou was Lu Qianqian's high school classmate. This was because this friendship between high school classmates might change at any time. However, his expression quickly calmed down. He remembered that Lu Jianqian came from Zhang City. Then, as Lu Qianqian's high school classmate, Chu Zhou should also be from Zhang City. So he was a country bumpkin from Zhang City. Thinking of this, Gao Beizheng immediately felt relieved. Brother, Jianqian seems to value you very much. I think you're not weak either. Do you want to exchange a few moves? Gao Beizheng looked at Chu Zhou with a faint smile and said maliciously. He firmly believed that a small place like Zhang City could not produce talents at all, and Chu Zhou, who was his age, was definitely not his match. When Yang Xian and Qi Yan heard that Gao Beizheng wanted to challenge Chu Zhou, their eyes lit up. They also wanted to see how capable Chu Zhou was. Lu Jianqian looked at him as if he was a fool. During this period of time, Gao Beizheng had been hanging around in front of her. Even Yang Xian and Qi Yan knew his intentions, let alone her. Yang Xian and Qi Yan also told her about Gao Beizheng and his family. Gao Beizheng came from a control realm family and was not bad himself. Some time ago, Gao Beizheng seemed to have successfully advanced to an awakening realm martial artist with the help of the genetic potion provided by his family. However, Lu Jianqian knew even better that not only had Chu Zhou long become an awakening realm martial artist, he had also hunted many monsters in the wilderness and even hunted high-level beast soldiers like the golden umbrella silver ring snake. Gao Beizheng was asking to be humiliated by challenging Chu Zhou. Not interested. Chu Zhou said casually and glanced at Gao Beizheng. Even if he was still an awakening realm martial artist, he would not take Gao Beizheng seriously, let alone the fact that he was already an extraordinary realm martial artist. People who often fought and hunted monsters would have a faint killing intent on them. Even when Chu Zhou first saw Ling Zhan, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi, there was a faint killing intent on them. However, Gao Beizheng, who was in front of him, was clearly already an awakening realm martial artist, but there was no killing intent on him at all. He was clearly a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Chu Zhou naturally could not be bothered with such a character. Haha, Gao Beizheng, he doesn't seem to be giving you face. The boy beside Gao Beizheng laughed. Gao Beizheng's face was ashen. He was already very unhappy with Lu Jianqian giving him attitude. Now, Chu Zhou, this country bumpkin and love rival, actually dared to ignore his challenge. It was as if a volcano had erupted in his heart. Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. Gao Beizheng directly attacked. He suddenly jumped up and spread his fingers. They were curved like hooks, like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit or a fierce tiger capturing a sheep. He grabbed at Chu Zhou ruthlessly. However, he suddenly collapsed and vomited a large mouthful of blood before he could grab Chu Zhou. Lu Jianqian, Yang Xian, Qi Yan, or the boy who came with Gao Beizheng, none of them could see how he fell. They saw Gao Beizheng, who was clearly flying in midair, suddenly fall to the ground. Chu Zhou had even stepped on his chest with one foot, and he was vomiting blood. In fact, even Gao Beizheng himself did not understand how he fell. He suddenly felt an irresistible force, and his body fell uncontrollably. Then, a huge pain came from his body, as if his internal organs and lungs had been shattered, and he coughed up blood uncontrollably. Chu Zhou did this. Yang Xian and Qi Yan were shocked, their hearts trembling. On the other hand, Lu Jianqian quickly calmed down after being shocked. She felt that it was normal for him to do it even though she did not understand how Chu Zhou did it. You would be a corpse now if we weren't in South China Martial Arts University. Chu Zhou stepped on Gao Beishan's chest and said indifferently. Gao Beisheng coughed up another mouthful of blood. He felt the unshakable foot that was like a heavenly pillar stepping on his chest, and his heart was filled with fear. He could feel that as long as that foot exerted a little force, he would die without a complete corpse. Terrifying. This Chu Zhou was too terrifying. He was on a completely different level from Chu Zhou. If he had known that Chu Zhou was so powerful, he would not have dared to provoke him. At this moment, he no longer wanted pride or a love rival. He only wanted to live. Let me go. Gao Beisheng said with a trembling voice. His current appearance no longer had the poise of a descendant of a large family. He was like a defeated dog begging for mercy. He's too strong. Qian, tell us the truth. What realm is Chu Zhou at now? Yang Xian and Qi Yan looked at Lu Jianqian in unison. I'm not too sure about his exact realm, but I know that he killed 2 high-level beast soldiers golden umbrella silver ring snakes, some time ago. Lu Jianqian saw Yang Xian and Qi Yan's shocked expressions and said proudly. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Chu Zhou is already an awakening realm martial artist and has even joined the Battleaxe martial arts school. He is also the captain of a martial artist team. Hiss. At this moment, be it Yang Xian, Qi Yan, the boy who had followed Gao Beisheng here, or Gao Beisheng, who had fallen to the ground, all of them gasped. Chu Zhou and Lu Jianqian were classmates, which meant that he was about 17 years old. A 17-year-old awakening realm martial artist was nothing in Guangdong base city. However, it was completely different for someone who could hunt high-level beast soldiers at the age of 17. There were not many of them even in Guangdong base city. And those few were very likely geniuses nurtured by the martial god clan. In that case, Chu Zhou, who was standing in front of them now, was comparable to a monster carefully nurtured by the martial god clan? Thinking of this, Yang Xian and the others were shocked again. Other than Lu Jianqian, they were basically all from various martial arts families in Guangdong base city. They could be considered the elites among the younger generation of the Guangdong base city. However, they were on completely different levels compared to a top-notch genius like Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, why are you here? Suddenly, a gentle voice that seemed to have some magnetism came from outside the teaching hall. A graceful and charming figure walked in leisurely. Teacher Dongfeng. Lu Jianqian and the others were shocked when they saw that figure. Big sister Mingzhu, it's you. Chu Zhou was also very surprised to see Dongfeng Mingzhu. He did not expect to see Dongfeng Mingzhu again so soon. Moreover, Dongfeng Mingzhu seemed to be the teacher that Lu Jianqian mentioned. Dongfeng Mingzhu walked over and glanced indifferently at Gao Beisheng, who was stepped on the ground by Chu Zhou. Her gaze turned to Chu Zhou again and she smiled warmly. You haven't told me why you're here. If I knew you were coming here, I would have waited for you outside Uncle Chen's villa in the morning. We would have come to school together after you were done talking. I didn't expect that either. Chu Zhou laughed and pointed at Lu Jianqian. Lu Jianqian is my classmate. I'm here to visit her. Dongfeng Mingzhu's eyes lit up when she heard Chu Zhou's words. So, Jianqian is actually your classmate. Looks like we're fated. By the way, what's going on with you guys now? She glanced at Gao Beisheng on the ground. Ahem, this person challenged me just now. Challenge you? Is he soft in the head? You're a figure that even Uncle Chen values. What right does an ordinary martial artist have to challenge you? The students were dumbfounded looking at Chu Zhou chatting happily with Dongfeng Mingzhu. At this moment, Yang Xian and Qi Yan could not help but think of what Chu Zhou had just said. Mountains are famous because of the saints living in them, waters become miraculous because of the dragons residing in them. Chu Zhou was not lying. Chapter 73, Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena. Lu Jianqian, Yang Xian, Qi Yan, Gao Beisheng and the others were all dumbfounded when they saw Chu Zhou chatting happily with Dongfeng Mingzhu. Chu Zhou actually knew Dongfeng Mingzhu. Moreover, judging from their expressions when they were talking, their statuses were completely equal. This shocked them to the point of speechlessness. Who was Dongfeng Mingzhu? She was a celebrity teacher at South China Martial Arts University and was favored by many big shots there. She was also one of the most outstanding among the younger generation in Guangdong base city. The Dongfeng family behind her was also a famous King Realm family in Guangdong base city. She looked incomparably dazzling with so many halos on her. Many big shots in the Guangdong base city were unanimously optimistic about Dongfang Mingzuo's future. They felt that if nothing went wrong, she might become a big shot in the future. King Realm martial artists were existences that stood at the top of the human pyramid, second only to the human martial god. Each of them had the terrifying power to destroy cities. Moreover, the essence of every King Realm martial artist's life had broken through the limits of humankind and could live for 500 years. Therefore, anyone who had a chance to become a King Realm martial artist was strong enough to be called a monster. Dongfang Mingzuo was such a monster. Lu Jianqian was able to become famous in the entire South China martial arts university in a short period of time and make Yang Xian, Oiyan, and the others take the initiative to be on good terms with her. She was also pursued by Gao Beizheng and the other young masters of many families and financial groups. This was all because she was Dongfang Mingzuo's disciple. Many people wanted to climb up the social ladder through Lu Jianqian and Dongfang Mingzuo. Who would have thought that Dongfang Mingzuo, whom they regarded as unattainable, actually knew Chu Zhou and seemed to treat him as an existence of the same level? Didn't this mean that Chu Zhou also had the potential to become a King Realm martial artist? Thinking of this, Lu Jianqian and the others felt a surging tide in their hearts. Is Chu Zhou already so outstanding? Even a person like teacher has treated him equally. Lu Jianqian looked at Chu Zhou's figure and suddenly felt like she was looking up at a tall mountain. She had always known that Chu Zhou was very outstanding, but she never expected him to be that outstanding. Yang Xian and Qi Yan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They wished they could slap themselves hard. They clearly had a chance to be on good terms with Chu Zhou just now, but they had missed the opportunity for nothing. Especially Yang Xian, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Not only did she not take the initiative to be on good terms with Chu Zhou just now, she even vaguely looked down on him. How nearsighted! As for Gao Beizheng, he wished he could scold himself for being an idiot. He could have challenged anyone, but he chose to challenge a demon-level figure. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Now, he only hoped that they would not pursue the matter. He did not dare to have any designs on Lu Jianqian in the future. You, Dongfang Mingzuo looked at Gao Beizheng indifferently. She clearly did not know him. Let's forget about what happened today. Don't even think about letting your elders take revenge. Chu Zhou is not someone you can afford to offend. Moreover, if I find out that your elders took action, you will know the consequences. Chu Zhou released his feet from Gao Beizheng. Gao Beizheng immediately endured the pain and got up. He said humbly to Dongfang Mingzuo, "Teacher Dongfang, I understand. I fell and injured myself just now. It has nothing to do with Chu Zhou." Dongfang Mingzuo nodded in satisfaction. "Then I'll leave." Gao Beizheng and the other boy left in a panic. "Chu Zhou, you should be free now, right?" Dongfang Mingzuo looked at Chu Zhou and smiled. "How about giving me a chance to show you the scenery of Guangdong Base City?" Chu Zhou looked at Lu Jianqian. He was here to visit her this time. He had to respect Lu Qianqian's opinion whether he wanted to tour with Dongfang Mingzuo or not. When Dongfang Mingzuo saw Chu Zhou's actions, she immediately understood what he was thinking. She immediately looked at Lu Jianqian, Yang Xian, and Qi Yan and smiled. "Jianqian, the two of you, come with us. I'll listen to teacher." Lu Jianqian smiled. Yang Xian and Qi Yan were overjoyed. They did not expect Dongfang Mingzuo to invite them along. "You'll agree now, right?" Dongfang Mingzuo looked at Chu Zhou with a faint smile. "I'll leave the rest of today to you, big sister Mingzuo." Chu Zhou also smiled. Dongfang Mingzuo brought Chu Zhou and the others to the parking lot and let them board an extremely luxurious dark red convertible flying car. Boom! The flirtatious dark red convertible soared into the sky and flew out of South China Martial Arts University accompanied by the low sound of an engine starting. "Chu Zhou, there are many fun places in Guangdong Base City, but there's only one place that you can't miss," Dongfang Mingzuo said to Chu Zhou, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "Where is that?" Chu Zhou was very curious about what kind of place it was that Dongfang Mingzuo admired so much. "The Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena." Dongfang Mingzuo spat out. "Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena? The Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena that's famous all over the world? I've learned about it online. It seems that the Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena rears many monsters and specially provides martial artists with them to fight. Moreover, many martial artists from all over the world come to the Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena every day to watch martial artists fight monsters. The tickets to the extreme grade bestial battle arena are very expensive. It's said that the annual profit is more than 1 trillion. When Chu Zhou heard Dongfang Mingzhu mention the extreme grade bestial battle arena, his eyes lit up. The extreme grade bestial battle arena could be said to be one of the iconic entertainment venues in the entire Guangdong Sea area. The extreme grade bestial battle arena was resounding in everyone's ears in the Guangdong region. Chu Zhou had also learned about the extreme grade bestial battle arena from the internet. Unfortunately, there was no video of the battle in the extreme grade bestial battle arena online. It was obvious that the officials of the extreme grade bestial battle arena did not allow the battle video of the extreme grade bestial battle arena to circulate online. It was normal if one thinks about it. The tickets to the extreme grade bestial battle arena were very expensive. If everyone could watch videos online, how many people would be willing to watch the extreme grade bestial battle arena? It would definitely severely affect the profits of the extreme grade bestial battle arena. What you know is only a portion of the situation in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Dongfang Mingzhu smiled and said, in fact, not only are there people fighting monsters in the extreme grade bestial battle arena, there are also human battles. A battle between humans. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. Wouldn't the alliance intervene? They've all signed voluntary agreements under the rules allowed by the alliance. Moreover, many martial gods in the alliance suggested the establishment of the animal arena back then. They were worried that the martial artists in that base city would be too comfortable and gradually lose their bloodlust, so they allowed the establishment of the bestial battle arena. In the beginning, the bestial battle arena only allowed humans to fight monsters. Later on, some martial artists who could not resolve the aggro also chose to fight to the death in the bestial battle arena. After the bestial battle arena produced the benefits, they took the initiative to find some death row prisoners to form a human-to-human battle. There are arenas in many base cities around the world. However, our Guangdong city's extreme grade bestial battle arena is the most famous in the world because there was a miracle in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. And some inside stories. Miracle. Chu Zhou looked puzzled. You'll know later. Dongfang Mingzhu smiled and did not explain directly. At this moment, Chu Zhou was totally interested in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. The extreme grade bestial battle arena was not in the center of the Guangdong base. Instead, it was in the northeast corner of the base city. Soon, they arrived near the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Chu Zhou also saw it. The entire extreme grade bestial battle arena was more than 50,000 square meters. It was much larger than the headquarters of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in Guangdong Base City. Moreover, there was actually a huge white energy barrier above the extreme grade bestial battle arena, preventing people from seeing the situation inside. So many people. Chu Zhou looked in the direction of the extreme grade bestial battle arena in shock. In the sky, dense flying cars formed a torrent that kept flying towards the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Moreover, not all the people on the flying car were Asians. Some had blonde hair, green eyes, and white skin, some had curly hair and black skin, and some had white cloth wrapped around their heads. There were all kinds of styles, and there were huge differences. It was obvious that these people came from all over the world. Chu Zhou felt that his horizons were going to be broadened today. Chapter 74, The Temptation of Getting Rich. Dongfang Mingzhu parked the flying car in the parking lot and led Chu Zhou and the others towards the entrance of the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Big Sister Mingzhu, why didn't you inform us that you were coming to our extreme grade bestial battle arena? A young woman in professional attire who exuded a noble aura walked over quickly when she saw Dongfang Mingzhu. Zhen, I brought a new friend over for fun today. It was also a spur of the moment. Dongfang Mingzhu smiled at the young woman. Clearly, she was very familiar with this young woman. Who in the entire Guangdong base city doesn't know that Big Sister Mingzhu has high standards? Normal people won't be able to enter your eyes at all. Who exactly is it that can obtain your favor? Yang Zhenzhen looked curiously at Chu Zhou and the others who were following behind Dongfang Mingzhu. This is my new friend. His name is Chu Zhou. Dongfang Mingzhu pulled Chu Zhou in front of her and introduced him to Yang Zhenzhen. He then said to Chu Zhou, this is my best friend, Yang Zhenzhen. By the way, Yang Zhenzhen's family is one of the 5 major shareholders of this extreme grade bestial battle arena. Zhenzhen is one of the richest women in the world. If you get close to her, you won't be short of money and cultivation resources in your life. Big Sister Mingzhu, you're still so annoying. Yang Zhenzhen rolled her eyes at Dongfang Mingzhu, her poisonous best friend. Then, she smiled politely at Chu Zhou. Hello. Hello. Chu Zhou replied with a smile. Yang Zhenzhen sized up Chu Zhou curiously, as if she was looking at a giant panda. She had thought that the friend Dongfang Mingzhu was talking about was a woman, but she did not expect it to be a man. This was amazing. If those people in the elite circle of the younger generation of the Guangdong base city found out that Dongfang Mingzhu had made a male friend and specially brought him to the extreme grade bestial battle arena to play, it would definitely cause a commotion. Yang Zhenzhen took a few glances at Chu Zhou, but she could not tell what was special about him for the time being. Zhenzhen, take my card. Dongfang Mingzhu took out a high-level VIP membership card of the extreme grade bestial battle arena and prepared to let Yang Zhenzhen swipe it. Big sister Mingzhu, aren't you embarrassing me? This time, it's on the house. Yang Zhenzhen pushed the membership card back. Then I won't stand on ceremony with a rich woman like you. I can save 500,000 after all. Dongfang Mingzhu smiled and retracted the card. Chu Zhou clicked his tongue secretly. The tickets for 5 people were 500,000 alliance dollars, which was 100,000 alliance dollars a ticket. He had just estimated the number of people entering and leaving the entrance. At least 30,000 martial artists entered the extreme grade bestial battle arena a day. In other words, the turnover of this extreme grade bestial battle arena was about 3 billion alliance dollars a day. It was too terrifying. Even the money printing machine would not be so profitable. Manager Wang, bring Big Sister Mingzhu and the others in. At the same time, introduce Big Sister Mingzhu's new friend to our extreme grade bestial battle arena. Yang Zhenzhen asked a male manager to bring Chu Zhou and the others into the Colosseum. This Chu Zhou? Why does he look familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere before. After Chu Zhou and the others left, Yang Zhenzhen frowned. She was sure that this was the first time she had seen Chu Zhou, but strangely, she felt a vague sense of familiarity. She decided to immediately get someone to investigate Chu Zhou's background. Under manager Wang's lead, Chu Zhou and the others quickly entered the Colosseum. Immediately, a loud sound wave swept over. Colosseums that looked like the ancient Roman Colosseum appeared in front of Chu Zhou and the others. Every Colosseum caved in from the ground like a vortex. At the edge of the vortex were dense trapezoid seats, and at the bottom was a vast circular empty space. The circular empty space was even covered by a huge energy cloak. There was also a huge screen hanging in the sky of each Colosseum, showing the information of the two sides. There were a total of 16 such Colosseums. Among them, one occupied the largest area, 2 smaller ones, 3 even smaller ones, and the remaining 10 were the smallest of the same size. At this moment, other than the largest and second largest bestial battle arenas, the remaining 14 animal arenas were filled with dense spectators. These spectators from all over the world seemed extremely wild at this moment. They shouted and roared as they watched the battle in the arena. Our extreme grade bestial battle arena has a total of 16 bestial battle arenas. Among them, there's a boundary realm bestial battle arena, 2 control realm bestial battle arenas, 3 extraordinary realm bestial battle arenas, and 10 awakening realm bestial battle arenas. However, boundary realm experts are already second only to king realm experts. They're basically family heads with high status and rarely appear in the bestial battle arena. They only appear occasionally. In fact, even control realm experts will only appear once or twice a month at most. However, you're lucky today. Coincidentally, 2 control realm martial artists chose to come to our extreme grade bestial battle arena to resolve their personal grudges. Manager Wang introduced the bestial battle arena to Chu Zhou and the others as he led them towards the control realm bestial battle arena. A moment later, Chu Zhou and the others saw 2 control realm martial artists standing in a huge bestial battle arena. One of these 2 control realm martial artists was an enchanting red-haired woman, and the other was a strong white man who looked like an iron mountain. I'm lucky today to be able to see the battle between the 2 control realm martial artists. Dongfang Mingzhu said in surprise. It was not so easy even for her to see the control realm martial artists battle. It depended on luck. This is really a good place. Chu Zhou was very happy. He suddenly realized the huge value of this bestial battle arena. In the bestial battle arena, he could watch the battles of many awakening realm martial artists, extraordinary realm martial artists, control realm martial artists, and even boundary realm marital artists other than the beasts' battles. He could understand their combat methods, learn their combat experience, and increase his foundation. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons why some martial gods of the alliance suggested establishing the bestial battle arena. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he stared fixedly at the two control realm martial artists in a confrontation. Suddenly, the red-haired woman and the white burly man moved. They fought like two bolts of lightning. Magma-like flames and terrifying warhammer phantoms collided violently. The energy light barrier that enveloped the bestial battle arena shook crazily. A huge roar threatened to burst their eardrums. If not for the existence of the energy barrier, the audience around the bestial battle arena would probably have been instantly annihilated by the aftershock of the battle between the red-haired woman and the white burly man. Chu Zhou and the others watched seriously. Even though they could not understand many of them, they firmly engraved the battle scene in their hearts. These were all incomparably precious combat experiences. After memorizing them, he often analyzed them. They would definitely be of great benefit in the future. Suddenly, the red-haired woman gently pressed her palm on the white burly man's body. The white burly man let out a shrill scream and flew back. Then, countless scarlet flames surged out of his 7 apertures, and his entire body quickly turned into a human torch. In the next moment, his entire body turned to ashes. Even his warhammer was burned to molten iron. Selena, 1 win. A voice sounded. Many of the audience who had bet on Selena's victory immediately cheered. The red-haired woman called Selena left the bestial battle arena without hesitation after winning. Then, her figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. It's over. I wonder how long it will be before we can see the battle of the control realm martial artists again. Dongfang Mingzhu said reluctantly. She had already cultivated to the limit of the extraordinary realm and was half a step into the control realm. This kind of battle between control realm martial artists enlightened her greatly. Therefore, she wished she could see control realm martial artists fight every day so that she could learn from it. Chu Zhou was also a little reluctant. Watching the battle between the control realm martial artists was also extremely beneficial to him. By the way, why did they announce 1 win when they announced Selena's victory just now? Chu Zhou looked at Manager Wang. Manager Wang smiled and explained, this is the rule of our extreme grade bestial battle arena. Whether it's the battle of a boundary realm big shot or the battle of an awakening realm martial artist, there's a winning streak. For example, if you can win 10 consecutive battles in awakening realm battles, you can obtain 10 million. If you win 50 consecutive battles, you can obtain 300 million. If you win 100 consecutive battles, you can obtain 1 billion. If you can win 10 consecutive battles in extraordinary realm battles, you can obtain 100 million. If you win 50 consecutive battles, you can obtain 3 billion. If you win 100 consecutive battles, you can obtain 10 billion. In control realm battles, if you can win 10 consecutive battles, you can obtain 1 billion. If you win 50 consecutive battles, you can obtain 30 billion. If you win 100 consecutive battles, you can obtain 100 billion. If you can win 10 consecutive battles in boundary realm battles, you can obtain 10 billion. If you win 50 consecutive battles, you can obtain 300 billion. If you win 100 consecutive battles, you can obtain 1 trillion. Moreover, it's not just money. After winning 100 consecutive battles at every level, you can obtain special benefits and even receive personal guidance from the human martial god. 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion? When Chu Zhou heard the reward of winning 100 consecutive rounds in 4 levels, he drooled. His eyes had already turned into money symbols. Suddenly, he regretted advancing to the extraordinary realm so quickly. If he was still at the awakening realm, wouldn't his small goal of winning 100 consecutive rounds be achieved? Chu Zhou, don't listen to his nonsense. Dongfang Mingzhu hurriedly interrupted when she saw Chu Zhou's expression. How can it be so easy to win 100 consecutive rounds? If you're lucky, you'll encounter weaklings of the same level or relatively weak monsters. It won dozens of consecutive rounds. However, the extreme grade bestial battle arena is not a charitable place. How can it allow people to win 100 consecutive battles so easily? The extreme grade bestial battle arena will arrange very difficult opponents at critical moments like 10th, 50th, or 100th battles. Especially in the 100th battles, the extreme grade bestial battle arena will arrange for its true experts to appear. Therefore, it's very difficult to win 100 consecutive battles in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Very few people can do it. Many greedy people died here. Dongfang Mingzhu told Chu Zhou the inside story of the extreme grade bestial battle arena's winning streak. When Manager Wang heard this, he smiled and did not say anything. This was an open secret. There was nothing to hide. When Chu Zhou heard this, he realized the difficulty of taking money from the extreme-grade bestial battle arena. However, he was still tempted. He had missed the Awakening Realm winning streak reward. However, he could still take the Extraordinary Realm winning streak reward. He could still obtain 3 billion even if he only won 50 consecutive rounds. If he had 3 billion, how much would his attribute points increase? His strength would definitely increase again. Didn't Chen Bazhu remind him to become stronger as soon as possible? Such a good opportunity to become stronger was right in front of him. He could not miss it no matter what. Chapter 75, Demonic Human. In the extreme grade bestial battle arena. When Chu Zhou found out about the huge prize money for the winning streak, he was completely tempted and determined to make a killing from here. However, he did not take action immediately. It would be too rash. He prepared to watch more than 10 extraordinary realm martial artists battle first to understand their combat methods and make full preparations before the battle. Dongfang Mingzhu saw that Chu Zhou was clearly tempted and guessed his thoughts. However, he had already been reminded. If Chu Zhou still decided to participate in the battle, she would not stop him. This was Chu Zhou's own decision. Big Sister Mingzhu, I think you seem to be a frequent guest of the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Then, have you participated in the battles here? How many consecutive victories have you won? Chu Zhou suddenly looked at Dongfang Mingzhu curiously. Miss Mingzhu has already won 90 consecutive victories in extraordinary realm battles. Manager Wang smiled and said without waiting for Dongfang Mingzhu to speak. 90 consecutive wins? Lu Jianqian, Yang Xian, and Qi Yan looked at Dongfang Mingzhu in shock. This was the first time they knew that Dongfang Mingzhu had actually won 90 consecutive victories in the Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists Battle in the Extreme Grade Best Battle Arena. She was only 10 rounds away from winning 100 consecutive victories. This was a very glorious result. Who was simple to advance to the Extraordinary Realm? To be able to win 90 consecutive victories meant that Dongfang Mingzhu's strength was definitely above that of Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists. In Extraordinary Realm battles, you can obtain 100 million after 10 consecutive victories and 3 billion after 50 consecutive victories. Doesn't this mean that Big Sister Mingzhu has already obtained 3.1 billion here? Moreover, Big Sister Mingzhu is still 10 consecutive victories away from completing 100 consecutive victories. At that time, she can even obtain a total of 10 billion. Chu Zhou only paid attention to how much Dongfang Mingzhu had earned here. He calculated that Dongfang Mingzhu had already earned 3.1 billion from this industry. Moreover, she seemed to be able to earn another 10 billion soon. He was about to drool. Dongfang Mingzhu could tell that Chu Zhou was a money grubber. She smiled and said to him, "It's not so easy to win 100 consecutive victories. No one knows what trump cards are hidden. I'm not absolutely confident." However, her eyes were filled with confidence even though she said that. Clearly, she was not as uncertain as she said. Other than Miss Mingzhu, a very powerful newbie has also risen in the Extraordinary Realm battle in the past month. She only came twice and obtained 70 consecutive victories. Maybe she can achieve 100 consecutive victories the next time she comes. Manager Wang interrupted with a hint of reverence in his eyes. Are you talking about Sister Li Ji of the Li family? Dongfang Mingzhu's expression changed as she looked at Manager Wang. That's right, it's Miss Li Ji. Manager Wang nodded. So it's Sister Li Ji. That's okay then. Sister Li Ji was the true number one among the young people in our Nen, Don. Rage C.itv back then F.ven though T don't know where she has been all these years and she seems to have just advanced to the extraordinary realm not long ago. However, with her talent and foundation, she will definitely advance by leaps and bounds after advancing to the extraordinary realm. She will probably catch up to me soon. Then, she will surpass me and advance to become a control realm martial artist first. 100 consecutive victories is very difficult for others, but it's probably not difficult for her. If even she can't achieve 100 consecutive victories, I don't think many people can. Dongfang Mingzhu lamented. That's right. It's normal for Miss Li Ji to win 100 consecutive victories. Manager Wang nodded in agreement. He had also heard of some of Li Ji's glorious deeds. He knew that Li Ji was not only a monster, but also a monster among monsters. One of the top, even if she was ranked in the world. There was nothing to say about such a monster obtaining 100 consecutive victories. In fact, if not for Li Ji's sudden silence for a few years for some reason, he would have suspected that Li Ji might have reached advanced control realm by now. Wasn't Li Ji Big Sister Saber's name? Could it be that Dongfang Mingzhu and Manager Wang were talking about Big Sister Saber? Chu Zhou and Lu Jianqian looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. They did not expect to hear about Big Sister Saber again here. Moreover, Big Sister Saber's background was actually so shocking. She was actually the true number one person among the younger generation in Guangdong Bay City. Even a monster like Dongfang Mingzhu admired her. Chu Zhou recalled what Big Sister Saber had told him when she left Zhang City. She had asked him to look for her at the Li family in Guangdong City if he needed anything. Maybe I should meet Big Sister Saber when I have the chance. He muttered to himself. Speaking of which, even though a top-notch monster like Miss Li Ji is rare even in our extreme-grade bestial battle arena, it's not impossible. The person who really made our extreme-grade bestial battle arena famous. The person who really made our extreme-grade bestial battle arena famous worldwide and become the publicly acknowledged number one bestial battle arena in the world was still that person back then. Arena in the world was still that person back then. Manager Wang sighed and looked at the empty Boundary Realm bestial battle arena. When Chu Zhou and the others saw Manager Wang's actions, they could not help but look at the only Boundary Realm bestial battle arena. Suddenly, Chu Zhou discovered that the Boundary Realm bestial battle arena was different from the other bestial battle arenas. Other than the larger area, there was also a huge stone statue standing there. The stone statue's face was blurry and its facial features could not be seen at all. It was also wearing a black windbreaker with a hat. It held a saber in one hand and pointed at the sky angrily. Even though the stone statue did not have any facial features, it inexplicably gave off an insufferably arrogant and domineering feeling, as if it did not even take the heavens seriously. The moment they saw this stone statue, Chu Zhou and the others seemed to see a fearless and terrifying expert who looked down on the world and treated all living beings as ants. A mere stone statue made Chu Zhou and the others feel an astonishing pressure. Who is he? Chu Zhou could not help but blurt out. Him? He's the peerless miracle that has been born in our extreme-grade bestial battle arena. He's also the only miracle in all the bestial battle arenas in the world. Manager Wang said fanatically, like a devout believer worshipping a god. He's indeed a miracle. Dongfang Mingzhu took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of worship. No one knows his real name, but he's the only person in all the bestial battle arenas in the world who has won 100 consecutive victories in Boundary Realm battles. You have to know that almost all the Boundary Realm big shots are powerful figures of the various large factions. They have high positions and rarely come to the bestial battle arena to participate in battle. Similarly, every boundary level monster basically commands hundreds of thousands of monsters under its command. It's not so easy to capture. Boundary Realm battles rarely happen in all the bestial battle arenas in the world. Even if it happens occasionally, it's basically a dream to obtain 100 consecutive victories. It can be said to be harder than ascending to the heavens. In fact, even a 100 consecutive victories in the control realm has not appeared in the bestial battle arena for many years. Not only did this person do it, his 100 winning streak is completely different from the others' 100 winning streak. He killed 100 Boundary Realm experts at once. In fact, according to some secret rumors, he might have killed more than 100 boundary tier experts. Therefore, this person became a god in that battle back then and shook the world. It was also this battle that made the extreme grade bestial battle arena famous worldwide and become the number one bestial battle arena in the world. Even though no one knows his real name, everyone calls him demonic human. Chu Zhou and the others were completely dumbfounded. Killing more than 100 Boundary Realm big shots in one go? What kind of strength was this? How terrifying was it? The name of the demonic human was indeed befitting. Chapter 76, Participating in the Battle. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked by the deeds of the demonic human. It had to be said that this demonic human was indeed abnormal. However, an existence like the demonic human was too far away from them. Their attention quickly shifted back to the extraordinary realm bestial battle arena. There were a total of 3 extraordinary realm bestial battle arenas. Chu Zhou and the other 2 were currently watching the extraordinary realm bestial battle arena in the middle. In this bestial battle arena, a short and thin man in a tight black combat uniform was confronting a two-headed wolf. The two-headed wolf was 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. It looked even larger than an armored car and was very majestic. The most terrifying thing was that one of its 2 wolf heads was fiery red and surrounded by wisps of flames, while the other wolf head was green and it seemed to be wrapped in invisible wind. Two-headed wolf. This kind of wolf-type monster has the power of fire and wind at the same time. It's relatively difficult to deal with among extraordinary realm monsters. Information about the two-headed wolf appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. At this moment, the short and thin man moved. He turned into a blurry afterimage and rushed towards the two-headed wolf. Roar! The two-headed wolf roared angrily. Its fiery red wolf head opened its mouth and spat out huge fireballs with a radius comparable to a wheel. Dozens of fireballs enveloped down like a small meteorite rain. In addition, the other green wolf head also shot out sickle-shaped green wind blades. Many wind blades were mixed in between the dense fireballs. These fireballs and wind blades were very terrifying and could directly destroy a skyscraper. At this moment, the short man was like an extremely agile flea as he jumped around. Even though his movements were not elegant, he actually dodged fireballs and wind blades. Buzz! The dagger in the short man's hand suddenly trembled, and ripples appeared in the air. Suddenly, the short man seized the opportunity and threw the dagger. The dagger was like a bolt of lightning that could pierce through the void. It pierced through two fireballs and a wind blade in a row before piercing through the two-headed wolf's heart. Blood splattered. The two-headed wolf let out a shrill howl and fell heavily to the ground. Zhiliang, 6 victories. A voice sounded. The screen above the bestial battle arena displayed the short man's name and battle results. There are indeed many experts in this bestial battle arena. Chu Zhou recalled Zhiliang's move just now and felt a hint of danger. If his extreme titanium golden body was only at the first level, it would probably be difficult for him to completely withstand that attack. It was very likely that his skin would be cut. After watching Zhiliang and the two-headed wolf's battle, Chu Zhou watched more than 10 extraordinary realm battles in a row. Among them, there were battles between people and monsters. He also saw many elemental system martial artists and monsters that had also mastered elemental power. On the other hand, he did not see the spiritual system martial artist. These dozen or so battles also broadened his horizons. It allowed him to have a relatively comprehensive understanding of extraordinary realm strength in a short period of time. At the same time, those extraordinary realm martial artists and monsters who attacked gave Chu Zhou a feeling. They were weaker than he had imagined. Zhiliang, whom he had seen previously, was already a relatively strong presence. It's not that they're weak. It's because I'm too strong. Chu Zhou suddenly understood. How many extraordinary realm martial artists could be like him, who had just advanced to beginner extraordinary realm martial artists and already had 600 life field energy? How many extraordinary realm martial artists had mastered S-tier breathing techniques, SS-tier combat techniques, and S-tier body tempering techniques? It turned out that he had unknowingly become very strong. At this moment, Chu Zhou was suddenly filled with confidence in his 100-game winning streak. Manager Wang, I want to participate in the extraordinary realm battle. Can you arrange it? Chu Zhou suddenly said to Manager Wang. Extraordinary realm battle? You. Manager Wang was slightly stunned and said, Ahem. You should be talking about an awakening realm battle. If extraordinary realm martial artists can participate in awakening realm battles, I don't mind, as long as you give the corresponding rewards. Chu Zhou looked at Manager Wang with a faint smile. You're an extraordinary realm martial artist. Manager Wang understood what Chu Zhou meant. He looked at him in shock. Of course, he knew that Chu Zhou was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to become Dongfang Mingzuo's friend. However, he only thought that Chu Zhou's identity was astonishing or that he was a genius. After all, Chu Zhou looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. He was so young. If he was an extraordinary realm martial artist, it would be too terrifying. Now that he heard Chu Zhou indirectly say that he was an extraordinary realm martial artist, Manager Wang was immediately excited, as if a tsunami had appeared. Even Dongfang Mingzuo was stunned. She had thought that when Chen Bazhu said that Chu Zhou might become the human martial god, he meant that Chu Zhou's talent was heaven-defying and he had the potential to become the martial god. However, she did not expect Chu Zhou to have already become an extraordinary realm martial artist. Lu Jianqian, Yang Xin, and Qi Yan were completely stunned. Chu Zhou, who was the same age as them, was already an extraordinary realm martial artist? This is a dream, right? Dongfang Mingzu reacted immediately. She couldn't care less about offending Chu Zhou. She released a trace of mental strength and carefully sensed Chu Zhou's life force. She was quickly shocked by Chu Zhou's boundless life field energy. Then, she realized that Chu Zhou's life field had undergone a metamorphosis. This was indeed the life force of extraordinary realm martial artists. A monster, a top-notch monster. A monster among monsters who is not inferior to Li Ji at all. Dongfang Mingzu muttered to herself in a daze. At this moment, she finally understood what Chen Bazhu meant. Chu Zhou indeed had the potential to become the human martial god. After recovering from his shock, Manager Wang immediately took out a square instrument and tested it on Chu Zhou. The next moment, these words appeared on the device Extraordinary Realm Martial Artist. This instrument was also called the Strength Tester. By capturing the fluctuations and characteristics of a martial artist's vitality field, one could test the martial artist's actual level. The Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena prepared many strength testers to prevent anyone from hiding their strength and participating in battles below their level to cheat them of their prize money. The strength tester showed that Chu Zhou was an extraordinary realm martial artist. This was enough to explain everything. Manager Wang forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and said carefully to Chu Zhou, "Are you sure you want to participate in the extraordinary realm battle? I have to remind you that you have to bear the consequences if you die after participating in the battle." "I'm sure." Chu Zhou nodded. "Okay, I'll arrange it for you immediately." Manager Wang picked up the walkie-talkie and communicated with the staff of the Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena. "I've already arranged it. An extraordinary tier martial artist happened to be killed by the Thorn Spider in Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena number 3. It's your turn in the next round." After Manager Wang finished speaking, he immediately led Chu Zhou to the bottom of Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena number 3. At this moment, Chu Zhou happened to see 3 staff members carrying a corpse covered in bloody holes out of the Bestial Battle Arena. Then, he saw a spider monster the size of a small truck roaring in the middle of the Bestial Battle Arena, brandishing appendages filled with thorns. It easily cut smooth deep cracks in the ground as if it was cutting tofu. This was the thorn spider among the spider-type monsters. Under Manager Wang's instructions, Chu Zhou slowly walked to the opposite side of the thorn spider. A huge energy barrier quickly enveloped the Bestial Battle Arena. At the same time, a row of words appeared on the display above Chu Zhou vs. Thorn Spider. This. What's going on? Why did that young man appear in the Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena? The surrounding audience only reacted when they saw Chu Zhou standing opposite the Thorn Spider. There was an uproar when they saw Chu Zhou, who was clearly only 17 or 18 years old. He was too young. It was unbelievable that Chu Zhou was an extraordinary realm martial artist. Could it be that this young man offended the Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena and was arranged to die tempting fate by the Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena? Someone said doubtfully. Absolutely not. The Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena is famous worldwide. It's impossible for them to ruin their brand for a mere grudge. Someone immediately retorted. That makes sense. However, wouldn't that young man be an extraordinary realm martial artist? Unless he's a top-notch monster. All the audience in Bestial Battle Arena number 3 was in an uproar. The Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena never lacked geniuses to participate in the battle. However, top-notch geniuses were still quite rare. Sensing that Chu Zhou might be a top-notch genius, the audience in Bestial Battle Arena number 3 became excited. Some people even shouted and roared. This atmosphere even affected the surrounding Bestial Battle Arenas. The surrounding audience of the other Bestial Battle Arena ran over to take a look after knowing the situation in Bestial Battle Arena number 3. Ha ha ha, it's rare to see a top-notch genius participate in the battle. I'll bet $1 million on him winning. He's too young. Even though he has broken through to the extraordinary realm, his strength might not be able to catch up. I'll bet $2 million on the Thorn Spider winning. Soon, the audience in Bestial Battle Arena number 3 placed their bets. At this moment, Dongfang Mingzu and the others finally woke up from the shock brought about by Chu Zhou and realized that he was already standing in the Bestial Battle Arena. Big Sister Mingzu, this new friend of yours is really amazing. He's actually an extraordinary realm martial artist at such a young age. Yang Zhenzhen had already arrived beside Dongfang Mingzu and said in shock. I just found out that he's an extraordinary realm martial artist. Dongfang Mingzu smiled bitterly. Yang Zhenzhen did not say anything. She only looked at Chu Zhou's figure, her eyes shining. Even the martial god clan in Guangdong Bay City did not have many top-notch geniuses like Chu Zhou. In Bestial Battle Arena number 3, the Thorn Spider looked at the little guy in front of it and suddenly roared. Its blood-red eyes turned into a high-speed blur as it charged at Chu Zhou. Wherever the afterimage passed, it left 8 deep smooth cracks. The deep cracks seemed to have been left behind by a harvesting machine. Under everyone's gaze, the afterimage that the thorn spider had turned into instantly appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Thorny iron limbs tore through the air and stabbed at Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou was indifferent to the sharp thorns coming at him. No way, why isn't there any reaction? Could it be that he's scared silly? It's over. He's indeed too young. Even though his realm has increased, he doesn't have enough combat experience. Many people looked at the indifferent Chu Zhou and could not bear to see the tragic scene that followed. Lu Jianqian was also so frightened that her face turned pale. However, all the audience in Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena No. 3 were stunned. The thorn spider, which had launched a rage attack on Chu Zhou, suddenly screamed. Its hard appendages that were like thorns and iron spikes broke one after another. At some point in time, Chu Zhou's skin had turned into armor. Silver armor that looked like mechanical components covered Chu Zhou's hands and legs. Chu Zhou's arm relaxed and stretched out naturally. However, it was like an incomparably sharp divine blade that easily pierced through the thorn spider's head. Green blood splattered. The thorn spider, which was the size of a small truck, quickly lost all its light in its eyes. Then, its huge body fell with a bang. Chapter 77, 10 Consecutive Victories. 1. Isn't his body a little too strong? The thorn spider's appendages are harder than ordinary alloy steel and much sharper than ordinary alloy swords and sabers. They can even easily tear through armored vehicles, but they couldn't pierce through his body and even broke. This is unbelievable. In Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena No. 3. Many of the audience looked at Chu Zhou, who was standing beside the thorn spider's corpse, in shock. Sister Mingzhu, this friend of yours is indeed not simple. Not only did he cultivate the S-rank body tempering technique, but he also seems to have cultivated the extreme titanium golden body to the second level. The extreme titanium golden body sold in the martial artist mall only has one level. Could it be that he deduced the second level of the extreme titanium golden body himself? Yang Zhenzhen said to Dongfang Mingzhu in surprise. Dongfang Mingzhu did not say anything as her gaze fixed on Chu Zhou's figure. At this moment, she was extremely glad that she had met Chu Zhou. There were also 2 Western young men with extraordinary auras staring at Chu Zhou in a corner of the audience stand of Bestial Battle Arena No. 3. I thought that there was nothing interesting to watch other than the battle between the 2 control realm martial artists in this extreme grade Bestial Battle Arena. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. How interesting. Someone actually cultivated to the second level of the extreme titanium golden body. Komura, haven't you been training hard in the body tempering techniques? You should be very interested in this person, right? Lauren Medici smiled and looked at Komura Ernst beside him. That's right. He has indeed aroused my interest. Komura Ernst looked at Chu Zhou's figure with a burning gaze, as if he was a wild beast that had seen its prey. The second level of the extreme titanium golden body should be able to strengthen my body a lot. Komura, don't tell me you want to snatch the extreme titanium golden body from him. Lauren Medici could not help but be slightly shocked when he heard Komura Ernst's words. I'll make a deal with him. I hope he knows his place. What Komura Ernst meant was obvious. Komura, don't do anything rash. This is not in the West. The power of the family behind us has little impact on this place. If your actions anger the extreme grade bestial battle arena or those big shots in the Guangdong base city, we will be in danger. Lauren Medici hurriedly warned. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. I won't attack him in the extreme grade bestial battle arena even if he doesn't agree to the deal. Komura Ernst reassured Lauren Medici. Lauren Medici smiled bitterly. How could he be at ease? It was still very dangerous even if they did not attack in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. This was the East after all. In the bestial battle arena, the thorn spider's corpse was quickly moved down. Chu Zhou, won victory. The screen displayed the news of Chu Zhou's victory. At the same time, the staff asked Chu Zhou and quickly made arrangements after knowing that he had chosen to continue fighting. Crack, crack, crack. A piece of ground at the bottom of the bestial battle arena suddenly moved, revealing a huge underground tunnel. A bloodthirsty tank covered in red fur roared and rushed out with a fishy smell. The bloodthirsty tank was a pig-type monster. It was huge, like a truck. Every step it took caused a bang to shake, leaving behind a deep footprint. The 2 huge fangs on its head were more like 2 sharp scimitars, making people feel fear. The bloodthirsty tank was famous for its strength, and the extraordinary realm bloodthirsty tank could directly shatter a small mountain that was more than 10 meters tall when it charged at it. At this moment, after the bloodthirsty tank appeared, it immediately screamed and charged at Chu Zhou when it saw him. Rumble. The aura of the bloodthirsty tank charging was really too ferocious. It was as though 10,000 horses were galloping towards it, and the entire bestial battle arena number 3 was shaking. However, Chu Zhou only pressed his palm gently on the head of the bloodthirsty tank facing this extremely terrifying bloodthirsty tank charging at him. A pause button seemed to have been activated on the bloodthirsty tank as it suddenly stopped in its tracks. Then, Chu Zhou pressed his palm on the ground again. The head of the bloodthirsty tank immediately moved and crashed into the ground with a bang. Its huge head exploded like a watermelon. Bright red blood mixed with brain matter splattered everywhere. Chu Zhou, second victory. The screen displayed the information of Chu Zhou's second victory. Everyone's scalps went numb. The bloodthirsty tank was famous for its strength among extraordinary realm monsters. A bloodthirsty tank charging towards them would make countless extraordinary realm martial artists revere it. Now, it was actually stopped by a light press from Chu Zhou. The bloodthirsty tank's head was forcefully pressed to the ground by Chu Zhou's palm, causing its head to explode. Chu Zhou's strength was too shocking. Why did he feel that Chu Zhou was more like a monster than the bloodthirsty tank? The battle continued. The third battle. The fourth battle. The fifth battle. Ninth battle. Chu Zhou soon won 9 consecutive victories. In these 9 battles, Chu Zhou killed 7 monsters and 2 death row prisoners. Chu Zhou looked extremely relaxed throughout the entire process. He had not even taken half a step forward. As expected of a top-notch monster. Is he going to win 10 consecutive victories? It won't be so simple. The 10th round, the 50th round, and the 100th round. These 3 rounds are all key nodes. The extreme grade bestial battle arena won't let the challenger win so easily. Chapter 78, 10 consecutive victories. 2. The atmosphere in extraordinary realm bestial battle arena number 3 underwent a huge rally. Many viewers shouted and roared as they watched Chu Zhou continuously crush his opponents. Many of the audience who were watching the battles in the other bestial battle arenas also ran over to watch when they heard the commotion. The 10th battle had arrived in the blink of an eye. Everyone was staring at the deep passage in the bestial battle arena. Everyone wanted to know what kind of opponent the extreme grade bestial battle arena had arranged for Chu Zhou. Soon, a 100-meter-long behemoth crawled out of the deep passage. It was an incomparably huge centipede with a total of 100 blade-like feet on both sides. Its entire body flickered with metal light, as if it was made of metal, giving off an indestructible feeling. Ouch! This is an armored centipede. Many extraordinary realm martial artists gasped in the audience platform of the bestial battle arena. Chu Zhou is in trouble this time. Zhen, your extreme grade bestial battle arena is too ruthless. It's only the 10th round and you've already arranged an armored centipede for Chu Zhou. Dongfang Mingzhu said to Yang Zhen. The armored centipede was one of the fiercest extraordinary realm monsters. Not only was its entire body as hard as fine iron, sabers and swords could not hurt it. Even the bullets of a sniper rifle could not pierce through it. The 100 blade-like feet of the armored centipede were also extremely terrifying lethal weapons. They were extremely sharp and could cut through alloy metal plates like tofu. This armored centipede was also good at burrowing. The soil was similar to water to it and could be easily drilled down. Moreover, it could spit out terrifying poisonous fog. An armored centipede had once barged into a human city and spat out fog, enveloping an 18-story building. In less than 10 minutes, the entire building melted into poisonous water. You have to be prepared for death after entering the bestial battle arena, Yang Zhen said calmly. Moreover, if Chu Zhou is really a top-notch monster, this armored centipede shouldn't be a problem for him. Hiss! In the bestial battle arena, the huge armored centipede suddenly hissed and soared into the sky, hitting the energy barrier above, causing the entire energy barrier to tremble violently. It actually wanted to shatter the energy barrier and escape. Boom, boom, boom. The armored centipede had hit the energy barrier dozens of times in the blink of an eye. A huge roar resounded throughout the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Unfortunately, the extreme grade bestial battle arena had long considered this situation. The energy barrier was not something the armored centipede could shatter at all. The armored centipede hit the energy barrier dozens of times in a row. After discovering that it could not shatter the energy barrier, it coiled its huge body like a flood dragon, casting a huge shadow. Its dark eyes finally landed on Chu Zhou. Streaks of oppressive killing intent emanated from the armored centipede. It seemed to want to vent its anger of being trapped on Chu Zhou. At this moment, the audience at the edge of the bestial battle arena became inexplicably nervous. This armored centipede was too fierce. Many people felt that even if Chu Zhou was a top-notch genius, he might not be a match for the armored centipede. However, Chu Zhou did not take the armored centipede seriously at all. I will be winning my 10th consecutive victory at the end of this round. Then I'll get 100 million. This money is really easy to earn. Chu Zhou muttered softly. Almost all of the audience present possessed sharp ears and eyes. They heard Chu Zhou's muttering. The audience. Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzu, and the others. This is an armored centipede. Can you be more serious, act the part at least? Instead, you are actually calculating how much reward you would obtain. The difference between these monsters and the normal ones was not only in the huge difference in strength, but also in intelligence. In fact, the intelligence of extraordinary realm monsters was not much inferior to humans. Therefore, even the armored centipede also felt Chu Zhou's contempt for it. The armored centipede's pitch-black eyes gradually turned bloodshot. It only wanted to escape and did not take the little guy in front of it seriously at all. Now that it had failed to escape, the little guy in front of it actually dared to underestimate it. It was immediately furious. Hiss! The armored centipede suddenly let out a sharp and ear-piercing neigh. It opened its ferocious mouth and suddenly spat a green cloud-like poisonous fog at Chu Zhou. You're actually releasing poison? That's immoral. Chu Zhou said calmly. This was the first time he had moved. He took a step forward and instantly pulled out 3 lifelike figures. He took another step forward and pulled out 3 more figures. Soon, dozens of lifelike figures appeared in the bestial battle arena. The green cloud-like poisonous fog enveloped the spot where Chu Zhou had been standing just now, melting a large area of land into poisonous water. Then, the poisonous fog rolled and swept around. Chu Zhou's figures were constantly drowned by the poisonous fog. The ground melted into poisonous water wherever the poisonous fog passed. However, Chu Zhou's true body had already appeared on the other side of the bestial battle arena. He was not injured at all. Hiss! The armored centipede hissed angrily. Its coiled body suddenly swooped down and shook violently with a bang. It burrowed into the earth. In the next moment, the ground beside Chu Zhou suddenly exploded. A huge armored centipede broke out of the ground and quickly wrapped around Chu Zhou's body, wanting to strangle him cruelly. The tentacles of the blade kept slashing at Chu Zhou's body. Chu Zhou originally had a chance to dodge. Chapter 79, 10 Consecutive Victories. 3. However, Chu Zhou did not dodge. He wanted to test how strong the second level of the extreme titanium golden body was. At most, he would use the world destruction saber technique to destroy the armored centipede the moment the extreme titanium golden body was about to crack under pressure. Therefore, Chu Zhou chose to stay motionless again under the shocked gazes of the audience. Steel tentacles that looked like blades cut into a piece of silver armor that looked like a mechanical component on his body. Countless sparks instantly flew, and the ear-piercing sound of a chainsaw cutting through steel resounded throughout the entire venue. What happened previously happened again. Chu Zhou was fine, but the blade-like steel tentacles kept breaking. Is this still a human body? Isn't this too abnormal? The audience in Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena number 3 looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. Is this the horror of the extreme titanium golden body? It's only the second level, but it's already so powerful. Yang Zhenzhen's face also revealed shock. At this moment, she vaguely understood why her unfathomable grandfather admired the S-rank extreme titanium golden body so much. Such a physical body is really terrifyingly powerful. Dongfang Mingzhu also sighed. She would definitely not dare to let the armored centipede attack in such a close range, as she would have been quickly minced into pieces by the armored centipede. Lu Jianqian, Yang Xin, and Qi Yan were completely speechless. The terror of the armored centipede and Chu Zhou's strength far exceeded their imagination. In the bestial battle arena, the armored centipede also let out a painful cry after a large number of tentacles broke. At this moment, Chu Zhou's eyes suddenly turned cold. His hands, which were flickering with a faint metallic luster, suddenly moved at lightning speed and forcefully stabbed into the armored centipede's body. He actually grabbed the armored centipede and waved it around. Smashing to left. And smashing to the right. Smash, smash, smash. Boom boom boom. At this moment, everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. Chu Zhou actually grabbed the 100-meter-long armored centipede and kept waving left and right, smashing it into the ground again and again. Every time it smashed down, a large area of the ground was shattered by the armored centipede's huge and hard body. Once. Twice. 100 times. After smashing it more than 100 times, which almost shattering the entire ground of the bestial battle arena, Chu Zhou swung it ruthlessly and threw the injured armored centipede to the ground. At this moment, the armored centipede's entire body was dyed red with blood. Moreover, it lay on the ground and could almost not move anymore. It's a pity that the corpses of the monsters killed here will be retrieved by the bestial battle arena. Otherwise, I would have had a big meal. Chu Zhou looked at the immobile armored centipede and said regretfully. He walked to the head of the armored centipede step by step. Then, a merciless punch pierced through the armored centipede's eye, shattering its brain into paste. Chu Zhou, 10 consecutive victories. A voice sounded, and Chu Zhou's results were displayed on the screen. So strong, he's really too strong. The audience of Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena No. 3 were all in an uproar. The scene just now shocked them too much. Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen looked at Chu Zhou's figure with shining eyes. Lauren, do you see that? The second level of the extreme titanium golden body is really too powerful. I must obtain it. Komura Ernst said excitedly to Lauren Medici in the audience. Lauren Medici's eyes lit up. Even he could not help but have designs about the extreme titanium golden body after seeing Chu Zhou's performance just now. Chapter 80, Bone Sword Zhao Guang. I've won my 100 million. Chu Zhou looked up at the screen and saw the information of his 10 consecutive victories. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He obtained this 100 million too easily. This feeling was really too good. Still, 100 million was only the beginning. He had to take home at least 3.1 billion from the extreme grade bestial battle arena today. In other words, he wanted at least 50 consecutive victories. Continue. Chu Zhou said to the staff. The staff quickly arranged a new opponent for Chu Zhou. The audience of Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena No. 3 immediately became excited when they saw that Chu Zhou still chose to continue fighting after winning 10 consecutive victories. They might be able to witness a miracle with their own eyes today. The 11th round. The 12th round. The 13th round. The 45th round. Chu Zhou swept through everything from the 11th round to the 45th round. All the opponents he encountered during this period, be it monsters or humans, could not compare to the armored centipede. Therefore, he was basically in a crushing state. However, even so, Chu Zhou's performance shocked Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzhu and the others, as well as all the audience in Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena No. 3. This was because every battle had consumption, including life field energy, physical fitness, spirit, and so on. Under normal circumstances, winning 30 consecutive rounds was basically the limit for even top-notch geniuses. It was extremely difficult to defeat 45 opponents of the same level in a row. As for Chu Zhou, the entire process was very relaxed. This meant that Chu Zhou's vitality, physical fitness, and so on were much stronger than other top-notch geniuses. Soon. The 46th round. The 47th round. The 48th round. The 49th round. Another 4 battles passed, and the 50th battle was about to begin. At this moment, the entire audience of Super Bestial Battle Arena No. 3 fell silent. Everyone looked at Chu Zhou nervously. There were many geniuses who could win 100 consecutive victories in the Extraordinary Realm battle records of the Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena. Basically, 1 or 2 would be born every year. There were only 5 to 6 people like Dongfang Mingzhu who had won more than 90 consecutive rounds in Guangdong Base City. There were even more in the world. This included young people like Dongfang Mingzhu, as well as many experienced older generation Extraordinary Realm martial artists. However, the Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena had never seen an Extraordinary Realm martial artist as young as Chu Zhou win 49 consecutive battles at once. Many people felt that they were probably going to witness history today. At this moment, all the audiences in the other bestial battle arenas other than the audience of Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena No. 3 had ran over. More than 30,000 audiences were watching Chu Zhou. At this moment, Chu Zhou became the absolute focus of the entire Extreme Grade Bestial Battle Arena. Qian, Chu Zhou is your classmate, so he should be the same age as you. In other words, he's only 17 years old. Dongfang Mingzhu said in shock. If he can win 50 consecutive battles today, he will become the youngest extraordinary realm martial artist in the history of the extreme grade best battle arena to win 50 consecutive battles. 17 years old? 50 consecutive victories? Can he do that? Yang Zhenzhen was getting more and more curious about Chu Zhou's background. This young man was simply too outstanding. What was his background? Lu Jianqian, Yang Xian, and Qi Yan were so nervous that they could not speak. They just stared at Chu Zhou's figure. A figure slowly walked out of the deep passage under everyone's watchful gaze. It was a strange person. To be precise, he could not be completely called a human. He was only wearing tattered shorts. His upper body was naked, and his legs were also exposed. His head was lowered, and his messy black hair fell over his eaves. The reason why he could not be completely called a human was because his body was covered in sharp sword-shaped bones. He also held a blood-red sword in his right hand. This seems to be a fallen martial artist who has undergone human modification. Many people looked at the figure covered in sword-shaped bones in surprise. I know who he is. He's the Bone Sword, Zhao Guang. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the figure. Bone Sword Zhao Guang? Is he that unfilial son of the Zhao family? It should be him. I thought he was already dead, but I didn't expect him to be captured by the extreme grade bestial battle arena and become a war slave. Many people recognized the identity of the figure covered in sword-shaped bones. Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen looked at Zhao Guang with mixed feelings. They all knew Zhao Guang. It's a pity for Zhao Guang. His talent is not bad. If he cultivates steadily and follow the prescribed order, it won't be difficult for him to become a control realm martial artist in the future. However, he actually colluded with the Shadow Alliance and accepted the human modifications of the Shadow Alliance in his haste to succeed. In the end, he even went crazy and destroyed his family. Dongfang Mingzhu sighed. Humph, Zhao Guang became like this because of a woman from the Dark Shadow Alliance. However, no matter what the reason is, he made an unforgivable mistake. If not for the fact that our extreme grade bestial battle arena appeared and wanted to make him a war slave, the alliance would probably have long executed him. Yang Zhenzhen said coldly. Zhao Guang is not easy to deal with. He was already an advanced extraordinary realm martial artist before the human body modification. He is also proficient in sword techniques. He is also famous in the extraordinary realm martial artists circle of our Guangdong base city. After he underwent human modification, he became even stronger. His strength has probably reached the limit of the extraordinary realm martial artists. Can Chu Zhou deal with him? Dongfang Mingzhu suddenly felt worried for Chu Zhou. After the audience recognized Zhao Guang's identity, they also felt that Chu Zhou seemed to be in danger. Bone Sword Zhao Guang. Chu Zhou heard the discussion of the audience and knew the identity of the opponent in front of him. He also felt some threat from Zhao Guang. However, he was more concerned about the sword-shaped bones on Zhao Guang's body. According to the discussions of the audience just now, the reason why Zhao Guang became like this seemed to be because he had been modified by the Shadow Alliance. He had seen the scar-faced man with his hands turning into carapace arms, he had also seen humanoid monsters created by the Shadow Alliance, and he had seen mutated creatures created by the Shadow Alliance that had the characteristics of both humans and monsters. And now a modified human product like Zhao Guang. These mutated humans or creatures were all related to the Shadow Alliance. Suddenly, he realized that the biotechnology mastered by the Shadow Alliance was too powerful. It seemed that even the Human Alliance did not have such biotechnology. Forget it. Let's get 50 consecutive victories first. Chu Zhou shook off all other thoughts in his mind and locked his gaze on Zhao Guang. Boom! Zhao Guang suddenly attacked. A large area of the ground under his feet exploded with a bang. His entire body rushed towards Chu Zhou at high speed. His speed even broke through the sound barrier. A large amount of air was crazily compressed by his body before it could dissipate, forming an umbrella-shaped fog around him. Whoosh! A sword suddenly appeared in front of Chu Zhou. No, it was a forest of swords. In addition to the blood-red alloy sword, the sword-shaped bones on Zhao Guang's body suddenly extended, forming a bone sword forest that enveloped Chu Zhou. The most terrifying thing was that be it the blood-red alloy sword or the bone sword forest, all the swords actually stabbed at a point at the same time. All the power gathered at one point and erupted at the same time. This was a very brilliant sword technique. Boom! The power of the avalanche erupted like a tsunami. A small crack appeared on the mechanical component like silver armor on Chu Zhou's body with a crack. Interesting. When Chu Zhou saw the crack on the silver armor on his arm, not only did he not panic and worry, he even smiled. His previous opponents were too weak. It was impossible to test the limit of the second level of the extreme titanium golden body. He could finally use Zhao Guang to test it out. Therefore, he simply stood still again and crossed his arms, allowing Zhao Guang to attack him. Chapter 81, Creating a Miracle. 50 Consecutive Victories. In Extraordinary Realm Bestial Battle Arena No. 3. Chu Zhou crossed his arms and allowed Zhao Guang to attack him with a calm expression. The name Bone Sword Zhao Guang was not undeserving. The sword-shaped bones on Zhao Guang's body that could extend and contract freely were completely controlled by him like the sword in his hand. Zhao Guang made full use of the characteristics of the sword-shaped bones in his body. Coupled with the alloy combat sword in his hand, he used a sword technique unique to him. He circled Chu Zhou's figure at high speed, stirring up circles of dust. The dense bone sword stabbed at Chu Zhou like a violent storm. Moreover, every wave of bone sword stabbed at the same point. Bang, 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 bang. Waves of power erupted like an avalanche tsunami, and consecutive explosions shook the eardrums of countless viewers. The place where Chu Zhou was standing kept exploding under the tremors of explosive power. In the end, the ground of the entire bestial battle arena shattered. Countless grey dust filled the air, covering Chu Zhou's figure. Many people's expressions changed when they saw this scene. Zhao Guang's attack was too crazy. Many experienced extraordinary realm martial artists at the scene took a deep breath. They felt that they would probably be instantly torn into pieces if they were the ones facing Zhao Guang just now. Chu Zhou is too arrogant. Even if he's a top-notch genius, I'm afraid his defense will be shattered if Zhao Guang attacks him like this. Tens of thousands of spectators stared at the bestial battle arena that was filled with dust. Many people felt that Chu Zhou had been too arrogant just now and was probably seriously injured by Zhao Guang. The dust slowly dissipated, and Chu Zhou's figure was revealed again. However, what was shocking was that Chu Zhou was actually unharmed. Chu Zhou lowered his head and looked at the mechanical silver armor on his arms and feet. He saw that these silver armor had basically been shattered. However, these silver armor that was about to be shattered quickly healed. Cracks were quickly disappearing. Bone Sword Zhao Guang, right? I have to admit that you are much stronger than the extraordinary realm monsters and humans in the first 49 rounds. Your strength surprised me very much. You were just a little short of shattering the defense of my extreme titanium golden body. It's a pity. My extreme titanium golden body seems to have its own thoughts. It doesn't want to shatter yet. It recovered on its own. Chu Zhou stared at Zhao Guang's figure and said calmly. At this moment, Zhao Guang's messy hair that covered his eyes also scattered to the sides, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. Zhao Guang's bloodshot eyes constricted slightly when he saw that the mechanical silver armor on Chu Zhou's body had not completely shattered and had even recovered. What? Is the extreme titanium golden body really so abnormal? It can't even be cracked in a situation like this. Yang Zhenzhen said involuntarily, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. It seems that there's a reason why the extreme titanium golden body, which is only an S-rank body tempering technique, can shake the world. It's even more famous than many SS-rank breathing techniques, combat techniques, movement techniques, meditation techniques, and so on. I'm afraid it contains an astonishing secret. Dongfang Mingzhu sighed deeply. Is this the extreme titanium golden body? Lauren, I'll definitely cultivate the extreme titanium golden body immediately when I return this time. There's only one level of the extreme titanium golden body in the martial artist mall, but the extreme titanium golden body that Chu Zhou used has reached the second level. I wonder if he still has the cultivation method for the next few levels. No matter what, I must obtain the cultivation method of the extreme titanium golden body on him. Komura Ernst said to Lauren Medici beside him with an extremely firm gaze. Komura wanted the cultivation method of the extreme titanium golden body that Chu Zhou had mastered. This time, Lauren Medici did not persuade Komura Ernst. He was also thinking about whether he should obtain the cultivation method of the extreme titanium golden body from Chu Zhou. The East was indeed dangerous. However, the Medici family was not to be trifled with. It was completely possible to secretly mobilize a group of people to Guangdong base city. As long as they were more secretive when attacking Chu Zhou and retreated immediately after succeeding, they might not be discovered. Moreover, Even if they were discovered, as long as they had already returned to the west, there would be room for negotiation and maneuver. In the bestial battle arena, Chu Zhou stared at Zhao Guang calmly. Suddenly, his body moved. Boom! The ground under his feet seemed to have exploded with tons of explosives. A huge pit 5 to 6 meters in diameter appeared instantly, and a large amount of sand swept up. His entire body shot out like a cannonball. Moreover, his already extremely fast body left after images in the air. Fast. Simply too fast. His speed was much faster than Zhao Guang's. Chu Zhou appeared above Zhao Guang's head in a flash. At some point in time, his hands had already gripped the dragon tooth battle saber and raised it high. Whoosh! The dragon tooth battle saber suddenly slashed down. It was as if a peerless saber artist had suddenly slashed at the myriad mountains with an incomparably sharp saber, slashing them apart. This slash was too sharp. The sharp aura made the entire audience in the bestial battle arena feel a slight pain as if their skin was cut by the saber beam. Zhao Guang had not spoken since he appeared. However, at this moment, he seemed to feel a strong life crisis. He opened his mouth and let out a hysterical growl from his throat. Zhao Guang roared angrily. With a bang, he rushed up and attacked Chu Zhou above. The sword-shaped bones on his body also extended crazily and stabbed at Chu Zhou's body. However, all of this was meaningless under Chu Zhou's slash. Sharp sword-shaped bones were all cut apart by the incomparably sharp dragon tooth battle saber. Even the blood-colored alloy sword in Zhao Guang's hand was cut in half. Finally, an extremely sharp saber beam slashed across Zhao Guang's body. Zhao Guang's body suddenly split into two neat halves in midair. The two halves of his body flew to the left and right. A large amount of blood rained down. Chu Zhou's body landed on the ground, bathing in the blood rain. Even though we have no grudges, it's destiny that only one of us can live after entering this bestial battle arena. Therefore, I can only invite you to go to hell. Brother Zhao, have a safe journey. Chu Zhou looked at Zhao Guang's two halves and said calmly. Chu Zhou, 50 victories. A voice sounded. The screen above the arena displayed the information of Chu Zhou's 50 victories. Boom! The entire extreme-grade bestial battle arena boiled like a volcano immediately. Chapter 82, Huge Bonus, 3.1 billion. He did it. He actually did it. The youngest martial artist to have obtained 50 consecutive victory has been born in the extraordinary realm extreme-grade bestial battle arena. Today we witnessed history. In the extreme-grade bestial battle arena, tens of thousands of spectators were in an uproar. They looked at Chu Zhou in surprise. The audience in the extreme-grade bestial battle arena had very complicated backgrounds and came from all over the world. Many of them had already secretly investigated Chu Zhou's background and reported his situation to their faction and had also strongly suggested that their factions recruit Chu Zhou. He really won 50 consecutive victories. Yang Zhenzhen looked at Chu Zhou's figure in shock. Moreover, from his calm expression, he clearly didn't do his best. Hee, Zhenzhen. Your extreme-grade bestial battle arena suffered a huge loss today. Chu Zhou obtained 10 consecutive victories and another 50 consecutive victories. In this case, your extreme-grade bestial battle arena has to give him 3.1 billion alliance dollars. Dongfang Mingzhu looked at Yang Zhenzhen and teased. Yang Zhenzhen's expression was very calm as she smiled and said, our extreme-grade bestial battle arena is open for business. If we can afford to play, we can naturally afford to lose. It's just 3.1 billion. It's less than 2 days of our turnover. Chu Zhou won 50 consecutive victories at once and became the youngest person to win 50 consecutive victories. This has definitely brought a lot more than 3.1 billion in benefits to our extreme-grade bestial battle arena. What a profiteer! It seems like you guys win all the time. Dongfang Mingzhu muttered. Yang Zhenzhen glanced at Dongfang Mingzhu and said teasingly. Sister Mingzhu, you're eating the noodles the other way round. Have you forgotten? You also took 3.1 billion from our extreme-grade bestial battle arena. At this moment, Lu Jianqian, Yang Xian, and Qi Yan's minds were blank. They were all stunned. Mr. Chu Zhou, do you want to continue? The staff member's voice sounded in Chu Zhou's ear. That's all for today. Chu Zhou stopped while he was ahead and did not continue. He had to obtain the 3.1 billion reward first. With this 3.1 billion, he could buy more genetic nutrient solutions and also some other treasures that increased his attribute points. He had to accumulate his attribute points as soon as possible. With enough attribute points, he could greatly increase the basic breathing technique, extreme titanium golden body, world destruction saber technique, phantom movement technique, and so on. At that time, his strength would definitely welcome an unprecedented explosion. After his strength increased greatly, he believed that he could easily complete the remaining 50 consecutive victories when he came here again. At that time, he could obtain another 10 billion. Chu Zhou walked out of the bestial battle arena. His figure flashed, leaving after images. Soon, he appeared in front of Dongfang Mingzhu and the others. Chu Zhou, you're really too awesome. I believe your name will resound throughout the entire Guangdong base city in a few days. I reckon even my reputation can't compare to yours. Dongfang Mingzhu exclaimed. Not only will his name resound in Guangdong base city, his reputation will probably spread to all the base cities in the world soon. Yang Zhenzhen smiled. Lu Jianqian and the other two looked at Chu Zhou, completely speechless. Reputation is not important. The bonus is. Chu Zhou looked at Dongfang Mingzhu, as if asking when the promised bonus would arrive. Don't worry. Our extreme-grade bestial battle arena won't go so far as to destroy our signboard for a mere 3.1 billion reward. Yang Zhenzhen rolled her eyes at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's communication watch rang almost as soon as she finished speaking. Chu Zhou clicked on his communications watch and immediately saw a notification that a transfer had been made to his martial artist account. A total of 3.1 billion. Chu Zhou looked at the 3,115 to 4 million in his martial artist account and felt extremely satisfied. This was the feeling of being rich. It was really too awesome. Moreover, he had set a small goal when he advanced to Awakening Realm martial artist to earn a billion first and then buy the water of life medicine for his father. He had completed his small goal. Moreover, it was overdone. This way, I can buy the water of life and help father's leg recover. Moreover, the remaining 2.1 billion is enough to greatly increase my strength. At that time, I'll win another 50 consecutive battles and obtain the remaining 10 billion. Then, I can buy a large number of resources to increase my attribute points and increase them greatly again. Chu Zhou thought to himself and could not help but reveal a hint of joy. At this moment, two Western young men with extraordinary auras walked towards Chu Zhou and the others. Behind the two Western youths were 6 capable bodyguards. These two Western youths were Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici. Hello, beautiful Madame Yang Zhenzhen and Madame Dongfang Mingzhu. I'm Komura Ernst, Lauren Medici. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici did not greet Chu Zhou directly. Instead, they greeted Yang Zhenzhen and Dongfang Mingzhu politely. Clearly, they knew the identities of Yang Zhenzhen and Dongfang Mingzhu. When Yang Zhenzhen and Dongfang Mingzhu heard Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici's self-introduction, they were slightly shocked. They immediately thought of two very powerful families in the West. Komura Ernst? Could it be that you are from the Ernst family, known as the Five King Realm family in the West? Yang Zhenzhen first said to Komura Ernst before looking at Lauren Medici. And you're from the GBA Alliance, Global Economic Alliance, S Medici family. Madame Yang Zhenzhen guessed correctly. Komura Ernst smiled and nodded. His blue eyes emitted traces of arrogance. Lauren Medici also smiled and nodded, admitting that he was from the Medici family in the GBA Alliance. Dongfang Mingzhu was slightly surprised. She knew how powerful the Ernst family and the Medici family were even though they were in the West. The Ernst family was called the Five King Realm family because the Ernst family had given birth to 5 King Realm experts. Such a family could be said to be at the very top in the world, be it in terms of foundation or strength. It was second only to the martial god clan. The Medici family was also quite terrifying. The GBA Alliance, Global Economic Alliance, was formed by the global plutocrats in order to protect their interests after the cataclysm. It could be said that the GBA Alliance, Global Economic Alliance, was the richest organization in the world and controlled the economic lifeline of the world. Of course, in terms of hard strength, the GBA Alliance could not compare to the 3 martial arts schools in the 5 countries. However, the GBA Alliance was also a terrifying faction second only to the 3 martial arts schools in the 5 countries. Among them, the GBA Alliance had 30 corporations as the core. The Medici family was one of the 30 major corporations. Therefore, the strength of the Medici family could not be underestimated. Most King Realm clans were probably far inferior to the Medici family. After Yang Zhenzhen found out about the origins of Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici, she was only slightly surprised for a moment before calming down. The Ernst family and the Medici family were indeed powerful. However, the extreme grade bestial battle arena was not weak either. They were probably even stronger. Therefore, Yang Zhenzhen looked very calm. May I know why you are looking for us? Yang Zhenzhen asked. Madam Yang Zhenzhen, I have a deal to discuss with Mr. Chu Zhou. Komura Ernst did not hide anything and said directly. Then, he looked at Chu Zhou with a burning gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Are these Westerners perverts? Chu Zhou did not expect these two Western young men with powerful backgrounds to be looking for him. However, he did not like the naked greed in Komura's eyes. Mr. Chu Zhou, the price of the extreme titanium golden body in the martial artist mall is 100,000. However, there's only one level in the martial artist mall. I'll give you 200 million now. Teach me all the subsequent cultivation methods of the extreme titanium golden body. You don't have to worry about the Alliance pursuing the matter. The Alliance only doesn't allow secret manuals sold in the martial artist mall to be privately imparted. But the cultivation method behind the extreme titanium golden body that the extreme titanium golden body in the martial artist mall doesn't have is not within the restrictions of the Alliance. Komura Ernst stared at Chu Zhou and said, vaguely ordering him around. It was as if he was not trading on equal terms with Chu Zhou at all. Instead, he ordered Chu Zhou to sell him the cultivation method after the first level of the extreme titanium golden body. This made Chu Zhou extremely uncomfortable. You want to buy the cultivation method after the first level of the extreme titanium golden body for 200 million? Is there something wrong with your brain? Moreover, do I look like someone who lacks 200 million now? Chu Zhou sneered and said without giving him face. He was indeed greedy for money, but he would not kneel to earn money. Moreover, the cultivation method after the first level of the extreme titanium golden body was his unique trump card. He would not sell it no matter the offer. Mr. Chu Zhou, are you rejecting me? Komura Ernst's expression instantly darkened. He stared at Chu Zhou with a violent and cold gaze and said. Mr. Chu Zhou, I hope you're rational. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Even though you're indeed a top-notch monster with your talent, no matter what kind of monster you are, you'll only be a worthless dead person if you queue. Lauren Medici also interrupted. His voice was faint as he secretly threatened Chu Zhou. Mr. Chu Zhou, you only spent 100,000 when you bought the extreme titanium golden body. Now that Komura is willing to fork out 200 million to buy the cultivation method of your extreme titanium golden body, you've already earned enough. Don't be too greedy, or it won't be good for you. Chu Zhou looked at Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici indifferently and said. I'm not selling. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici were furious. They stared at Chu Zhou coldly. Komura, Lauren, are you threatening our extreme-grade bestial battle arena's esteemed guest? At this moment, Yang Zhenzhen suddenly spoke with a murderous aura. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici were shocked. They all knew Yang Zhenzhen's background and could not afford to offend her. Madam Yang Zhenzhen, this is a misunderstanding. We'll leave now. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici hurriedly apologized to Yang Zhenzhen and left surrounded by many bodyguards. However, before they left, they looked deeply at Chu Zhou. They have clearly burned this grudge with Chu Zhou deep into their hearts. Chapter 83, 5th Level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body Human Extreme Body. Dongfang Mingzhu watched as Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici left. She frowned and reminded Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, Komura Ernst, and Lauren Medici, these two probably won't let it go just like that. Be careful. She also told Chu Zhou about the situation between the Ernst family and the Medici family. The Five King Realm family and the core family of the GBA Alliance. I'll be careful. Chu Zhou nodded slightly. He didn't want to cause trouble. However, he was definitely not afraid of it. If Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici went overboard, then don't blame him for being rude. Chu Zhou quickly forgot about Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici. He had now earned a total of 3.1 billion. What he wanted to do the most now was to immediately buy a large number of advanced genetic nutrient solutions to increase his attribute points and increase his strength. He told Dongfang Mingzhu about his plan to find a place to rest. Dongfang Mingzhu thought that Chu Zhou was already exhausted after 50 consecutive battles. That's easy. I'll get you a VIP room at our Dongfang family's Washington hotel. Dongfang Mingzhu immediately made a call. All right, the room is ready. I'll send you there to rest. As Dongfang Mingzhu spoke, she led Chu Zhou and the others out of the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Wait, Chu Zhou, let's leave a method to contact each other. Yang Zhenzhen walked over and exchanged contact information with Chu Zhou. Then, she smiled and said to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, you're Sister Mingzuo's friend, and I'm Sister Mingzuo's friend, so we can be considered friends. You can contact me if you need anything in Guangdong Bay City in the future. Alright. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded. One more friend, one more possibility. He understood this principle. Especially a friend like Yang Zhenzhen, she was very powerful. She might be able to help at some point. Lu Jianqian, Yang Xin, and Qi Yan couldn't help but look envious when they saw Yang Zhenzhen take the initiative to exchange contact information with Chu Zhou. A person like Yang Zhenzhen was definitely one of the most shocking people among the younger generation in Guangdong Bay City. They wanted to befriend her, but they were not even qualified. Chu Zhou and the rest quickly left in Dongfang Mingzuo's bewitching flying car. Yang Zhenzhen stood outside the extreme-grade bestial battle arena and looked at the shadow that flew away. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting person. I believe the old man will be very interested. Not long after, Dongfang Mingzuo brought Chu Zhou and the others to an extremely luxurious hotel. This is one of the businesses of the Dongfang family, the Washington Hotel. The Washington Hotel has a total of 55 floors. There's a sky garden and an infinity swimming pool on the roof. You can look down at the downtown center of the entire Guangdong Bay City from the infinity pool. In addition, there are museums, shops, restaurants, theaters, and other places in the hotel. If you're interested, you can experience them all. You won't be disappointed. Dongfang Mingzuo brought Chu Zhou and the rest into the hotel while explaining the situation inside. Tisk tisk, teacher, I didn't know that this was actually your family's property. I remember that the fee here is extremely expensive. Even an ordinary room costs 30,000 a night. The price of the VIP room is 300,000 a night. Lu Jianqian clicked her tongue and exclaimed. It's worth every penny. Dongfang Mingzuo smiled. Chu Zhou secretly clicked his tongue. Even though this Washington hotel did not make as much money as the extreme-grade bestial battle arena, it was also a golden nest egg. Even ordinary martial artists could not afford it, what more ordinary people? Miss, this is the keycard to VIP room 9999. A staff member quickly walked over and handed a keycard to Dongfang Mingzuo. Dongfang Mingzuo handed the keycard to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, rest well. We won't disturb you anymore. She smiled at Chu Zhou and left with Lu Jianqian and the other two. Chu Zhou took the keycard and took the elevator. Soon, he arrived at VIP room 9999 on the 54th floor. He swiped the keycard and walked in. This VIP room was definitely the most luxurious room he had ever stayed in his 2 lifetimes. However, he was not interested in these things at the moment. He sat cross-legged on the soft and luxurious bed and opened the martial artist mall. He immediately ordered 60 advanced genetic nutrient solutions. In an instant, he spent 600 million alliance dollars. As expected, becoming rich overnight is the hard truth. How much money would be enough if I were to earn it the hard way? Chu Zhou sighed. 15 minutes later, the staff of the martial artist mall sent over 60 advanced genetic nutrient solutions. After Chu Zhou received the goods, he immediately began to inject himself with advanced genetic nutrient solution. 1, 2, 3. Even though the genetic nutrient solution could nourish the human body and was very beneficial to the human body, it could not be injected indefinitely. There was a limit to what the human body could withstand. When Chu Zhou was an awakening realm martial artist, he could only inject 10 advanced genetic nutrient solutions a day. His body would not be able to absorb excessive nutrition if there were more than 10, and that excessive nutrition would cause damage to his body. Now, he realized that his body had reached the limit of 30 sticks. The 30 advanced genetic nutrient solutions gave him a total of 1,417 to 5 attribute points. Upgrade the extreme titanium golden body. His experience in the extreme-grade bestial battle arena allowed him to fully experience the power of the extreme titanium golden body. Therefore, after his attribute points increased greatly, he immediately gave the order to upgrade the extreme titanium golden body. The entire attribute board instantly shook violently. Chu Zhou's body instinctively circulated the origin power of the extreme titanium golden body under the effect of his stats superpower. In the void, countless titanium elements quickly surged towards him and fused into his body, his cells, and even his genes. His body, every cell, was undergoing shocking changes. The cells seemed to have turned into metal cells, emitting a faint metallic luster. His internal organs, bones, every vein, every muscle, and even his hair seemed to have turned to metal. Silver armor that looked like mechanical components appeared on the surface of his body. This time, not only were his hands and legs covered by silver armor, his head and torso were also covered by silver armor. However, the changes did not stop there. Mysterious circuit-like patterns suddenly appeared between the gaps of the mechanical component-like silver circuit. At this moment, all the mechanical components in the silver armor were connected and combined with countless circuit-like patterns, forming a complete whole. But this is still not the end of the transformation. Pieces of silver armor and countless circuit patterns suddenly sank into Chu Zhou's skin and became a part of his skin. He also became a metal man. Moreover, his height had increased from 185 centimeters to 200 centimeters. On the surface of his body, a strange blue electric light flashed, as if countless circuits were blooming. An extremely fierce and sharp aura of origin power swept out from his body. RNE luxurious DEA UNA or MM was silently MC into particles that were difficult to see with the naked eye. At this moment, Chu Zhou only had one feeling. As long as he wanted to, he could smash this 55-story luxury hotel into dust with a single punch. An unimaginably majestic power flowed through his body. What a powerful feeling! Is this the 5th level Extreme Titanium Golden Body? He looked at his attribute board. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-rank level 5. Human Extreme Body. Unupgradable. The 3rd level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body was the Hexagon Armor Formation, and the 4th level was back to basics. This time, Chu Zhou's Extreme Titanium Golden Body directly crossed the 3rd level, Hexagon Armor Formation, and the 4th level, back to basics, and entered the incomparably powerful 5th level, Human Extreme Body. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt as if every cell in his body had turned to metal. His entire defense had been strengthened to an abnormal level. His defense had become unimaginably strong, be it the surface or the interior of his body. He wouldn't even need to draw his saber if he were to fight Bone Sword Zhao Guang again. He could slap the other party into meat paste. Chapter 84, Dangerous Woman. Washington Hotel. After the Extreme Titanium Golden Body was upgraded to the 5th level, the Human Extreme Body, Chu Zhou could clearly sense his strength even if he didn't test it out. Ordinary extraordinary realm martial artists would not be able to kill him even if he stood still. His physical defense had already reached an abnormal level. His entire body, along with his internal organs, eyes and other fragile parts, had fused with the titanium element. He could transform into titanium alloy at any time. It was extremely difficult to break through his defense. Even if it was broken, it would be very difficult to severely injure him. Moreover, the enhancement of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body was definitely not only physical body and defense, but it could also greatly increase his attack power. It allowed his attacks to carry a ferocious and domineering characteristic that was peerlessly sharp. At this moment, it was not an exaggeration to describe Chu Zhou as a humanoid weapon. I feel that the power contained in the 5th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body is a lot stronger from this. It's just that due to my level, many powers can't be completely released. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He could truly sense that the 5th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body could actually allow his body to undergo a more comprehensive and deeper transformation. However, his cultivation level was too low and could not withstand the subsequent transformation, so he suppressed it. Similarly, he could clearly sense that the 5th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body was the limit of his current body and realm. If he wanted to continue improving the Extreme Titanium Golden Body, it was best to wait until he advanced to become a control realm martial artist. The 5th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body is enough for my current realm. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and glanced at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists, Life Field. Energy 660. Attribute points, 373 to 5. Extraordinary Power, 10%, upgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Awaken 1%, unupgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-rank 42nd level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS rank level 1, Breaking the Sea, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S rank 5th level, Human Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, B rank 3rd level, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, A rank starting out. Life Field Energy has increased by 60. When Chu Zhou saw this, he could not help but be slightly delighted. He was already very satisfied with the power of the 5th level of the extreme titanium golden body. He did not expect it to add 60 life field energy. He thought about where he should spend the remaining attribute points. Extraordinary powers and the basic breathing technique can be improved. But it probably won't increase much. It can only increase by a little. The World Destruction Saber technique has a greater impact on one's mental will. It's best to wait until I've mastered the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique and have a greater increase in mental strength and defense before upgrading the World Destruction Saber technique. Chu Zhou thought for a moment and decided to improve his phantom movement technique. Soon, the attribute board trembled again. A moment later, the information on his attribute board refreshed. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists, Life Field. Energy 660. Attribute points, 43 to 5. Phantom, S rank level 7, unupgradable. His phantom movement technique had been upgraded to the 7th level and had transformed into an S rank movement technique. A large number of cultivation memories surged into Chu Zhou's mind. It was as if he had silently practiced the phantom movement technique for many years. All of this was real. He had worked hard to obtain it. He suddenly took a step forward, leaving 7 realistic afterimages in the room. His speed had increased by 7 times. That's all for today's upgrade. It's time for dinner. Well, there's a sky garden and an infinity pool on the roof. Maybe I can experience it after dinner. Chu Zhou placed his backpack in the high-end safe in the room and called the hotel staff to move another bed in. Then, he went out for dinner. After the meal, he did not return to his room. Instead, he asked the staff for a swimsuit and went to the sky garden on the roof. Chu Zhou walked in the sky garden in his swimsuit and saw many rich people resting here, as well as martial artists. There were many coconut trees planted here, and many beach chairs were placed. Many people were lying on the beach chairs to rest. Not far away, there was a huge infinity pool. Many beautiful women in swimsuits were playing in it. At this moment, the sky was already dark, and there were stars in the sky. One could also see the glorious city buildings. When these scenes were combined, it was simply a dreamlike beautiful scene. This is what it means to enjoy life. It's just too expensive. Chu Zhou sighed and walked towards the pool. With a splash, he jumped into the infinity pool. He swam to the edge of the infinity pool and leaned against it, looking down at the brilliant lights. At this moment, a woman with skin as white as snow and a graceful figure with towering snowy peaks, black lips, black nails and an exquisite and even seductive face suddenly swam to Chu Zhou's side. She placed a smooth arm on Chu Zhou's shoulder as if she was familiar with him. Chu Zhou. This woman's breath was like orchids, carrying a faint fragrance. Who are you? Chu Zhou's heart tightened and he became highly vigilant. He discovered a terrible truth. It seemed like no one else other than him could see the woman. This was very unusual. It was very abnormal. If it was a normal encounter, Chu Zhou would not reject it. This mysterious woman was astonishingly beautiful. Her exquisite and seductive appearance, her exaggerated S-shaped figure, or her snow-white skin, they were all extremely attractive. Under normal circumstances, Chu Zhou could accept discussing life's ideals with the other party and even studying the human body structure. But the problem was, the current situation was too abnormal. This woman gave Chu Zhou a fatal sense of danger. He was already very strong. He was confident that the current him could basically sweep through 99% of the extraordinary realm martial artists. However, he did not feel any sense of security in front of this woman. This was also the reason why Chu Zhou did not riot. His intuition told him that he had better behave himself now. Otherwise, his life might be in danger. Who am I? The mysterious woman smiled playfully. Her soft body suddenly pressed against Chu Zhou's body. Her lips were also by Chu Zhou's ear as she whispered. Didn't you kill Bone Sword Zhao Guang in the extreme grade bestial battle arena this afternoon? He's my toy. But you destroyed my toy. What do you think I should do? The mysterious woman's soft body pressed even tighter against Chu Zhou's neck. Her snow-white hands were also wrapped around Chu Zhou's neck. Her face was facing Chu Zhou as she stared into his eyes and looked at him with a faint smile. An incomparably intense touch and sensory stimulation stimulated Chu Zhou. However, he had no time to feel and enjoy it. He recalled the information he had heard about Zhao Guang in the bestial battle arena. Bone Sword Zhao Guang was originally a genius of the Zhao family in Guangdong Base City. For some unknown reason, he actually colluded with the Shadow Alliance and accepted the human body modifications of the Shadow Alliance. In the end, he even went crazy and slaughtered his own family. Was Zhao Guang's change related to this woman in front of him? This woman was from the Shadow Alliance? At this moment, Chu Zhou's scalp went numb. Normally, you have to compensate for destroying someone else's toy, don't you agree? The mysterious woman looked at Chu Zhou with a smile. She even picked up a strand of her beautiful hair and gently swept it across Chu Zhou's face. Chu Zhou was silent and secretly mobilized the origin power in his body. This woman was too dangerous. He was prepared to use his full strength to break through the pool and jump down from the building. He believed that such a huge commotion would attract a lot of attention. This woman was very likely from the Shadow Alliance, which meant that her identity could not be exposed. As long as a big shot in Guangdong City noticed this place, this woman should have no choice but to retreat. However, just as Chu Zhou was thinking about how to break out of this situation, the mysterious woman actually kissed him directly. A nimble tongue reached in. Chu Zhou was stunned. For a moment, he was caught off guard. He did not expect this woman to be so bold as to snatch his first kiss away. Chu Zhou, remember my name. My name is Yuan Bingmei. As the saying goes, love is fixed with a kiss. You're my man from now on. By the way, you've repeatedly interfered with the Shadow Alliance's matters and performed so well in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. The Shadow Alliance has already noticed you. My man, don't die. The mysterious woman whispered in Chu Zhou's ear. Her voice seemed to have a certain magnetism that stuck to Chu Zhou's heart. When Chu Zhou came back to his senses, the woman named Yuan Bingmei had already disappeared. Chu Zhou looked around and did not find any traces of the mysterious woman. The people around him acted as if nothing had happened. Could what I just experienced be an illusion? Chu Zhou muttered to himself. His mouth moved slightly, and he felt a faint fragrance that was like fruit candy lingering in his mouth. His gaze froze. It wasn't an illusion. Chapter 85, I just want to do my thing in peace, why force me? Washington Hotel. At the infinity pool. Chu Zhou leaned against the edge of the pool, the sweet taste of lipstick still lingering in his mouth. This was left behind by the mysterious woman called Yuan Bingmei. The encounter just now did not make him feel too excited. He only felt that this world was too dangerous and that he was still too weak. If that woman just now wanted to kill me, would I have already become a corpse? As he thought of this, the desire to become stronger in his heart burned fiercely again. He had won 50 battles in a row in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. The extreme titanium golden body advanced to the 5th level, human extreme body. These experiences and achievement made him feel that he was already strong enough. Even Dongfang Mingzhu, who was about to become a control realm martial artist, was someone he had absolute confidence in defeating. But now, he suddenly realized that he was far from strong enough. This world was too big and there were too many experts. He still needed to become stronger. If not for the fact that he had just finished injecting the advanced genetic nutrient solution not long ago and had to wait for 24 hours before he could continue injecting it, he would have immediately injected the remaining 30 advanced genetic nutrient solutions. Yuan Bingmei? I'll remember you. Chu Zhou wiped his lips and wiped away the remaining lipstick as he muttered to himself. Today, he, Chu Zhou, had his first kiss taken away from him. It didn't include his previous life. It was his first kiss after his rebirth. A man's first time was precious no matter what. In short, he had been taken advantage of. He had suffered a huge loss. But was it so easy to take advantage of Chu Zhou? He had a deep impression of that woman now. Yuan Bingmei should be a spiritual master. Moreover, she's an extremely terrifying and powerful spiritual master. She's also proficient in illusions. When she appeared here, she probably distorted the consciousness and perception of everyone here except me. Therefore, no one discovered her existence other than me. Chu Zhou recalled his experience and suddenly felt how terrifying spiritual masters were. This was especially true for illusion-type spiritual masters. They could directly distort the consciousness and perception of others. If such a person became an assassin, it would be too terrifying. He could walk to his target openly in front of everyone and kill them, and no one would have witnessed the entire process. It seems that I have to learn the treasure pagoda meditation technique as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou recalled Yuan Bingmei's warning just now. Yuan Bingmei said that he had already been noticed by the Shadow Alliance and they might cause harm to him. Chu Zhou was deeply aware of how terrifying the Shadow Alliance was. It was inevitable that he would feel pressured to be targeted by such an organization. I still have to become stronger. Only then will I feel safe. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Beep 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 beep. His communications watch suddenly vibrated. Chu Zhou looked down and saw that it was Xi Meng. He tapped on his communications watch. It was a three-dimensional bust of Xi Meng. Boss, did you receive Li Qingshi's birthday invitation? Xi Meng asked eagerly. Chu Zhou, take a look at where I am first. Only then did Xi Meng notice that Chu Zhou was soaking in a pool. Beside the pool was a beautiful garden. Looking down from the pool, it was a brightly lit night view of the city. It was obvious that the infinity pool and sky garden were not on land, but on a very tall building. Boss, is this the sky garden and the infinity pool? You really know how to enjoy yourself. Where exactly is this place? Xi Meng's eyes widened and he almost drooled. He had never enjoyed it like this before. I arrived at Guangdong Base City this morning. I'm at the Washington Hotel now. As Chu Zhou spoke, he sent the address of the Washington Hotel and his room number to Xi Meng. Boss, you're too much. You actually went to the Guangdong Base City alone to enjoy yourself. You didn't even invite Ling Zhan and me. Xi Meng wailed and said. No, Ling Zhan and I will go to the Guangdong Base City to look for you tomorrow morning. With that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. He must have gone to contact Ling Zhan. Chu Zhou soaked in the infinity pool for more than 10 minutes before going to the changing room to change his clothes. Then, he returned to VIP room 9999. At this moment, the VIP room had already been refurbished with a luxurious bed. Chu Zhou habitually picked up the Dragon Tooth battle saber and prepared to study the world destruction saber technique. Knock knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chu Zhou frowned. He didn't seem to have called the waiter. He walked over to open the door. A middle-aged Caucasian man in a suit and leather shoes, his hair neatly combed with hair gel, appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, please follow me. The white middle-aged man smiled politely, his eyes emitting a white light. Chu Zhou immediately felt a sense of familiarity towards this white middle-aged man. It was as if this white middle-aged man was a family member he was very familiar with. He instinctively listened to the other party's instructions and stepped out of the room. The middle-aged man smiled and closed the door for Chu Zhou. He continued to say to Chu Zhou, yes, follow me like this. Chu Zhou's mental state became more and more dazed. The white middle-aged man's voice kept ringing in his mind. He instinctively followed behind the white middle-aged man. However, he had only taken 3 steps when a destructive saber intent suddenly surged out from the depths of his heart. It was as if an ocean was roaring in his heart, wanting to destroy the world. A psychedelic power that enveloped his mind was instantly torn apart by the ferocious saber intent. Chu Zhou instantly woke up. Damn it, this person used spiritual illusion on me. Chu Zhou was shocked, but he pretended to be dumbfounded. Just now, after he was hit by Yuan Bingmei's illusion, he became very vigilant against illusions. He thought about what he should do if he encountered an illusion expert again. He knew that it was impossible to break the illusion with his spiritual power. However, he quickly thought of the saber intent of the world destruction saber technique. That kind of destructive saber intent also had a shocking effect on his spiritual will. It would definitely be able to break the illusion that others had cast on his spiritual will. Of course. It also depended on who was using the illusion. If the person using the illusion was a terrifying existence like Yuan Bingmei, even if Chu Zhou activated the saber intent of the world destruction saber technique, he would probably not be able to crack it. However, it was obvious that the white middle-aged man's accomplishments in illusions could not compare to Yuan Bingmei at all. It could even be said that there was a world of difference. The saber intent in Chu Zhou's heart surged slightly and broke the white middle-aged man's mental illusion. However, Chu Zhou did not show it. He still pretended to be under an illusion. He wanted to see who exactly wanted to deal with him. Is it Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici? Chu Zhou could basically confirm that these two people were behind this. A trace of killing intent surged in his heart. Sure enough, the two of them had made their moves. They had even specially found a spiritual master to deal with him. Then don't blame him for being impolite. The middle-aged Caucasian man brought Chu Zhou all the way to the first floor in the elevator. Then, he brought Chu Zhou out of the hotel. During this period, they met many people, but no one noticed anything amiss. Then, the middle-aged man brought Chu Zhou to a flying car and flew towards a corner of the Guangdong Base City. Soon, the flying car landed in an elegant manner with Western architectural style. The white middle-aged man brought Chu Zhou into the villa. As soon as he stepped into the villa, Chu Zhou saw Komura Ernst, Lauren. 41EA1C1, Anna 10 Nurse Western Martial Artists on TNE Sora. Young Master Komura, Young Master Lauren, I've fulfilled my mission. I've brought him here. The white middle-aged man placed his right hand on his chest and his left hand behind his back. Then, he bowed politely to Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici. Adrian, I knew you would succeed. A super body system martial artist who has not reached the control realm is at a huge disadvantage in front of a spiritual master of the same level. Lauren Medici smiled and praised the white middle-aged man. Hehe, I've said it before. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Did he think he can do whatever he wants just because he has some talent? How naive. Komura Ernst sneered at Chu Zhou and ordered the middle-aged man. Adrian, immediately get him to tell me the cultivation method after the first level of the extreme titanium golden body. By the way, this kid just received 3.1 billion from the extreme grade bestial battle arena not long ago. Get him to transfer this sum of money to this anonymous account. After that, just make him an idiot. This is the East after all. It's still a little troublesome to kill someone here. Komura Ernst ordered the middle-aged man and gave him an account number. Adrian, do it. In order to deal with this kid, we spent a lot of effort and urgently mobilized a group of people. It's time to reap the rewards. Lauren Medici picked up a glass of red wine and savored it. Not only could he obtain the subsequent cultivation method of the extreme titanium golden body this time, he could also obtain 3.1 billion alliance dollars. It was really a huge gain. Lauren Medici thought to himself and felt extremely comfortable. Chu Zhou listened to the conversation of Komura Ernst and the others at the side. The killing intent in his heart was already surging like a tide. Young masters, don't worry. Leave everything to me. The white middle-aged man said confidently. Bang! As soon as the white middle-aged man finished speaking, his head was suddenly slapped into his chest by a hand. Blood flowed down his neck. The white middle-aged man died and fell to the ground. This spirit reader, who was quite skilled in illusions, died just like that. Moreover, he probably did not even know how he died. You! Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici stood up from the sofa in shock. They looked at Chu Zhou, who was calmly shaking the blood off his hands, with disbelief on their faces. Sigh. I just want to do my thing in peace. Why do you have to force me? Chu Zhou said with a melancholic expression. Realizing that the blood on his hand had not been wiped clean, he immediately squatted down and wiped it on the white middle-aged man's suit. The 10 Western martial artists in the hall sensed the aura of a ferocious beast from Chu Zhou. Their expressions immediately changed drastically, and they hurriedly walked to Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici's side. Chapter 86, I, Chu Zhou, enjoy helping others. 1. Aren't you under an illusion? Komura Ernst looked at Chu Zhou angrily. Were you faking it? Lauren Medici felt that they had been tricked. What do you think? My performance just now is worth an Oscar, right? Chu Zhou wiped the blood off his hands on the middle-aged white man's suit. Then, he stood up straight and looked at Komura Ernst and the others indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead person. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici were furious when they saw Chu Zhou like this. Who are they? Who is Chu Zhou? He actually dared to look down at them like that. Attack! Take him down! Komura Ernst roared to the 10 Western martial artists behind him. In an instant, the 10 Western martial artists erupted with extremely powerful origin power auras. The entire villa shook violently. Cracks appeared on the floor and walls. Chu Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. He could tell almost instantly that the 10 Western martial artists were all advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists. Moreover, more than half of them had reached the limit of the extraordinary realm martial artists. Even a monster like Dongfang Mingzhu would be at great risk facing such a lineup, but this did not include Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou took the first step forward without waiting for the 10 Western martial artists to attack. With a loud bang, he instantly appeared in front of a Western martial artist. Boom! He threw a punch at his opponent at lightning speed. The unimaginable power of the punch actually blasted out a vacuum passageway. The Western martial artist's expression changed drastically. He crossed his arms in front of him and used his defense combat technique with all his might. Blue origin power spread out from his hands and condensed into a huge energy shield. However, the energy shield was directly penetrated by Chu Zhou's punch. Then, the fist broke 2 more arms. In the end, the fist directly pierced through the chest of the Western martial artist, and blood shot out dozens of meters. Blazing wave. A large amount of flames suddenly surged out of a Western martial artist's body. He waved his hand, and waves of flames that were as tall as several people immediately swept towards Chu Zhou. Wherever the fire wave passed, sofas, stools, tables, and other furniture turned to dust. The floor was also burnt to a crisp. Chu Zhou waved his hand expressionlessly and shook off the corpse hanging on his arm. Then, he threw a heavy punch in the air at the flames that swept over. An incomparably domineering, ferocious, and incomparably sharp aura erupted from his fist instantly. The wave of flames that swept over was split apart from the middle like butter. Even the Western elemental system martial artist standing behind the fire wave let out a tragic cry. His entire body split in the middle and was split into 2. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Lauren Medici frowned when he saw Chu Zhou easily kill 2 advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists in a flash. He had personally witnessed Chu Zhou win 50 consecutive battles in the extreme grade bestial battle arena, so he naturally knew how powerful Chu Zhou was. It was also because of this that he activated his relationship with Komura Ernst and directly mobilized 10 advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists. 5 of them had even reached the limit of the extraordinary realm martial artists. In addition, there was also Adrian, an experienced extraordinary realm spiritual master. In his opinion, with such a lineup, no matter how monstrous Chu Zhou was, as long as Chu Zhou was still an extraordinary realm martial artist, he would not be able to escape death. But now, he realized that Chu Zhou was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The strength Chu Zhou displayed in the extreme grade bestial battle arena seemed to be only the tip of the iceberg. Killing advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists was as easy as eating and drinking. This made Lauren Medici feel extremely uneasy. All of you are trash. Join forces to deal with him. Komura Ernst could not help but shout at the remaining Western martial artists when he saw the scene just now. In fact, the remaining 8 Western martial artists would do the same even without Komura Ernst saying anything. This was because the power Chu Zhou had displayed just now was too terrifying. It was not something they could deal with alone. Only by joining forces would there be hope. Boom 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 boom. The 8 Western martial artists unleashed their origin power. Waves of majestic origin power swept across the entire villa like a storm. Glass windows shattered one after another. The ceiling of the villa was also shattered. Countless fragments fell. At this moment, the 8 Western martial artists unleashed their most violent attacks on Chu Zhou. 6 of the super body system martial artists used weapons, fists, or guns to attack Chu Zhou from 6 angles. They did not give Chu Zhou any room to dodge. The remaining 2 Western martial artists were both elemental system martial artists. One of them condensed a 3-meter-long frost arrow and shot it at Chu Zhou at a speed that broke the sound barrier. There was also a Western martial artist who summoned countless green wind blades. He controlled the dense green wind blades to ruthlessly kill Chu Zhou. In the face of such an attack, other extraordinary realm martial artists could only wait for death. However, Chu Zhou simply stood there without moving. He crossed his arms and remained expressionless, allowing all the attacks to land on him. Boom 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 boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the spot where Chu Zhou was completely turned into a huge pit. Huge energy fluctuations and energy storms tore through and shattered all the chandeliers, refrigerators, televisions, and other furniture in the villa. Chapter 87, Chu Zhou, enjoy helping others. 2. Spiderweb-like cracks spread crazily on the ground and walls. In the end, the villa collapsed, and large pieces of the wall fell. The entire villa quickly turned into ruins. Komura Ernst, Lauren Medici, and the others rushed out the moment the villa collapsed. Is he dead? Komura Ernst, Lauren Medici, and the others stared at the ruins of the villa. If it were any other extraordinary realm martial artists who suffered such an attack, they were certain that he was deader than dead. However, Chu Zhou's performance just now was too domineering. They were not confident. Hey, are you guys trying to scratch my itch? A 2-meter-tall figure walked out of the dust slowly as a voice came from the dust. Thud. 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 The entire manor shook violently with every step that figure took. It was as if what walked out of the dust was not a person, but an incomparably terrifying ancient era's ferocious beast. In the end, that figure was completely revealed in front of Komura Ernst, Lauren Medici, and the others. It was a figure that looked like a small metal giant with his entire body metallized. On the surface of his body, there were metal muscles in the shape of mechanical components and mysterious circuit-like patterns. At this moment, those mysterious patterns were flowing with a blue light. This was Chu Zhou, who had used the 5th level of the extreme titanium golden body, the human extreme body. What? What kind of monster is this? Komura Ernst, Lauren Medici, and the others looked at Chu Zhou and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, all of them were alarmed. They all felt a suffocating crisis. The air seemed to have frozen, making it difficult for them to breathe. Their instincts told them that they might die in the next moment. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici were not ignorant people. In fact, with their status and identity, they had seen many extraordinary realm geniuses and monsters. They were also demon-level figures. They had come into contact with many extraordinary realm experts. However, they had never seen an extraordinary realm martial artist as abnormal as Chu Zhou. He was too powerful and terrifying. They understood that they had encountered a monster that could not be measured by common sense. Chu Zhou's combat strength was no longer on the same level as other extraordinary realm martial artists. At this moment, Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici regretted not mobilizing the control realm martial artists this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a predicament now. I've already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you're too disappointing. So many people attacked together, but they couldn't even scratch my skin. What's the use of keeping trash like you? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Zhou's figure suddenly disappeared from the sight of Komura Ernst and the others. Bang! A Western martial artist seemed to have been hit by an invisible behemoth and turned into a bloody mist. Then, 7 more bangs sounded in succession. The other 7 Western martial artists also exploded into blood mist. At this point, the 10 Western martial artists mobilized by Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici were all dead. They did not even know how these 8 Western martial artists died in the end. Run! Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici looked at each other and immediately fled out of the manor at full speed. Moreover, when they were escaping, they even activated their origin power with all their might and shouted, "Help!" Their intention was obvious. They wanted to alert the experts of the Guangdong base city and get them to save them. Unfortunately, they had only fled less than 10 meters when their legs seemed to have been swept by something and exploded into a bloody mist. In the end, they fell heavily onto the lawn. Help! Friends of the West, don't be afraid. I'll come and save you now. Chu Zhou appeared with a smile. He grabbed Komura Ernst's neck with his left hand and lifted Lauren Medici's neck with his right hand. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici were like ducks whose throats were pinched. They struggled in Chu Zhou's hands, and a large amount of blood kept flowing down their broken legs. At this moment, in the eyes of Komura and Ernst, Chu Zhou was a demon. Is there anything you need help with? Chu Zhou said in a friendly manner. I've always believed that helping others is the foundation of happiness. I see that you're in so much pain. Why don't I send you to your god? Let us go. Chu Zhou, killing us won't do you any good. Our families won't let you off. Komura Ernst looked at Chu Zhou in fear and struggled. That's right, Chu Zhou. The martial artists who died just now are only servants nurtured bvr familv. It doesn't matter if they've died. It won't affect us much. However, if we die, the family behind us will definitely not let it go easily. This time, you didn't lose anything, and we've all been punished. If you let us go, this matter will be over. Lauren Medici quickly said. I seem to have heard that you wanted to transfer my money to an anonymous account. Chu Zhou asked. No, you heard wrongly. We're the ones who want to transfer our money to your account, Komura Ernst hurriedly said as if he saw a chance to survive. Is that so? Did I hear wrongly? Chu Zhou turned his head and looked at Lauren Medici in confusion. Lauren Medici hurriedly nodded. Yes, Mr. Chu Zhou, you heard wrong. We said that we would transfer our money to your account. Is that so? Then it seems that I really heard wrongly. Since you're so kind, I can't let you down. This is my account number. You can transfer the money. Chu Zhou came to a realization and revealed his account. He even loosened his grip on Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici's necks slightly, allowing them to breathe a little easier. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici's desire to live was extremely strong. They both hoped that Chu Zhou would spare their lives after transferring their assets to him. Therefore, they opened their martial warrior accounts without hesitation and transferred all the money inside to Chu Zhou. Beep, Beep, beep. Soon, Chu Zhou's communications watch vibrated twice. Chu Zhou looked down and saw 2 notifications. One of the credits came from Komura Ernst, which was 300 million. The other sum was from Lauren Medici, 600 million. 300 million? 600 million? Why are you so poor? Are you lying to me? Chu Zhou glanced at Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici expressionlessly. Killing intent condensed in his eyes. I hate it when people lie to me. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici's hearts thumped wildly when they met Chu Zhou's murderous gaze. They hurriedly explained. Mr. Chu Zhou, even though I'm a member of the Ernst family is a very large family. It's impossible for them to allocate all their resources to me alone. Moreover, I usually need to spend a lot of money to cultivate and buy resources. Now, I'm really left with 300 million. Mr. Chu Zhou, I'm the same. I swear I'm not lying to you. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici explained fearfully. So that's how it is. You can't be blamed then. Looks like it's difficult for everyone. There's never enough money. Chu Zhou's tone softened, as if he understood Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici very well. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici were overjoyed, thinking that Chu Zhou would let them go. However, their expressions quickly froze. Your attitudes are not bad. I've received the money. Then, it's time to help you escape your pain and send you to meet God. Chu Zhou said expressionlessly. Before the Komura Ernst duo could beg for mercy again, he suddenly exerted strength with both hands and crushed the 2 of them into a bloody mist with 2 bangs. Woo. At this moment, a siren sounded. It seems that the commotion here has been detected. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and instantly disappeared. Chapter 88, Chen Bazhu, Rest Assured. 1. In the villa where Komura Ernst and the others had died. Hong Xiaodong looked at the ruins of the villa in front of him, the corpses of a few Western martial artists, and the traces of battle and blood in the manor. A headache appeared. One must have an astonishing background to be able to buy such a villa and manor in a place like Guangdong Bay City, where every inch of land was expensive. And yet, such a serious murder had happened here. Hong Xiaodong's first reaction was that things were getting out of hand. Have you found out how many people died here? Hong Xiaodong asked his right-hand man, Lu Hua. Preliminary confirmation is that a total of 13 people died here. However, only 3 corpses were left behind. The other 10 people died without their corpses. Furthermore, these 3 corpses are the corpses of advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists. Lu Hua said with a trembling voice. Hong Xiaodong's pupils constricted slightly. Their identities. Boss. Something big might really have happened this time. The 2 people who have been staying here recently are 2 Western youths. One is called Komura Ernst, from the famous 5-king realm family Ernst family in the West. The other is called Lauren Medici, and his background is equally shocking. He's from the Central American Medici family of the GBA Alliance. As for the other 11 people, we haven't found out their backgrounds yet. Lu Hua said in shock. We can't handle this matter. Report it to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Hong Xiaodong immediately made a call. Soon, a group of martial artists in military uniforms came to replace Hong Xiaodong and the others. 2 may keep counsel, putting 1 away in the world. The news of the murder here quickly spread to all the major forces and families in Guangdong Bay City. Many people were shocked when they learned of the deaths of Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici. Many people felt that a storm was coming. The Ernst family and the Medici family were both famous families in the West. They would definitely not let it go just like that. In fact, that night, the Ernst family and the Medici family took a plane and rushed over from the West. Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici are dead. Is it related to him? When Yang Zhenzhen heard about Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici, she immediately thought of Chu Zhou. Her intuition told her that this matter was very likely related to Chu Zhou. However, she felt that it was unreal. This was because she had already learned that other than Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici, there were 11 Western martial artists who had died in the villa. The Law Enforcement Bureau had already investigated the identities of these 11 Western martial artists. The result was shocking. Those 11 Western martial artists were all advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists. More than half of them had even reached the limit of the extraordinary realm martial artists. Also, there was a spiritual master named Adrian. She knew that Chu Zhou was very strong, but he would only die facing such a lineup. Coincidentally, when Dongfang Mingzhu heard the news of Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici's deaths, the first person she thought of was Chu Zhou. That was because in the afternoon, Komura Ernst had a conflict with Lauren Medici and Chu Zhou in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. There are 11 other advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists among the dead in the manor. From the looks of it, the person who did it shouldn't be Chu Zhou. However, I can test it out. Dongfang Mingzhu also believed that the culprit was not Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou returned to the Washington hotel calmly. He was not afraid of being exposed. This was because Komura Ernst and the others were the ones who attacked first. It would still be considered justifiable self-defense in the alliance's rules even if he was found out. However, he still gave Chen Bazhu a call. Chu Zhou. Supervisor, something happened on my side. Chu Zhou briefly explained the situation. On the other end of the phone, Chen Bazhu was dumbfounded. He had just met Chu Zhou in the morning and even gave him 3 warnings. Chu Zhou had given him such a big surprise at night? He did not immediately reply to Chu Zhou. Instead, he called the Law Enforcement Bureau. Soon, he understood the details. Other than Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici, you also killed 11 advanced tier extraordinary realm martial artists? And one of them was a spiritual master. Chen Bazhu was in a daze, wondering if he had heard wrongly. He remembered that Chu Zhou had just advanced to become an extraordinary realm martial artist yesterday. He had just become an extraordinary realm martial artist, but he could already kill other extraordinary realm martial artists as easily as cutting grass? Wrong, I was wrong. Chu Zhou, he's not a top-notch demon. He's a true peerless prodigy who rules an era like dragon, demonic human, soul the sun god and Changa Saha. Give him enough time to grow. He might become the next dragon. Chen Bazhu's spirit was invigorated, and he took Chu Zhou more seriously than ever. Thinking about how Komura Ernst and the others actually wanted to ambush and kill Chu Zhou, he felt a lingering fear. If Komura Ernst and the others really succeeded, the losses of their Battleaxe martial arts school would be incalculable. It could even be said that this was a huge loss for the entire human race. Fortunately, Chu Zhou was safe in the end. Chu Zhou, are you hiding anything from me? Chen Bazhu asked. There doesn't seem to be anything else. Oh, right. I won 50 consecutive battles in the extraordinary realm of the extreme grade bestial battle arena this afternoon. Does this count? Chapter 89, Chen Bazhu, rest assured. 2. Chu Zhou's indifferent voice sounded from the communications watch. Chen Bazhu fell silent again. Bastard. Such a young extraordinary realm martial artist who won 50 consecutive battles probably broke the extreme grade bestial battle arena's record. Don't make it sound so effortless. Chu Zhou had given him too much stimulation. Chen Bazhu felt that if he continued to be stimulated like this, his heart might stop. Chen Bazhu took a deep breath and made another call. The person on the other end of the line was silent for a long time before replying, focus on nurturing Chu Zhou. As for the trouble he encounters, let him handle it himself first. If he can't handle it, we'll step in. Upon hearing this, Chen Bazhu was relieved. He also replied to Chu Zhou, don't worry. Chu Zhou received Chen Bazhu's reply in Washington Hotel. He smiled and ended the call. I spent 600 million to buy 60 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. I earned 900 million this time. Yes, I have a surplus of 300 million. Not bad, not bad. Chu Zhou lay on the bed and calculated the profits from this trip. He was in a good mood. He was poor. It was best to earn as much extra money as possible. He lay on the bed and recalled his experience today. He had indeed experienced a lot today. He went to see Chen Bazhu in the morning, went to visit Lu Jianqian at South China Martial Arts University in the afternoon, fought 50 battles in the extreme grade bestial battle arena in the afternoon, and met Yuan Bingmei at the endless pool at night. Then, he went to kill Komura Ernst and the others. It was a busy and fruitful day. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou felt a little tired and quickly fell asleep. While Chu Zhou was sleeping, the matter of him winning 50 consecutive battles in the extreme grade bestial battle arena and the massacre of Komura Ernst and the others also quickly spread among the martial artists in Guangdong base city. That night, many people got to know this youth from Zhang City. The next day, perhaps because he was too tired yesterday, Chu Zhou slept until noon before slowly waking up. Bang, 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 suddenly, there was a series of violent knocks on the door. Boss, quickly open the door. Ling Zhan and I are here. This was Xi Meng's voice. You're here already? Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He immediately stood up and walked over to open the door. Boss, you're not loyal. You came all the way to Guangdong base city to enjoy life and left me and Ling Zhan in Zhang City. Xi Meng casually squeezed into the room. Ling Zhan followed behind quietly. However, Chu Zhou realized that Ling Zhan was frowning slightly. There seemed to be something wrong with his expression. Ling Zhan, are you all right? Chu Zhou asked with concern. I don't know what's wrong with him today. He has been frowning ever since he took the train to Guangdong base city. It's as if everyone owes him hundreds of millions. Before Ling Zhan could speak, Xi Meng shouted. This made Chu Zhou even more worried. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ling Zhan forced a smile at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was certain that something must have happened to Ling Zhan. However, since the other party did not want to talk about it, it was not appropriate for him to ask. Boss, when are we going to experience the infinity pool on the roof? I haven't experienced it yet. Ever since Xi Meng saw Chu Zhou enjoying himself in the endless pool last night, he had been unable to forget it. Chu Zhou looked at the time. It was almost 11:00. He smiled and said, let's go after lunch. Chu Zhou washed up and went to the restaurant for lunch with Ling Zhan and Xi Meng. Soon, they asked the hotel staff to send over swimsuits and went straight to the infinity pool on the roof after lunch. Tisk tisk, the sky garden, the infinity pool, and beauties. This is indeed a good place. Xi Meng looked at the sky garden filled with coconut trees and the huge infinity pool, especially the beautiful women playing in the pool. He clicked his tongue and sighed. Then, with a splash, he jumped into the pool. This guy was also a socialite. After entering the pool, he directly swam towards a few beauties who were playing and quickly became friends with them. Ling Zhan also entered the pool too. However, after he entered the pool, he leaned directly against the edge of the pool and looked down at the city below. No one knew what he was thinking. Chu Zhou found a beach chair and lay down. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, his communications watch rang. Chu Zhou tapped his watch and a three-dimensional bust of Dongfang Mingzhu appeared in the air. Chu Zhou, Komura Ernst, and Lauren Medici were killed last night. Have you heard? Dongfang Mingzhu stared intently at Chu Zhou as she spoke, seemingly waiting to see his reaction. They were killed? Which hero did this? Best Actor Chu said with a surprise expression when he came online. To think that I was so scared last night, afraid that they would take revenge. Their backgrounds are not ordinary after all. I can't compare to them. It's okay now. They're dead. I'm fine. Dongfang Mingzhu looked at Chu Zhou suspiciously. She didn't see anything amiss, but she felt that something was amiss. She decided to test him in person. Then there's nothing else. Dongfang Mingzhu ended the call. Not long after, Yang Zhenzhen also called. Chu Zhou, you killed Komura Ernst, Lauren Medici, and the others, right? Yang Zhenzhen said. She directly pinned the murderer's hat on Chu Zhou's head. Her words were very artistic. Chu Zhou smiled and did not admit or deny it. Do you think that's possible? Chapter 90, Chen Bazhu, Rest Assured. 3. Trickster. Yang Zhenzhen rolled her eyes at Chu Zhou. If she knew, why would she ask him in this way? Wasn't she just painting someone as something to trick Chu Zhou? However, she did not expect Chu Zhou to be so cunning. Yang Zhenzhen's expression suddenly became serious as she said, the Ernst family and the Medici family have already arrived at our Guangdong base city. Many people saw Komura Ernst and Lauren Medici fighting with you yesterday. I'm afraid these two families won't let you off, whether you're the murderer or not. Be careful. Thank you for your reminder. I'll be careful. A sharp glint flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes as he ended the call with Yang Zhenzhen. Are the Ernst family and the Medici family here so soon? I only hope they have enough money on them. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Of course, he was not arrogant. He planned to inject the remaining 30 advanced tier genetic solution at night and upgrade himself again. Tisk tisk, isn't this my good brother, Ling Zhan? Suddenly, a teasing voice reached Chu Zhou's ears. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned and immediately looked up. He saw 5 15-16-year-old boys and girls in branded clothes standing by the pool. Among them, a young man who looked a little similar to Ling Zhan, soaking in the pool, said with a teasing expression. Compared to the cold Ling Zhan, this youth who resembled Ling Zhan appeared even more unruly and cunning. Ling Zi, is he your older brother? I didn't hear that you have an older brother. Yet, tell me about it. What's up with him? The other 4 young men and women asked the young man who looked like Ling Zhan curiously. There's nothing much to say. He's just a bastard. The youth who looked like Ling Zhan said calmly. Now that you mention it, I remember some rumors about your Ling family. One of the fashionable girls said. Your father? I think he had a woman before he married your mother. Could it be that Ling Zhan was born from that woman? The young man who resembled Ling Zhan snorted coldly. It's that bitch's bastard. Boom. Ling Zhan, who was soaking in the pool, suddenly erupted with origin power. A cold and sharp aura swept out from his body. At this moment, his eyes became as cold as ice. Ling Ji, do you have a death wish? Ling Zhan looked coldly at the cold young man who looked like him by the pool. Ha ha ha, Ling Zhan, you want to kill me? Ling Ji laughed wildly and looked at Ling Zhan coldly. That bitch brought you out of the Guangdong base city back then and let you escape. It would have been fine if you didn't return to Guangdong base city. However, you actually dared to appear in Guangdong base city. You're courting death. It is the shame of our Ling family to let a bastard like you live outside. You shouldn't think about leaving this place alive now that you are back. Rascal, you're so arrogant. Let me teach you how to be a human. A thunderous roar suddenly sounded, and a tall and strong figure exploded in the pool. It was Xi Meng. He had long heard the conversation between Ling Ji and Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan was his good friend for many years. He had always respected Ling Zhan. How could he tolerate Ling Ji humiliating Ling Zhan like this? Thus, he did not care about the relationship between Ling Ji and Ling Zhan, nor did he care about Ling Ji's background. He directly attacked. He threw a heavy punch at Ling Ji. However, Xi Meng's fist was blocked by the fashionable girl who had just spoken. Where did this barbarian come from? He's so strong. After receiving Xi Meng's punch, the fashionable girl realized that her palm was swollen. The power of Xi Meng's punch just now far exceeded her imagination. Xi Meng was also shocked. This fashionable girl in front of him should be a year or 2 younger than him, but she could actually block his fist. It was obvious that this girl was also an Awakening Realm martial artist and was not weak. Such a young Awakening Realm martial artist was not weak. In a satellite city like Zhang City, he would definitely be a monster genius. Hehe, you actually have a helper. Ling Ji looked at Xi Meng and smiled coldly. He turned around and said to the 4 young men and women, everyone, help me take down this bastard and his helper today. If you succeed, our Ling family owes you a favor. We will definitely repay you generously in the future. When the 4 Vung men and women heard Ling Ji's words, their eves immediately lit up. Even though the Ling family was not a king realm family or a tycoon, they were still an old family in Guangdong base city. Their strength could not be underestimated. If he could make the Ling family owe him a favor today, this seemed to be a good thing. Of course, the most important thing was that it did not seem difficult to take down Ling Zhan and Xi Meng. There were 2 Awakening Realm martial artists on the other side, but there were 5 on their side. Furthermore, they were confident that the breathing techniques, combat techniques, movement techniques, and so on that they had mastered were not something that Ling Zhan and Xi Meng could compare to. I don't know where this bumpkin came from, but he dares to be impudent in our Guangdong base city. Ling Ji, we'll help you take them down. Sui Peng, Han Juntu, Sun Wen, and Chen Hunkin responded to Ling Ji and released their origin power. Ling Ji smiled coldly at Ling Zhan and released his origin power. Xi Meng's expression changed slightly. They did not expect that this group of young men and women were all Awakening Realm martial artists, and they were not weak. In that case, they would be in trouble. Chapter 91, Chen Bazhu, Rest Assured. 4. However, when he saw that Chu Zhou had already stood up from the beach chair, his expression returned to normal. These brats would be suppressed with the boss around. The 5 young men and women were indeed suppressed by Chu Zhou. They all suffered heavy blows and lay on the ground like dead dogs almost instantly. All of them were in so much pain that their bodies twitched. Furthermore, Chu Zhou's foot was still stepping on Ling Ji's chest, continuously crushing it. Wow! Ling Ji was in so much pain that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Ha ha ha, a bunch of immature brats dare to posture in front of us? Now that our boss has made a move, won't all of them fall? Xi Meng laughed wildly and looked mockingly at the 5 young men and women on the ground. Who are you? Ling Ji, Suipeng, Han Juntu, Sun Wen, Chen Hunkan and the others looked up in fear and immediately saw Chu Zhou's appearance. This person seems a little familiar. They vaguely felt that Chu Zhou was very familiar, as if they had seen him not long ago. You? Who are you? How dare you attack me? Our Ling family will not let you off. Ling Ji was constantly being crushed by Chu Zhou's feet. He was in extreme pain and shouted hatefully at Chu Zhou. However, when Chu Zhou exerted force, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Ling Zhan, do we need to cripple him? Chu Zhou said calmly to Ling Zhan, making Suipeng and the others' scalps tingle. Where did this ruthless person come from? He actually opened his mouth and said that he wanted to cripple Ling Ji. Ling Ji was the beloved son of the head of the Ling family. Wasn't he afraid of the Ling family's revenge for crippling Ling Ji? Ling Ji was so terrified that his body froze. If Chu Zhou crippled him, his life would be over. It would be meaningless to him personally even if the Ling family took revenge on Chu Zhou. Ling Zhan looked deeply at Ling Ji before saying to Chu Zhou, let him go. I'll look for him myself in the future. Okay. Chu Zhou understood that Ling Zhan wanted to deal with the Ling family matters himself. He respected Ling Zhan, so he let go of Ling Ji. Let's go. Ling Ji and the others hurriedly got up and looked at Chu Zhou fearfully. They did not even dare to say anything harsh and were prepared to leave. At this moment, Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen walked over together. Ling Ji, Suipeng, Han Juntu, Sun Wen, Chen Hunkan, why are you here? Dongfang Mingzhu looked at the bloodstains at the corner of Ling Ji's mouth, as well as the miserable-looking Suipeng and the other three. She instantly frowned. Upon seeing Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen, Ling Ji and the rest seemed to have met their savior. Big sister Mingzhu, sister Zhenzhen, it's that person. He injured us. The fashionable girl pointed at Chu Zhou's figure. You're saying that Chu Zhou hurt you? Dongfang Mingzhu was slightly taken aback. She then looked at Ling Ji and the rest in displeasure. Chu Zhou is my esteemed guest. Why did you offend him? Chu Zhou asked you to leave. Looks like he's not prepared to bicker with you. Consider yourselves lucky. However, this is my territory. You offended my esteemed guest in my territory, so I can't ignore it. I'll let you off this time because of the families behind you. But you're forbidden to enter the Washington Hotel again from now on. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Dongfang Mingzhu walked towards Chu Zhou with a smile. Yang Zhenzhen only glanced at Ling Ji and the others indifferently and ignored them from the beginning to the end. The fashionable girl and the others were dumbfounded when they saw Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen walking towards Chu Zhou with a smile. They had thought that Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhu would teach Chu Zhou a lesson because of their family background from the Guangdong base city. Who would have thought that the outcome would be like this? Suipeng, Han Juntu, Sun Wen and Chen Hunkan felt their scalps tingle seeing Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen chatting happily with Chu Zhou. Who exactly was Chu Zhou? To think that he could be on such good terms with famous figures in the Guangdong base city like Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen. At this moment, Suipeng and the other three, who had originally wanted their family elders to take revenge, had already given up on the idea of taking revenge. Furthermore, they glanced at Ling Ji indifferently and immediately abandoned him. Chu Zhou was obviously on Ling Zhan's side. The conflict between Ling Ji and Ling Zhan seemed irreconcilable. They were just normal friends with Ling Ji. There was no need for them to go against Ling Zhan for Ling Ji's sake and offend the mysterious Chu Zhou. When Ling Ji saw Suipeng and the other three leaving him behind, he gritted his teeth and quickly left. Ling Zhan, this bastard has returned to the Guangdong base city. He had to tell his mother about this as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Ling Zhan, I'll protect you. The Washington Hotel. Why are you here? Chu Zhou couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen coming over together. Why? I'm here to see you out of goodwill. Do you have any objections? Dongfang Mingzhu seemed to be dissatisfied with Chu Zhou's attitude and pouted coquettishly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with desire and charm, making one feel as if their bones were going to melt. Big sister Mingzhu is right. We came here out of the goodness of our hearts to see a certain someone and give him some reminders, but he doesn't seem to welcome us. Yang Zhenzhen also spoke with a gun in her hand. Dongfang Mingzhu was wearing a silk dress that accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure. She exuded a hint of charm, showing off her mature charm with her beautiful eyes. Yang Zhenzhen was wearing a professional outfit and had an exquisite appearance. Her every move carried a noble aura, as if she was a noble daughter nurtured by an ancient noble family. The appearance of these two women at the same time immediately attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Many people wished they could replace Chu Zhou, who had taken the initiative to talk to them. Boss is really amazing. He's only been in Guangdong base city for a day, but he already knows two super important people. Not far away, Shi Meng looked at Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen and clicked his tongue in amazement. Ling Zhan nodded silently in agreement. Even though he had always been cold and did not have much desire for women, he knew that women like Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen were definitely not people that ordinary people could get to know. Chu Zhou had only been in Guangdong base city for a day, but he had already gotten to know two such women. Moreover, they seemed to be on good terms. This was indeed an ability. Ladies, I was wrong, all right. Chu Zhou smiled bitterly. That's more like it. I'll forgive you. Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen smiled and lay down on the two beach chairs beside Chu Zhou. One of them surrounded Chu Zhou in the middle. This scene made many people's gazes turn into sharp arrows that shot at Chu Zhou, as if they wanted to pierce his heart. Beauty is a calamity. Chu Zhou noticed the sharp gazes and could not help but mutter. What did you just say? The two women looked at Chu Zhou. Nothing. Chu Zhou smiled awkwardly. The two women snorted arrogantly, and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Beauty was a calamity. Only a top-notch beauty would be qualified to be a calamity. To a certain extent, this sentence was the highest praise for a woman's appearance. No woman didn't like to be praised for being beautiful. Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen were the same. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person they liked would praise them. If someone they didn't like praised them, they would ignore them or even despise them. By the way, Chu Zhou, I just saw the children of some families in the 5 Guangdong base city. They seem to have a conflict with you. Why? Dongfang Mingzhu tilted her head and asked curiously. Chu Zhou also wanted to understand the feud between Ling Zhan and the Ling family through Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen. Hence, he did not hide anything and directly told her what had just happened. After Dongfang Mingzhu heard this, she pondered for a moment before looking at Ling Zhan's figure sympathetically. Is he Ling Zhan? I know about the feud between them and the Ling family. I've heard of it too. Yang Zhenzhen sighed. In the swimming pool, Ling Zhan seemed to have heard the voices of Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen. His body trembled slightly, and he immediately turned around to look down at the street below in a daze. Chu Zhou had been paying attention to Ling Zhan. Seeing Ling Zhan's huge reaction, he immediately knew that what Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen were about to reveal had a lot to do with Ling Zhan. Tell me about it. Chu Zhou narrowed his eyes. After Ling Zhan arrived at Guangdong base city, it was obvious that he had a lot on his mind. As the captain of the Sharp Blade squad, Chu Zhou felt that he had to understand what trouble his teammates had encountered so that he could help. Then I'll tell you. Dongfang Mingzhu thought for a moment and said, actually, many people know about what happened to the Ling family back then. This is not a secret to many families in the Guangdong base city. If I remember correctly, Ling Zhan's mother should be Fang Jing'ai, the first wife of the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Wanshao. To be precise, Ling Wanshao was not the head of the Ling family at that time. I don't know what happened, but Ling Wanshao and Zhang Qiushui of the Zhang family fell in love. Ling Wanshao divorced Fang Jing'ai and even chased her and his eldest son, Ling Zhan, out of the Ling family. Then, he married Zhang Qiushui. Ling Ji is Ling Wanshao and Zhang Qiushui's son. It was only after he married Zhang Qiushui that Ling Wanshao quickly became the patriarch of the Ling family. Yang Zhenzhen added, I heard that Zhang Qiushui has always wanted to eliminate the root of the problem and future troubles. However, there seems to be an expert from the Ling family protecting the mother and son in secret, so she didn't succeed. Later, Zhang Qiushui left the matter unsettled when the mother and son left Guangdong base city. After hearing Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen's words, Chu Zhou finally understood why Ling Zhan was so troubled the moment he arrived at Guangdong base city. This was a place of hurt for Ling Zhan. Furthermore, it would probably be very dangerous for Ling Zhan to be here. Ling Wanshao. Zhang Qiushui. Chu Zhou repeated these two names. When Dongfang Mingzhu heard Chu Zhou's nagging, her expression suddenly turned serious. She stared at Chu Zhou and reminded him. Chu Zhou, if you want to interfere in Ling Zhan's matters, you have to be careful. The Ling family probably won't dare to touch you with Uncle Chen protecting you. However, the current mistress of the Ling family, Zhang Qiushui, is not an easy person. Her own strength is unfathomable. Moreover, she is the biological sister of the head of the Zhang family. She might not give Uncle Chen face. The Zhang family. Chu Zhou looked at Dongfang Mingzu in confusion. Dongfang Mingzu said, the Zhang family is the king realm family of our Guangdong base city. Even though the Zhang family is not as powerful as the Ernst family, one of the 5 king realm family, it is still a 2 king realm family. They have great power in our Guangdong base city. If Ling Wanshao hadn't married the sister of the Zhang family's head, Ling Qiushui, and received the support of the Zhang family, he wouldn't have become the patriarch of the Ling family so quickly after marrying Ling Qiushui. I see. Chu Zhou's expression was very calm. He had already offended the 5 king realm family's Ernst family, as well as the equally formidable Medici family. It did not seem to be a big deal to offend another 2 king realm family for Ling Zhan. In any case, there was no need to worry about having too many debts. It was impossible for him to just watch as something happened to Ling Zhan. Of course, it would be best if nothing happened to Ling Zhan. I seem to have discovered a secret. Yang Zhenzhen looked at Chu Zhou and Dongfang Mingzu suspiciously, her gaze sweeping between the two of them. Do you have some secret that I don't know? Who is Uncle Chen? Chu Zhou and Dongfang Mingzu looked at each other and smiled. Uncle Chen is the supervisor of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, Chen Bazhu. I have a good relationship with Supervisor Chen. There was nothing to hide. Chu Zhou said it openly. Chen Bazhu? Him. Yang Zhenzhen was shocked when she heard this. Her eyes lit up when she looked at Chu Zhou again. As one of the 3 supervisors of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in Guangdong, she could be said to have heard of Chen Bazhu. In terms of strength, Chen Bazhu could only be considered an expert in the Guangdong base city, but not a top expert. However, Chen Bazhu's identity was more important. He was one of the 3 supervisors of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. He represented the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. This identity made Chen Bazhu's status in the Guangdong base city more important than many King Realm experts. Chu Zhou was valued by Chen Bazhu. This was Chu Zhou's amulet. If news of Chu Zhou and Chen Bazhu's relationship spread, even those King Realm families would not easily offend Chu Zhou. With Chu Zhou's potential, Chen Bazhu might not be the only person in the Battleaxe Martial Arts School who valued him. It was very likely that there would even be higher UPS in the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Yang Zhenzhen suddenly thought of this. She vaguely understood why Dongfang Mingzu had quickly become good friends with Chu Zhou after only knowing him for a day. Chu Zhou's potential was already extremely shocking. In the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, there was also Chen Bazhu and even bigger figures as backers. This meant that Chu Zhou had unlimited prospects. Perhaps he might become a human martial god in the future. After thinking this through, Yang Zhenzhen secretly sighed at Dongfang Mingzu's sharp eyes. Of course, Yang Zhenzhen's judgment of character was not bad as well. At this moment, Chu Zhou also called Ling Zhan and Shi Meng over and introduced them to Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzu. The Ling family. In a luxurious and exquisitely decorated private room, a graceful and elegant woman in a cheongsam-like dress was slowly sipping a cup of tea. Seeing her son, Ling Ji, who still had traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, suddenly barge in, she only took a glance and said, "You're in such a sorry state. Walking in here is simply ruining my place. Get out and wipe the blood from the corner of your mouth. Come in only after you tidy up." She did not even ask how her son, Ling Ji, was injured. Ling Ji opened his mouth, wanting to tell her about Ling Zhan's appearance in Guangdong base city. However, he immediately shivered when he saw the flash of coldness in his mother's eyes. He had been more afraid of his mother instead of his father since he was young. He had seen his mother's methods and understood that even as her son, he would end up in a terrible state if he dared to go against her wishes. "Yes, mother." Ling Ji left the private room respectfully. He wiped off the bloodstains outside and tidied up his clothes. After making sure that there was nothing disrespectful on his body, he stepped into the private room again. "Speak, what is it?" the beautiful woman said indifferently. Ling Ji took a deep breath and said, "Mother, that bastard Ling Zhan has appeared in Guangdong base city." Bang! After Ling Ji finished speaking, a teacup suddenly smashed onto his forehead. The teacup contained a shocking amount of origin power. It smashed him until his head bled and he fell to the ground. "Then why didn't you kill him?" The beautiful woman's gaze landed on Ling Ji. Her gaze was sharper than a knife, as if it could directly cut through a person's soul. I wanted to take him down, but there's a person named Chu Zhou protecting him. I can't do it. Ling Ji endured the pain and said with a trembling voice. Chu Zhou. The beautiful woman muttered to herself. Her white jade-like fingers grabbed the teapot, and with a bang, the entire teapot was crushed into powder. However, the tea in the teapot didn't splash out. Instead, it was evaporated by a terrifying source of origin power. Chapter 93, Too Outstanding, Kissed Again. Washington Hotel. Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen left. They came this time mainly to remind Chu Zhou. The people sent by the Ernst family and the Medici family had already secretly investigated him. They told him to be careful. Chu Zhou was very calm about this. He would deal with whatever came his way. Boss, it can't be. You've only been in Guangdong base city for a day and you've already caused so much trouble. Extreme grade bestial battle arena, extraordinary realm battles, 50 consecutive victories. You've also offended the Ernst family of the 5 King Realm family and the Medici family, one of the 30 core corporations of the GBA alliance. By the way, you seem to have offended the Ling family. You're simply a walking jinx. Your ability to cause trouble is invincible. Shi Meng clicked his tongue and looked at Chu Zhou in shock. Ling Zhan was also moved. When they heard Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen mention that Chu Zhou had won 50 consecutive battles in the extreme grade bestial battle arena, they were dumbfounded. Extraordinary realm battles? When did Chu Zhou advance to the extraordinary realm? And, he won 50 battles in a row? This news was like a heavy hammer that hit their heads hard, making them dizzy. They couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Chu Zhou had only been promoted to an awakening realm martial artist for less than 2 months, but he had already been promoted to an extraordinary realm martial artist. He had even won 50 consecutive matches in the extreme grade best battle arena. This was too perverted. Shi Meng and Ling Zhan both felt like they were being carried into the air. Their Sharp Blade squad was clearly a team of awakening realm martial artists formed by 4 rookies, but in the blink of an eye, they had become a team of extraordinary realm martial artists. Then, they were also dumbfounded by Chu Zhou's ability to cause trouble. In just one day, he had offended the Ernst family, the Medici family, and the Ling family. Of course, in the end, the Ling family was because of Ling Zhan. However, this kind of ability to cause trouble was definitely maxed out. What do you mean by walking jinx? I'm just too outstanding. I can't hide my own brilliance or stop others' jealousy. When Chu Zhou heard Shi Meng call him a jinx, he couldn't help but slap Shi Meng's shoulder with his right hand that was covered in origin power. Shi Meng grimaced in pain. Yes, yes, yes. Boss, you're right. You're the most outstanding, you're the most brilliant. Everyone who's your enemy is jealous of you. In the face of power, Shi Meng was very sensible and flexible in his bottom line. He immediately begged for mercy. Boss, thank you so much. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have offended the Ling family. Ling Zhan said gratefully. His voice, which had always been cold, now contained intense emotions. This was also the first time he had addressed Chu Zhou as boss. In the past, even though he had also acknowledged Chu Zhou as the captain, for various reasons, he could not say the word boss. At this moment, in his excitement, the word boss naturally escaped his mouth. We're teammates. There's no need to be so polite. Chu Zhou sensed Ling Zhan's agitated emotions and patted his shoulder with a smile. Of course, he was much gentler this time. He was not as careful as when he was patting Shi Meng. This difference in treatment made Shi Meng look on grudgingly. Ling Zhan did not speak again. Some things were best left in his heart. Beep 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 beep. His communications watch vibrated. Chu Zhou took a look and saw that it was a call from Li Qingxi. He pointed at his watch and a 3-dimensional bust of Li Qingxi appeared. In the air. Captain, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng. So you've all arrived and are still staying at the Washington Hotel. When Li Qingxi saw the Sky Garden and the Infinity Pool, she immediately knew where Chu Zhou and the others were. I'm at Green Vine Club. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up now. With that, she ended the call. Chu Zhou and the other 2 immediately went to the changing room and changed out of their swimsuits. Then, she went to the entrance of the hotel and waited for Li Qingxi's men to arrive. Not long after, a blue luxury flying car appeared in front of Chu Zhou and the other 2. Hello, you're Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, and Shi Meng, right? I'm the driver arranged by Miss Qingxi to pick you up. A driver in a suit said to Chu Zhou and the other two. It's us. Chu Zhou and the other two got into the car. The blue luxury flying car quickly flew into the sky and shuttled between the skyscrapers in the city. The flying car soon arrived at its destination. The Green Vine Club was located at the edge of a lake. The surrounding trees were lush and green. The mottled walls were filled with traces of creepers, and the ground beneath their feet was paved with stone slabs polished by bricks. The red-painted door, the dark golden nails, the two stone lions that had lived for a long time, and the row of beauties in plain cheongsam standing in front of the door. It was as if they had transmigrated into space and time and returned to the distant old era. Li Qingxi was also wearing a moon-white cheongsam today, highlighting her beautiful figure and elegant temperament. She looked like a noble woman from ancient times. Chu Zhou and the other two almost could not recognize Li Qingxi. When Li Qingxi carried out missions, she would usually wear a tight-fitting combat uniform that looked like a black leather jacket. She would even tie her hair up, looking very straightforward. She was like a completely different person now. Tisk tisk, eldest young Miss Qingxi, is this still you? Shi Meng made a fuss. Shi Meng, are you asking for a beating? Li Qingxi rolled her eyes at Shi Meng before smiling at Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan. Captain, Ling Zhan, let's take a sit inside. Chapter 94, Too Outstanding, Kissed Again. 2. She brought Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan into the club as she spoke. She seemed to have forgotten about someone. However, a certain someone was thick-skinned and did not care. He followed with a smile. Captain, you're really shocking. You became famous overnight last night. When I first heard your name, I was stunned for a long time. I couldn't believe. As Li Qingxi walked, she turned to look at Chu Zhou and said in shock. Who would have thought that you would advance to the extraordinary realm so quickly after advancing to the awakening realm martial artist realm less than 2 months ago? Moreover, you even set such a glorious record in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. Even those king realm clans, big corporations, and even the martial god clan would probably feel inferior if they knew your true situation. It's just some achievement. It's not worth mentioning. Chu Zhou smiled calmly. Soon, Li Qingxi brought Chu Zhou and the others to an antique garden and sat down in a carefully decorated pavilion. Li Qingxi elegantly picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Chu Zhou and the other two. Qingxi, could it be that this clubhouse belongs to your clan? Chu Zhou couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw that there seemed to be no other guests besides them in the entire clubhouse. Yes. Li Qingxi nodded calmly. Gasp. Miss Qingxi, your family is really rich. In Guangdong Bay City, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Just building a club here will cost an astronomical amount of money. I was wrong. In the past, I only knew that the eldest young Miss Qingxi was rich, but I never imagined that you would actually be so rich. Shi Meng sighed deeply. Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan nodded in agreement. They did not expect the family behind Li Qingxi to be so rich. This belongs to our family, not me. Li Qingxi said to Shi Meng angrily. Even if that's the case, Qingxi, you probably don't lack money, right? With your status and background, why did you choose to attend high school in Zhang City back then? You even risked your life in the elite trial for the sake of obtaining the genetic potion. Chu Zhou looked at Li Qingxi curiously as he spoke. Ling Zhan and Shi Meng also looked at Li Qingxi curiously. Even though they had been good friends with Li Qingxi for 3 years, she had never revealed her true background to them. If Li Qingxi had not invited them to Guangdong Bay City for her birthday party, they would not have known that Li Qingxi's home was in Guangdong Bay City. Of course, everyone had their own secrets. They did not blame Li Qingxi. Li Qingxi did not hide anything. She smiled faintly and explained. Our family is indeed rich, and the family can indeed give me a lot of advantages. However, big families also have rules. You have to contribute enough to the family to be able to enjoy the benefits given by the family. According to the Li family's rules, if anyone in the family always relied on the family's kindness and resources, they have to listen to the family's arrangements in the future, including work, marriage, and even some dangerous missions. I will have much more freedom if I were to rely on myself. This is very fair. If you want to get more from the family, you have to listen to the family's arrangements. If you want to be self-reliant, grow on your own, and obtain what you want, the family will support you and give you more freedom. I didn't want others to dictate my fate, so I chose to leave Guangdong Bay City and go to Zhang City. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the others finally understood why Li Qingxi had gone to Zhang City. It seems that even the disciples of large families sometimes have no choice. Chu Zhou sighed. Of course, he had no intention of pitying those disciples. After all, no matter what, their starting point was much higher than that of commoners. All roads lead to Rome, whereas she was born in Rome. The conditions of commoners and family descendants were still incomparable. What's more, in a situation like Li Qingxi's, she could still choose the path she wanted to take if she did not want to accept the family's arrangements. Commoners basically had no choice. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the garden. It seemed that a staff member was preventing others from entering the garden, but he was scolded. Li Qingxi frowned when she heard the voice coming from outside the garden. She was receiving Chu Zhou and the others here today and had already clearly instructed the staff not to let outsiders disturb them. Who was trying to break in now? Soon, a woman wearing a black dress with a hollowed-out back, high heels, and a golden snake-shaped necklace on her neck walked in with 3 young men and women. After the woman in the black bareback dress entered the garden, her sharp phoenix eyes quickly scanned the garden as if she was looking for prey. When she saw Chu Zhou, her eyes lit up. Miss Qingxi, I told you that you are entertaining guests here, but Miss Kingman still wants to enter. I can't stop her. A staff member said to Li Qingxi with a bitter face. When Li Qingxi saw the woman in the black bareback dress, she understood why the staff could not stop her. She waved her hand and asked the staff to leave. Chapter 95, Too Outstanding, Kissed Again. 3. Cousin Kingman, I'm entertaining guests here today. What's the matter? Li Qingxi frowned and looked at the woman in the black bareback dress. Li Qingman smiled and shifted her gaze from Chu Zhou to Li Qingxi. My good cousin, our relationship was quite good when we were young. Why are you treating me like an outsider now? It's been a while since you came back to the family, but you haven't come to visit me. I'm really sad. I'm different. When I found out that you were receiving guests here, I immediately came to see you. With that, she walked over in her high heels. Moreover, she walked towards Chu Zhou and sat down on the chair beside him without hesitation. She even placed one hand on Chu Zhou's shoulder and leaned towards him. Chu Zhou took a glance and easily saw a beautiful scene. Hello, Chu Zhou. My name is Li Qingman. She looked at Chu Zhou with a burning gaze, as if she was looking at prey. Her eyes were filled with aggression. Before Chu Zhou could respond, Li Qingxi suddenly stood up from her seat and looked at Li Qingman sharply. Cousin, this is my friend. Show some respect. Did I disrespect him? I just want to be friends with him. You won't stop me, right? Even though Li Qingman was talking to Li Qingxi, her eyes were fixed on Chu Zhou's. Her phoenix-like eyes were moving, making one's imagination run wild. Xi Meng and Ling Zhan looked at this scene with strange expressions. Li Qingxi's cousin was a little too aggressive. Was she trying to tempt their boss? When Li Qingxi saw this scene, her face turned ashen. Chu Zhou looked at Li Qingman playfully. This woman was interesting. Her eyes were filled with aggression and possessiveness. Was she treating him as prey? This woman had directly called out his name just now. Without a doubt, this woman probably already knew some of his deeds. She may not know much about them, but at least she knew that he had won 50 consecutive battles in the extreme-grade bestial battle arena. However, he did not understand where this woman got the courage and confidence to treat him as prey. Chu Zhou gently pried Li Qingman's hand off his shoulder and said calmly, "We're not familiar with each other yet. It's not appropriate to be too intimate. All the familiarity starts from unfamiliarity. Wouldn't we be familiar with each other if we interact a few more times?" As Li Qingman retracted her palm, her fingertips gently slid across Chu Zhou's palm as she spoke meaningfully. Xi Meng was so agitated that he spat out a mouthful of tea. This hint was too obvious. He really couldn't bear to see such a scene. Why didn't any beauty treat him like this? The corners of Ling Zhan's mouth twitched slightly. Forgive him for being ignorant, but he had never seen such a proactive woman. Moreover, this woman was not an ordinary woman. She was from the same family as Li Qingxi. Her background must be shocking. She should not be like this. Li Qingxi was speechless. Cousin, if you keep doing this, I'm really going to get angry. All right, all right. Isn't this because you're afraid that cousin will snatch the man you like? Cousin, really wants to snatch him away. Li Qingman's boldness exceeded everyone's imagination. This time, she walked straight to Chu Zhou's side and kissed him on the cheek. leaving a bright red lipstick mark. Hee, Chu Zhou, I like you. I'll look for you in the future. She laughed impudently, as if pleased with the mark she'd left. Then she got up and walked out of the gazebo, joining the 3 young men and women she'd brought with her, heading out of the garden. However, before she left the garden, she suddenly stopped and turned around to say to Li Qingxi. Cousin, Chu Chen from the Chu family has returned from the wilderness. He will probably come and find you soon. With that, she did not stop and quickly disappeared. Chapter 96, Direct Attack. Li Qingxi frowned when she heard Li Qingman's last sentence. Disgust flashed across her eyes. Tisk tisk, eldest young Miss Qingxi, this cousin of yours is really passionate. She kissed boss the first time she saw him, and she even confessed to him directly. Shi Meni clicked his tongue and exclaimed. He looked at Chu Zhou, who was wiping the lipstick off and teased. Boss is really too much. He doesn't know how to have tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex at all. Eldest Miss Qingxi's cousin is also a great beauty. Moreover, she definitely has a lot of money. She's definitely a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. If such a beauty took the initiative to express her love for me, I would definitely accept it on the spot. What's that saying? Being young cannot beat freeloading off a woman. You've misjudged your youth. You can't miss such an opportunity. Li Qingxi cast a sidelong glance at Shi Meng and sneered. You'll probably die. There's no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. My cousin's matter is very troublesome. If you provoke her, you won't be able to die even if you have 10 lives. Shi Meng felt a chill down his spine. That's scary. Chu Zhou and Ling Zhan also looked at Li Qingxi, wanting to hear what was so special about her cousin. Li Qingxi seemed to find it difficult to speak. After a moment of silence, she sighed and said. She can be considered a pitiful person. She's my cousin, after all. There are some things I can't say too clearly. In short, you know that what happened to her is very troublesome. It's best not to have too much contact with her. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Chu Zhou and the others immediately understood that this might involve the secret of the family behind Li Qingxi. It was inconvenient for Li Qingxi to say it. They didn't ask further. Chu Zhou and the rest continued to drink their tea. However, the tea this time was destined to not be peaceful. How dare you stop me? A cold shout came from outside, followed by a series of screams. Then, a gloomy-looking young man wearing a combat uniform and carrying a spear on his back strode into the garden. Behind this young man were 4 martial artists in combat uniforms. Be it the young man from before or the other 4 martial artists, they should have just returned from the wilderness. There was still a strong killing intent lingering on their bodies. When Li Qingxi heard the screams outside, she knew that the young man had injured the staff who stopped him and forced his way in. Immediately, she could not help but be furious. She stared coldly at the young man. Chu Chen, what are you doing? The Green Vine Club is our Li family's property. How dare you be impudent here? Chu Chen did not seem to be listening to Li Qingxi. His gaze landed on Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, and Shi Meng. Who are they? What does this have to do with you? Li Qingxi said unhappily. You're my fiancé. Your business is naturally my business. Chu Chen said coldly. His tone was domineering. When did I become your fiancé? I didn't agree to this relationship at all. Don't forget our Li family's rules. As long as I can rely on myself and not rely on the family's resources, I can have independent autonomy over my marriage. Li Qingxi said coldly. Chu Chen looked deeply at Li Qingxi and said. Your thoughts are not important, nor are the rules of your Li family important. As long as I, Chu Chen, want something, I must get it. Qingxi, you're still too naive. Do you think that you can change everything by fleeing to a small place like Zhang City? Let me tell you, it's useless. You're destined to be my woman. This is a fact that no one can change. Even your father can't change it. In this world, strength is the most important. You accept your fate. Li Qingxi was so angry that her body started to tremble. However, when she thought of Chu Chen's identity and background, her entire body turned cold. If this man disregarded the rules and wanted to marry her, she really could not do anything. Even her father might not be able to help her. The Li family was indeed powerful, but they were only a second-rate force in Guangdong base city. There were still many forces that were above their Li family. Moreover, the family behind Chu Chen had many benefits to their Li family. If they became enemies with the Chu family, the Li family would suffer heavy losses. The Li family was a very large family with at least hundreds of clansmen. Even though her status in the Li family was not low, she was still only a woman. Would the Li family risk heavy losses to become enemies with the Chu family for her? Just thinking about it told her the answer. Moreover, in the eyes of many people in the Li family, Chu Chen was a famous genius in the Guangdong base city who had the Chu family backing him. His future was limitless. No matter now one looks at it, letting LL Kings Amana and Unan get Mermia would be extremely beneficial to the Li family. What made her feel even more despair was that she knew that this person did not want to marry her because he liked her, but because he liked the benefits he could obtain from the Li family after marrying her. At the thought of this, Li Qingshi's face darkened. This person was her shadow. She had left Guangdong base city and abandoned the kindness of her family to become self-reliant all these years just to be rid of this shadow. She did not expect that she still could not get rid of this shadow in the end. After Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan and Shi Meng heard the conversation between Chu Chen and Li Qingshi, even though they did not understand everything about the relationship between Chu Chen and Li Qingshi in detail, they roughly understood it. Without a doubt, Li Qingshi was not Chu Chen's fiancé, nor was she willing to be his fiancé. In fact, the reason why Li Qingshi went to Zhang City to attend high school was to get rid of Chu Chen. However, Chu Chen did not seem to consider Li Qingshi's thoughts at all. He did not even care if Li Qingshi agreed or not. He was using his identity and background to forcefully marry Li Qingshi. Swoosh! Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan and Shi Meng stood up without hesitation and locked onto Chu Chen with a murderous aura. What? You still want to attack me? When Chu Chen saw Chu Zhou and the other two's actions, he didn't think much of it and sneered. Even if Qingshi didn't say it, I've roughly guessed who you are. I've investigated. After Qingshi became an Awakening Realm martial artist, she joined a martial artist team called the Sharp Blade Squad. You should be members of that martial artist team. He looked at Chu Zhou and the other two with disdain. All of you, listen carefully. I've made the decision for Qingshi now. From today onwards, Qingshi will leave your team. I hope that all of you will immediately leave Guangdong base city and scram back to Zhang City. You have until midnight tonight. If I find out that you are still in Guangdong base city, be prepared to die without a complete corpse. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan and Shi Meng did not speak. They directly attacked. Chapter 97, Forceful Suppression, kicked into an eunuch. Chu Chen did not expect Chu Zhou and the other two to really dare to attack. However, even if Chu Zhou and the other two attacked, he did not take it to heart. When he investigated Li Qingshi's situation, he found out that Li Qingshi had joined a team of awakened martial artists made up of newcomers. He was certain that Chu Zhou and the other two were all Awakening Realm martial artists. Coincidentally, he had been in the wilderness recently and did not know about Chu Zhou's situation. Take him down. Chu Chen said coldly. The four Tyrant Spear Squad martial artists behind him immediately attacked Chu Zhou and the other two. These four Tyrant Spear Squad martial artists were all extraordinary realm martial artists. Powerful origin power swept out from their bodies like a storm. The entire garden shook, and countless petals fell. These were four extraordinary realm martial artists who had clearly experienced many bloody battles and massacres. The murderous aura they emitted seemed to emit a bloody smell that made one's heart tremble. However, an iron fist that flickered with a metallic luster appeared in front of them before these four people could officially attack. The four extraordinary realm martial artists' expressions changed drastically. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. They only had time to activate the origin power in their bodies and condense layers of origin power shields around their bodies. However, the iron fist penetrated everything. The layers of origin power shields were easily penetrated like paper. Boom! 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 The four extraordinary realm martial artists were hit by the iron fists. It was as if they were in slow motion. Their bodies instantly bent into the shape of prawns as they spat out blood. Then, it fell to the ground at high speed and shattered. What? When Chu Chen saw the scene just now, his expression changed drastically. He thought that Chu Zhou was only a mere Awakening Realm martial artist and could not cause any trouble. As long as his four teammates attacked, they could instantly take down Chu Zhou and the other two. But what did he see now? His four teammates were actually instantly defeated by Chu Zhou. Without a doubt, Chu Zhou was not the Awakening Realm martial artist he thought he was. He was an extraordinary realm martial artist, and an extremely powerful one at that. However, Chu Chen had been hunting monsters in the wilderness for many years. His mentality was very strong, and he had a lot of combat experience. He quickly calmed down. He looked at Chu Zhou with a deep gaze and held the alloy spear on his back. A layer of faint golden origin power covered the alloy spear, and the tip of the spear emitted a sharp spear light. There was a sizzling sound. It was the sound of spear light tearing through the air. Chu Zhou was getting closer and closer. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Suddenly, Chu Chen made his move. The spear in his hand suddenly shot out like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, golden threads covered the void like countless rays of light shot out from the sun, enveloping the world. Countless sizzling sounds converged into a mighty whistling sound. At this moment, the entire garden was illuminated in gold. That scene was extremely vast and spectacular. Chu Zhou saw Chu Chen's spear. With Chu Chen's strength, he was definitely not inferior to Bone Sword Zhao Guang. In fact, he was even stronger. Chu Chen looked to be around 21 or 22 years old. To have such strength could be said to be very shocking. It was enough to be called a demon. However, this was nothing to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou did not have any special reaction. He only threw an ordinary punch at the countless rays of light that enveloped him. Boom! His fist collided with countless golden lightning like golden threads. In an instant, countless golden threads were shattered, and a torrential wave of origin power poured into the entire garden. The pavilion in the middle of the garden was immediately shattered into powder. Then, the ground of the entire garden shook violently, and countless spider web-like cracks appeared. All the flowers and trees in the garden shattered into countless pieces. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi realized that something was wrong the moment their fists collided with the countless golden threads. They retreated to the corner of the garden at full speed to avoid the terrifying aftershock of the battle. The aftershock subsided. The entire garden seemed to have experienced a huge earthquake and turned into ruins. Chu Chen knelt on one knee with a pale face and supported his swaying body with the half of the spear in his hand. The other half of the spear fell in front of him. The result of the battle was obvious. Chu Chen was defeated by Chu Zhou with a single punch. Even his weapon was broken into two. Is this the captain's current strength? Li Qingxi was shocked. She did not have an understanding of it when she heard that Chu Zhou had won 50 rounds in a row. Now that she had personally witnessed Chu Zhou easily defeat the 4 experienced extraordinary realm martial artists of the other squad and then suppress Chu Chen with a punch, she finally understood how powerful Chu Zhou was now. Ling Zhan and Shi Meng looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The current Chu Zhou was too powerful. They could not even interfere in Chu Zhou's battle. In fact, they might have been severely injured by the aftershock of the battle between Chu Zhou and Chu Chen if they had not dodged in time just now. Ling Zhan, looks like we have to work hard. We can't drag boss down. Shi Meng sighed. Ling Zhan nodded silently. You? How can you be so strong? Chu Chen looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. He had investigated the Sharp Blade Squad. Naturally, he knew that the members of the Sharp Blade Squad were all newly awakened martial artists. It had been less than 2 months since his investigation. Chu Zhou had actually become so strong? This made him feel like he was dreaming. Chu Zhou could not be bothered with Chu Chen's question. He walked to Chu Chen expressionlessly and stepped on him unceremoniously. He even stepped on Chu Chen's head and half of his face was trampled into the soil. Chu Chen was dumbfounded. He was actually stepped on the face? How dare you? Chu Chen's face was ferocious as he let out a shrill roar. He struggled violently, wanting to break free from Chu Zhou's feet. Chu Zhou exerted force expressionlessly. With a bang, half of Chu Chen's body was stepped into the soil. Then, he continued to step on Chu Chen's limbs, crushing them into pieces. Chu Chen finally could not hold it in anymore and let out an incomparably miserable scream. There seems to be something missing. Chu Zhou muttered and glanced at Chu Chen's crotch. Then, he kicked him. With a thud, something seemed to have turned into meat paste. Blood quickly dyed Chu Chen's pants red. Chu Chen's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Hiss! Boss, that's ruthless. Shi Meng's body instinctively shrunk and his legs trembled. He swore that he would not offend Chu Zhou. Li Qingxi blushed and quickly turned her face away. Qingxi, I've already made him a cripple now. His ability in that area has been crippled as well. Can he still marry you? If it's not enough, I'll cut his waist too. As Chu Zhou spoke, his gaze swept across Chu Chen's waist, as if he was thinking about how to do it. "Captain, that's enough. Enough." Li Qingxi hurriedly rushed over and stopped Chu Zhou from continuing. If that happened, he might just kill Chu Chen. If Chu Chen died here today, it would really cause a huge commotion. Not only would the Li family be in trouble, Chu Zhou was also in big trouble. She didn't want anything to happen to Chu Zhou because of her. Nonetheless, the current situation was probably also very troublesome. At the very least, it would not be as serious as Chu Chen's death. "Captain, Chu Chen has already become a cripple. Especially in that aspect. This way, I have a more adequate reason to refuse to marry him. The Chu family is also a big family. The value of a cripple would decrease greatly. The Chu family might not be willing to become enemies with the Li family for a cripple." Li Qingxi said, afraid that Chu Zhou would continue to attack. She hurriedly grabbed Chu Chen, who was buried in the soil, and threw him in front of his team members who had been severely injured by Chu Zhou. "Get him out of the Green Vine Club immediately. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today," she said coldly. The 4 martial artists of his team did not dare to say anything and quickly left with Chu Chen. After the team left, Li Qingxi's expression turned serious. Today, Chu Zhou had crippled Chu Chen's 5th limb, making her feel inexplicably happy. Even the dark clouds that had shrouded her heart for many years had dissipated a lot. It was indeed satisfying. However, the remaining problem was huge. Chu Chen was not an ordinary person. The famous Chu family in the Guangdong base city was behind him. The Chu family might. No, there was no ambiguity in this. They would definitely take revenge on Chu Zhou. What are they going to do? Chapter 98, 20% Extraordinary Power. Chu Zhou saw Li Qingxi frowning and immediately guessed what she was thinking. "Qingxi, how does the Chu family compare to the Ernst family and the Medici family?" he suddenly asked. Li Qingxi was stunned. She thought for a moment and said, "The Chu family shouldn't be comparable to the Ernst family and the Medici family." Chu Zhou smiled. "I've already offended the Ernst family and the Medici family. Do I still care about offending the Chu family?" Li Qingxi understood what Chu Zhou meant. Chu Zhou was showing her that she did not have to worry if he had been saddled with one more debt. It was fine to offend the Chu family. However, the Ernst family and the Medici family are Western families. Their power is mainly distributed in the West. However, the Chu family is different. The Chu family is a local force in Guangdong base city. Li Qingxi was still a little worried. "Don't worry. It'll be fine." Chu Zhou patted Li Qingxi's shoulder gently. When Li Qingxi saw Chu Zhou's nonchalant look, she could not help but smile bitterly. "Captain, you're really ambitious. You've clearly offended the Ernst family, the Medici family, the Ling family, the Chu family, and so on, but you don't take it to heart at all. If I were you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sit still. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. What's there to worry about? If you have the time, why don't you think about how to increase your strength?" Chu Zhou said calmly. Regarding Chu Zhou's mentality, be it Li Qingxi, Xi Meng, or Ling Zhan, they could only say that they were in awe. The garden was in ruins. This place was no longer suitable for idle conversation. Moreover, Chu Zhou directly turning Chu Chen into a eunuch had a greater impact. Li Qingxi was no longer in the mood to continue chatting. She wanted to return home immediately to see her father and beg him to protect Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou and the other two returned to the Washington Hotel. Dongfang Mingzhu had already gotten someone to help Ling Zhan and Xi Meng book a room. Thus, Ling Zhan and Xi Meng directly went to their own room to rest. There are more and more enemies. Looks like I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He took out the remaining 30 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions from the safe and began to inject them one by one. A moment later, he looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists, Life Field. Energy 660. Attribute Points, 1461, plus 1417 to 5. Extraordinary Power, 10%, upgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Awaken 1%, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-rank 42nd level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS rank level 1, Breaking the Sea, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S rank 5th level, Human Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, S rank level 7, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, A rank starting out. Chu Zhou had long made up his mind about the goal of improving this time. Improve the extraordinary power. He willed. Instantly, the entire attribute board flashed crazily, and all the information on it became blurry. This time, Chu Zhou's entire skin turned red. Numerous life elements that were in deep slumber within his body were constantly awakening. Boundless energy was released from the newly awakened vitality factors, constantly strengthening his cells, muscles, bones, meridians, and so on. Chu Zhou could clearly sense that his physical strength was rapidly rising. A moment later, TNE Transrohrmotlon stopped. The information on the attribute board changed. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists, 700 Life Field. Energy. Attribute Points, 461. Extraordinary Power, 20%, unupgradable. His life field energy had also increased to 700. The extraordinary power evolution path had been developed to 20%. Moreover, after developing his extraordinary power to 20%, Chu Zhou felt that his physical strength had doubled from his original foundation. Chu Zhou was quite satisfied with the results of this upgrade. However, he was still a beginner extraordinary realm martial artist. This made Chu Zhou feel a sense of urgency. Continue purchasing advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. Chu Zhou opened the martial artist mall without hesitation. This time, he gritted his teeth and ordered 200 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. Each advanced tier genetic nutrient solution was priced at 10 million. 200 of them meant 2 billion. Chu Zhou originally had 3,415 to 4 million in his account, but it suddenly became 1,415 to 4 million. 200 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions should be enough for me to develop my extraordinary power to 100%. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He once again felt the importance of money. If he did not have so much money, it would probably take him at least a year or two to develop his extraordinary power to 100% even with the attribute board. Soon, the staff of the martial artist mall delivered the advanced tier genetic nutrient solution to his door. Unfortunately, Chu Zhou had just finished the injection. He could only continue tomorrow. Guangdong City People's Hospital. Chu Boyong looked at his son on the bed, his eyes filled with anger. Beside him was a rich lady who was sitting on the edge of the bed, crying non-stop. Boyong, that Chu Zhou was too vicious. He actually shattered Chener's limbs and crippled Chener's groin area. We can't let him off. The noblewoman said angrily. Don't worry. Chu Boyong's voice was as cold as ice. Whether it's Chu Zhou or Li Qingshi from the Li family, I won't let them off. How dare they attack the son of our Chu Boyong? They must be tired of living. That's good. The lady nodded and looked worriedly at Chu Chen, who was lying on the bed. Can Chen recover from his injuries? I've already bought the water of life for little Chen in the martial artist mall. I believe it can heal the injuries on his limbs. However, his groin has been trampled into meat paste by that little bastard Chu Zhou. We have to see the exact situation. As Chu Boyong spoke, the coldness in his eyes intensified. Chu Chen was his only son and Chu Zhou had actually turned him into a eunuch. At the thought of this, he wished he could cut Chu Zhou into pieces. Whoosh! Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of Chu Boyong. Boyong, through our Chu family's connections, I've roughly investigated the situation of that youth called Chu Zhou. He was born ordinary. He was just the son of a cripple in the slums of Zhang City. Before he became a martial artist, he attended Zhang City's 5th high school. By the way, he has a sister. At this point, the old man suddenly paused and seemed to ponder for a moment before continuing. However, his form teacher in 5th high school is Li Ji from the Li family. Li Ji seems to think highly of him and taught him seriously for 3 years. Li Ji of the Li family. Chu Boyong's expression changed slightly. It's just form teacher and student. Their relationship might not be that deep. Besides, so what if Li Ji thinks highly of him? Li Ji has the potential to become the human martial god, but she hasn't grown up yet. Can't she threaten our Chu family now? Chu Boyong took a deep breath and let the old man continue. The old man's expression turned solemn as he said, about a month ago, Chu Zhou joined the Battle Axe Martial Affairs Department and was valued by Chen Bazhu. When Chen Bazhu was clearing the Shadow Research Base, he even stood with him for a while. He even introduced him to the supervisor of the Nature Martial Arts School, Hosehai, and the supervisor of the Spirit Martial Arts School, Fu Yan. It can be seen that Chen Bazhu values him very much. Hearing this, Chu Boyong's expression changed again. Chen Bazhu was one of the 3 supervisors of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in the Guangdong region. Of course, Chu Boyong knew him and knew very well how important Chen Bazhu was. I didn't expect this. Even though this kid's background isn't worth mentioning, his luck is indeed so good. Not only did he obtain Li Zhel's favor, but he also obtained Chen Bazhu's favor. Anything else? Nu Youyang's expression was extremely ugly. He suddenly felt that Chu Zhou was a little troublesome. Also, the old man looked up at Chu Boyong and continued, after Chu Zhou came to Guangdong Base City, he quickly got to know Dongfang Mingzu of the Dongfang family. Then, with Dongfang Mingzu's help, he got to know Yang Zhenzhen of the Yang family. Chu Boyong's expression was as dark as water. He did not expect Chu Zhou to have such powerful connections. First, it was Li Ji from the Li family, then Chen Bazhu from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, then Dongfang Mingzu from the Dongfang family, and then Yang Zhenzu from the Yang family. Any one of these people was troublesome to deal with. If all of them were added together, even he, Chu Boyong, would be extremely wary. By the way, even though Chu Zhou is good at making connections, he's not inferior to others in terms of offending people. He has only been in the Guangdong Base City for 2 days, but he has already offended the Ernst family, the Medici family, the Ling family, and the Chu family. The old man told him everything he had found out. Chu Boyong's eyes lit up when he heard the old man's last words. Chu Zhou had offended too many people. The Chu family was not the only one who wanted to take revenge on Chu Zhou. He might be able to join forces with Chu Zhou's enemies to attack Chu Zhou. At that time, no matter how well connected Chu Zhou was, they would probably not be able to protect him. Thinking of this, Chu Boyong decided to act immediately. Chapter 99, The Guangdong City Shakes. What happened in the Green Vine Club spread like wildfire in the Guangdong Base City. People from all the major forces and families learned about it. The upper echelons of the Guangdong Base City were shocked. Chu Chen, the monster that the Chu family had nurtured meticulously, had actually had his limbs broken in the Li family's Green Vine Club and was even beaten into a eunuch. This was going to pierce through the sky. Chu Zhou's information was quickly dug out. So he was the one who attacked. No wonder Chu Chen lost so miserably. Even though Chu Chen is a genius, he's still far inferior to Chu Zhou, a top genius who created a miracle in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. After many people found out that it was Chu Zhou who had attacked, they were enlightened by Chu Chen's crushing defeat. This Chu Zhou might be a top-notch genius, he's too rash. The Chu family is not an ordinary family. He's probably in danger after offending the Chu family. That might not be the case. Such top-notch geniuses are usually not nurtured by ordinary forces. This Chu Zhou suddenly appeared in our Guangdong Base City. Perhaps he has a mysterious force behind him. The upper echelons of the entire Guangdong Base City were paying attention to the future development. On one side was a top-notch genius with a mysterious background who had won 50 consecutive battles in the extreme grade bestial battle arena. On one side was the Chu family, one of the few big families in Guangdong Base City. The battle between the two sides was quite interesting. Of course, most people felt that the Chu family would be the obvious victor. The Chu family had dominated the Guangdong Base City for many years. They were a famous family with many experts. As for Chu Zhou, he was just one person. Even if he was a top-notch genius with terrifying potential. However, top-notch geniuses who had yet to grow up had yet to form a deterrent force that made those large families afraid. Everyone from the Li family received the news from the Green Vine Club immediately. At this moment, even though it was already late at night, the lights in the Li family's hall were still bright. Many of the upper echelons of the Li family had gathered, including the old master of the Li family, Li Yanghao. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. Li Qingshi's second uncle, Li Zhenz, stood up angrily and slammed the table. He glared at Li Qingshi. What kind of dogshit friend did you receive to make him fight with Chu Chen? He even ruthlessly crushed Chu Chen's limbs in that function. Don't you know the relationship between the Chu family and our Li family? Li Qingshi frowned and said. Second uncle, it's not Captain's fault. Chu Chen was the one who spoke first and threatened Captain to leave Guangdong Base City before midnight. Otherwise, Captain and the others would die without an intact corpse. Besides, Captain stood up for me. Stood up for you? He might have caused the Chu family to break off ties with our Li family because of this. Do you know that? Li Zhen's continued to roar. He did not care about Li Qingshi's reason at all. He only cared about the Li family's interests. A certain someone might not care about the interests of the family at all. He clearly knew that marrying Chu Chen would be beneficial to our Li family, but a certain someone ran to Zhang City to avoid Chu Chen. Now, she even colluded with outsiders and crippled Chu Chen. Now, someone is happy. With Chu Chen crippled, she has a legitimate excuse to reject the marriage with Chu Chen. However, our Li family is in trouble. For so many years, the Chu family and our Li family have cooperated closely in many fields. Once the Chu family breaks off ties with our Li family will suffer heavy losses. Someone in the Li family said sarcastically. Li Qingshi's face turned ashen. She looked at Li Zhen, the patriarch of the Li family, and Li Yanghao, the old man of the Li family. Grandpa, granduncle, I remember that our Li family's rule is that as long as you can rely on yourself, you can have the freedom in your marriage and work. Ahem. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Zhen, coughed lightly and said to Li Qingshi. Qingshi, let's talk about your marriage in the future. Let's deal with the trouble Chu Zhou caused our Li family now. Li Yanghao looked at Li Qingshi's grandfather, Li Zhenjiu, and father, Li Mingyuan. Third brother, and Mingyuan, what do you think? Li Zhenjiu tapped his fingers on the armrest and said calmly. Now that Chu Chen is crippled, it's hard to say if he can recover. A crippled demon is not worth much. The Chu family might not break off relations with our Li family because of a cripple. After all, once we break up, not only will our Li family suffer heavy losses, their Chu family will also suffer heavy losses. Li Qingshi's father Li Mingyuan also said. Old master, uncle, no matter what, Chu Zhou is standing up for our Li family. If we repay kindness with ingratitude, I'm afraid it won't be good if word gets out and our Li family's reputation will be damaged. Besides, you should know the value of a top-notch genius. This is someone who has a chance to become the human martial god in the future. Coincidentally, this top-rate monstrous genius hasn't grown up yet, and he's Qingshi's good friend. With such a relationship, once this top-rate monstrous genius completely grows up and becomes the human martial god, then, it's not impossible for our Li clan to improve further. In the end, this era is still the era of the strong. Only the martial god, who stands at the top of the pyramid of humanity, is the ruler of humanity. The other factions and families can only look up to the martial god. Our family doesn't have a martial god seed, so we probably won't be able to produce a martial god in the short term. But if we have the chance to befriend a martial god, the benefits will be equally huge. Hearing Li Mingyuan's analysis, the old man of the Li family and the patriarch of the Li family, Li Zhen, were slightly moved. Exactly. This world is ultimately the world of the strong. Only the martial god was the pinnacle of human society. Their Li family might be able to advance further if they could befriend a martial god. Third brother, Mingyuan, you guys are muddle-headed. However, Li Zhen seriously disagreed with Li Zhenjiu and Li Mingyuan's explanation. A top-notch genius does have the potential to become a human martial god, but that's only the potential. The success rate of a top-notch genius becoming a human martial god is less than 30%. Furthermore, a dead top-notch genius is worthless. According to my investigation, not only did Chu Zhou offend the Chu family, he also offended the Ling family. In addition, two Western super families, the Ernst and Medici families. Do you think these families will let him live? Once our Li family interferes and protects Chu Zhou, I'm afraid we won't only offend the Chu family, but also the Ling family, the Ernst family, the Medici family, and even the Zhang family behind the Ling family. Li Zhen's words made the expressions of everyone in the Li family turn solemn. Many of them only realized now that Chu Zhou had offended so many families, and every one of them was very troublesome. If the Li family went against so many powerful families for Chu Zhou, it would be very dangerous for the Li family. Patriarch. Old master. Be careful. Many people from the Li family looked at the patriarch of the Li family, Li Zhen, and the old master of the Li family, Li Yanghao, with solemn gazes. They all hoped that they would not help Chu Zhou. In fact, there were even people who could directly capture Chu Zhou and hand him over to the Chu family and the other four families to deal with. This way, not only could they resolve the conflict with the Chu family, they could also take the opportunity to establish a closer relationship with the four families. In this way, it would be very beneficial to their Li family. Li Yanghao pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Our Li family will choose to remain neutral in this matter. We won't help either side." Third brother, Ming Yuan, what do you think? Li Zhenjiu and Li Ming Yuan nodded helplessly. They all knew that after Li Zhen's words, many people in the Li family did not want to take the risk of offending the four major families at the same time to help Chu Zhou. There might even be people who hated Chu Zhou for being a busybody and ruining the marriage between Li Qingxi and Chu Chen. Li Qingxi was a little disappointed with this result. She convinced her father and grandfather, but she could not convince the rest of the Li family. Fortunately, even though she was dissatisfied with the outcome, the Li family chose to remain neutral. Otherwise, she would really be too embarrassed to face Chu Zhou. Among the Li family, Li Qingman's eyes were sparkling. She had been excited after knowing that Chu Zhou had crippled Chu Chen in order to stand up for Li Qingxi. As expected of the man I like. Only such a man can change my fate. Chu Zhou, I'm going to eat you up for sure. With this thought in mind, Li Qingman licked her red lips with her tongue. A perverted smile appeared on her charming face. Chapter 100, Advancing to Intermediate Tier Extraordinary Realm Martial Artist. He actually offended another family. Could it be that all top-notch geniuses are so good at causing trouble? Chen Bazhu could not help but smile bitterly when he received the news in the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. However, he quickly calmed down. Such small matters were nothing compared to what happened with the demonic human in the past. Since Chu Zhou had the potential to become a figure who could rule an era like the demonic human, dragon, Soul the Sun God, and Chang'e Saha, he, Chen Bazhu, would shoulder whatever trouble Chu Zhou encountered. Of course, if he could not withstand it, naturally, there would be people of a higher level to shoulder it. I remember that Chu Zhou came to Guangdong base city mainly to attend Li Qingxi's birthday banquet. I think it's tomorrow. Looks like I should make a trip to the Li family tomorrow. Chen Bazhu muttered to himself. Dongfang Mingzhu and Yang Zhenzhen were speechless when they received the news. However, they were also preparing to attend Li Qingxi's birthday banquet tomorrow to support Chu Zhou. There was also a mysterious woman with a graceful figure surrounded by wisps of black fog. She stood on the edge of a balcony at the top of a skyscraper and stared in the direction of the Li family. A meaningful smile appeared on her face. The night passed quickly. The storm was still brewing. Many people in the upper class of Guangdong base city knew that today was Li Qingxi's birthday. As Li Qingxi's friend, Chu Zhou would most likely attend. Then, the Chu family might very well choose today to take revenge on Chu Zhou. Hence, many people focused their attention on Li Qingxi's birthday party tonight. On this day, Chu Zhou did not go anywhere for the entire day. He stayed in the room until night time. Then, he injected 30 advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. This time, he used the attribute points to increase his extraordinary power again. Name, Chu Zhou, Intermediate Tier Extraordinary Realm Martial Artists, 800. Life Field Energy. Attribute Points, 102. Extraordinary Power, 40%, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Awaken 1%, unupgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, S-Rank 42nd Level, Abyss Form, unupgradable. World Destruction, SS-Rank Level 1, Breaking the Sea, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-Rank 5th Level, Human Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, S-Rank Level 7, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, A rank starting out. The increase in attribute points this time, coupled with the remaining attribute points from before, allowed Chu Zhou's progress in developing extraordinary power to increase by 20% to 40%. And he had finally become an intermediate tier extraordinary realm martial artist. In addition, his life field had also increased from 700 to 800. I've finally advanced to intermediate tier extraordinary realm martial artists. Chu Zhou let out a long breath, his eyes shining. This time, the progress of developing extraordinary power increased by 20%, causing his physical strength to double again. In other words, his physical strength had increased by 4 times under the enhancement of 40% extraordinary power. After cultivating his extreme titanium golden body to the 5th level, human extreme body, his body was already shockingly powerful. Now that his strength had increased by an additional 4 times, it was hard to imagine how strong his body was. Furthermore, my life field has also reached 800. As for the life field of control realm martial artists, the lowest is 1000. In other words, my life force is only 200 points away from becoming a control realm martial artist. Life field energy 800, extraordinary power 40%, extreme titanium golden. Body level 5, human extreme body, basic breathing technique level 42, world destruction saber technique, grade S phantom movement technique. All these factors combined will definitely allow my combat strength to surpass control realm martial artists. At this moment, Chu Zhou was filled with confidence in his strength. He looked down at his communications watch and realized that it was already 8 p.m. Li Qingshi's birthday party was about to begin in half an hour. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Boss, it's almost time to set off. Qingshi's birthday banquet is about to begin. Shi Meng shouted from outside the door. Okay. Chu Zhou replied. He carried his saber and took the gift immediately and walked out. At night, the manor where Li Qingshi lived was brightly lit. Originally, Li Qingshi was only a junior of the fourth generation of the Li family, and she was not as talented as the geniuses in Guangdong base city. Her birthday banquet should not be considered grand. Similar to previous years, Li Qingshi's birthday banquet was celebrated by Li Qingshi's grandfather, parents, and some young people from the Li family. However, many people came to attend Li Qingshi's birthday party this time. Li Yanghao, the old patriarch of the Li family, legends, and other important figures of the Li family had all appeared. Many major forces and families in Guangdong City also came to celebrate Li Qingshi's birthday. Everyone knew very well that many people were not here to celebrate Li Qingshi's birthday today. Instead, they were here to see the progress of the conflict between the Chu family and Chu Zhou. There were 100 tables in the manor, but they were all filled with people. Those who were qualified to sit were all prominent figures in the Guangdong base city. Most of the people here could only stand. When Li Qingshi saw this scene, she secretly felt that something was wrong. She immediately sent a message to Chu Zhou and the other two through her communications watch, telling them not to come. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the other two had already arrived outside the manor. When they suddenly received a message from Li Qingshi, they were all slightly stunned. Boss, Qingshi said that it's dangerous here. She wants us to leave the Guangdong base city immediately, as soon as possible. Do we still want to go in now? Shi Meng looked at the manor outside that was filled with all kinds of luxurious flying cars and said hesitantly. Ling Zhan looked at Chu Zhou and did not say anything. If Chu Zhou went in, he would enter as well. If Chu Zhou retreated, he would retreat. Go in. Why not? I, Chu Zhou, must enter today regardless of whether it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den in front of me. Besides, it's useless to retreat now. The families I offended probably have their eyes on me. Even if we return to Zhang City, they will probably follow us. Since that's the case, instead of bringing the trouble back to Zhang City, we might as well settle it here. Chu Zhou said calmly and stepped into the manor. Shi Meng and Ling Zhan did not hesitate and immediately followed. Sharp blade squads Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng have arrived. When the name was called, countless gazes instantly swept over. Some were surprised, some were curious, some were excited, and some were gloating. Chu Zhou's name had suddenly spread throughout the entire Guangdong base city 3 days ago. Many people knew that a top-notch genius had come to Guangdong base city and obtained a miraculous 50 consecutive victories in the extreme-grade bestial battle arena. After last night, Chu Chen of the Chu family was crippled, making his name even more resounding. Is he Chu Zhou? He's indeed too young. He won 50 consecutive battles in the extraordinary realm at such a young age. As expected of a top-notch genius. What a pity. This top-notch genius has offended too many people. I'm afraid he won't have a good ending today. Everyone's gaze swept across Chu Zhou as they discussed. He's Chu Zhou. The old man Li Yanghao, legend, the Li family's patriarch, Li Zhenjiu, and the others all looked at Chu Zhou. The moment old master Li Yanghao saw Chu Zhou, his pupils constricted. In the depths of his mind, a figure that made people tremble subconsciously appeared. Too similar. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly, and his face turned pale, as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. Captain, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, didn't I tell you to leave Guangdong base city immediately? Why are you here? When Li Qingshi saw Chu Zhou and the other two, she hurriedly ran over and said softly with a nervous expression. It's fine. It's just a small storm. Just calm it down. Chu Zhou patted Li Qingxi's shoulder with a calm expression. He was not pretending to be calm or arrogant, but because he had just received a message from Chen Bazhu. What Chen Bazhu meant was that he could cause as much trouble as he wanted tonight. If anything happened, the Battle Axe Martial Arts School would take care of it. What was there to be afraid of with Chen Bazhu's protection?